Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it.
They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
Will it be sugar, spice, and everything nice, or slugs, snails, and puppy dog tails? Let's find out. Oh, KiSMET blows it wide open. KiSMET wins it! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Pandemonium, the thunder from down under.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show me.
Just like that, Scrappy puts him to bed.
Come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! Unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game. It is over.
Wake up your roommates because the Call of Duty League is back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome into headquarters. Chris Puckett alongside aLLeY Cat. We've got Nameless, and of course, we got a lot to talk about coming off a red-hot event in Raleigh, North Carolina, where a lot of our experts were shocked by the results, aLLeY.
Yeah, no, a lot of teams bowed out really early, but maybe a more expected turnout than we expected, with the New York Subliners now being two-time Pro-Am champs.
Nameless, we got a lot of big storylines coming out of Raleigh. The Subliners, of course, I think are the top story on the day. They come out as champions. HyDra saying, Crim6, I proved you wrong. But there was so much more going down. We saw Seattle surge and FaZe with an epic 5-game series leading up to that grand finals. KiSMET and the boys, though, able to get the job done. They made it look easy, singing on their way to holding the first trophy of the year.
Yeah, you know, you had to put it together really quick, right? New York Subliners, they started off struggling, and then they get over to that tournament. It's just like a flip switch. I think Jeremy Studd was the only one who predicted them to take that championship, and the chemistry was there. Everybody was on point, and we'll definitely be looking at them to continue that here in stage number 2.
It was really nice to see as well some of our squads that were struggling online, with the Vegas Legion, for example, coming out and Clayster having his heyday on the main stage as well. But a lot of teams that expected to have an easy time, well, they fell short. And I think we got to talk about the roster mania that happened after the event, starting with the biggest change, right? You kept this roster together. You had the team you wanted coming into Raleigh. You won the first event of last year, but then you finish 9th through 12th, a historic low here for OpTic Texas. They made a roster change after the event, and here's how it went down.
So it's not as easy as just dropping somebody because of their attitude or dropping somebody because of their lack of skill, which in this case it wasn't. Like there are like
I've teamed with Brandon for, this would be my 3rd year now. So like, you know, we've been through a lot together, and like it wasn't easy. We had like an hour call with him, us 3, and it was not fun.
Yeah.
Like, this is what we expect from everybody. This is what we want this year. If we don't get it, there's going to be problems. There were problems.
Scump's final season, and they are expecting nothing but perfection, and clearly they felt they weren't getting that from the current team. aLLeY, they move away from one of the greatest ARs in the game statistically. Why make this move away from Dashy?
I feel like, especially in this game specifically, stats at the end of the day, they matter, but maybe not as much. But Dashy, I don't think this is a testament to him as a player overall. I think just something wasn't working when it came to the OpTic Texas team. And it is Scump's final year, like you said, so they just need to try something new. They need a different formula, and maybe Dashy just wasn't a part of it.
Looking at the numbers, though, Ant, I don't see how this happens. You got 2 major wins from the guy, 14 events with over a 1.2 KD. He's put up a 1.44 in the past, and his average placement, top 4.
Yeah, I mean, well, when you look at Dashy and you dive into his stats and stuff, you're not going to sit there and be like, this guy can't perform. He absolutely can. And when you look at OpTic Texas and last year, he was their best player. I mean, there's no question about it. The guy was going out there and frying, and throughout this game, he's been pretty solid as well. So it tells me that there's some turmoil within the team, whether it is outside of the game or how they were practicing. But recently, we're hearing Dashy's side of the story as well. So it lies somewhere in the middle. Either way, things were not working out with him. And I think they just want a new team identity. I don't think, they're attributing all the mistakes that the team was making towards Dashy. I think they want a new team identity, a new player to come in and change the dynamic of this squad, which we'll get into in a bit. But it certainly will change now. Scump's going to have an AR. You got Huke. It's going to be wild.
You said new identity. Well, it's a familiar identity for those Call of Duty fans who followed the Dallas Empire. Huke is back alongside Shotzzy and iLLeY. The Zeo trio is back in action. aLLeY, for anyone who missed this in previous titles, this is a squad that won the 2020 national championships. They all have rings on their fingers.
Unlike mind COD, but it is a championship
Oh,
roster. It is a championship roster, and now with the addition of Scump as well, maybe the only now remaining member of the original OpTic. So I'm interested to see how this dynamic ends up working out. Personally, I think the way Roster Mania went, Huke was not one of the first players on my list to be plugged into this squad.
Not at all, no. Yeah, no, it's a little, honestly, like, picking up Huke, I think Huke is an immense talent, right? He can come into this team, it can completely change how they play control and search and destroy. But when you think about, like, the issues that OpTic may have had, it's, like, strategically, in some moments, dropping the ball, you know, being on different pace than each other. I think Huke might solve a little bit of that pacing thing when you bring him in with Shotzzy. As you can see how much success this trio had together. But it's just a little shocking, right? Because Huke isn't that guy who's a cerebral player, right? It's going to come in and do some crazy things that Dashie wasn't doing, but it's just a new dynamic. And, you know, with this trio, with Rambo, they did win COD champs. They had so much success together. So if you're an OpTic fan, that's something that you can really rally behind and get excited about. But either way, you know, it's going to be interesting.
And of course, we will not see OpTic today. We will not see them tomorrow. Their first matchup is going up against the Boston Breach on Sunday at 4:30 p.m. And the big reason to tune in, Scump putting away the SMG, I'm told. Moving to that main AR before we move off of OpTic. And real quick, good move, bad move, early impressions.
I mean, honestly, I've played with Scump when he had an AR in his hands. He's really good. I think he can be super, like, a great player with the AR alongside iLLeY. It's just weird in his final year, in his last dance, my man's is going to have the scar out. That's crazy.
Going back to Black Ops 1. I'm ready for it, Scump. I can't wait to see it from the old man. But let's talk about some of the new dogs coming into the league. With Huke off of the Guerrillas, you need to bring in at least one new face. Instead, they promote 3 players from LAG's academy team who made it into our groups there in Raleigh. So the bench team is now your starters. Are your starters playing in challengers? I have so many questions about this squad right now, Allie.
I am not surprised that LAG made a roster change during our Roster Mania period at all. I think most of us aren't. I think we were already making the jokes of the fact that their LAG Challengers team should have been on the starting roster. But I will say the players and the moves that have been made, aLLeY is incredible across the board. We're talking about a player with multiple rings, but Arcitys and Assault on the same team for me is just, I have a lot of questions. We're talking about 2 ARs that are notably been slower. They've been the main AR on the roster, so I'm worried about pacing. And then you've got Exceed and you've got Thieves, who are also very 2 aggressive sub players. So I'm worried about pacing when it comes to the squad, and I'm worried about the chemistry here a little bit.
Dude, there's so much to unpack. Like, we could spend 40 minutes just talking about LAG, you know, but when you look at this, I mean, on the bright side, it's just like, it's a big deal for these Challengers players, right? You're bringing up 3 players from the Challenger team that played so well. You know, they got some big upset wins. Then on top of that, they could have went further in this tournament, Puckett. Like, they lost to Atlanta and they lost to Seattle. They drew the hardest group that we had there in Raleigh. So I'm excited to see these guys. You know,
and of course, after losing there in the Pro, they went back to Challengers. They win the Challengers event, right? So they proved they're the best Challengers team. They've got some of the best players. And you mentioned that matchup against FaZe. You go to Game 5. They play FaZe on January 27th. What's the difference this time around? Arcitys is the 4th on the squad. Extra fire going into a little bit of a rivalry match in just 2 weeks.
Yeah, and they went Game 5 in that series, and guess who took both the hard points? It was LAG Academy. So, you know, Arcitys looking at that. He's like, these guys might be pretty nasty, because it is new territory for him, right? He's teamed with 3 Challengers players after being on FaZe, who was just so dominant. So it'll be lit. We'll see.
OpTic and the LA Guerrillas, of course, making moves, but they weren't the only ones. The London Royal Ravens had a 5th man, and he will now be into the starting lineup after PaulEhx decides he's going to take a breather. He took to Twitter to let his fans know what was going down. Allie, I know you like this guy a lot. We've talked about what we've seen from him in the game. Are you surprised to see him putting himself on the back burner?
I'm definitely surprised, but, you know, at the end of the day, a lot of us don't know what's going on behind the scenes when it comes to these teams. And he let everybody know, you know, he needs some time to find his footing. He needs to take a step back, and he wants to come back better than ever. So we all, of course, respect this decision. And we have to talk about who's getting plugged into the roster.
And, of course, and I think the big takeaway from that one is I want to focus on being a better person and better teammate. How often have you seen this come about in your years in Call of Duty?
I mean, it's happened a lot. And I think in instances like this, the community, we just need to show show a ton of support to these guys. Like, you know, as a former competitor, it is very stressful. And you think about PaulEhx and his recent history, like that New York team last year, it was a mess. It was so stressful. Krim in his last year, now coming into London, you start off hot, then you fall short. It's really tough as a competitor, so I hope Paul can bounce back and come back stronger than ever. We'll be waiting on you, buddy.
We'll wait and see when he comes back in the league, but I don't know if it'll be anytime soon. If the man plays like he did back in the old days. Scraps has been around for a minute here in Call of Duty, and now he's competing in a starting lineup for the London Royal Ravens. Once again, a team he's led to a top 4 finish in the past, Dan.
Yeah, this guy is a beast. For those of you who only know Scrap or Scrappy on Toronto, this is the original Scraps right here. He's from Europe, and he is a beast. This is just one of his many performances here in Black Ops 4. This guy had a flawless control. He's an absolute monster, man. He's a hybrid player who can run both weapons. He's a very fast player. He picks up a ton of kills. He is a slayer, so not going to lose any of that when with subbing out PaulEhx. So I'm excited for Scraps. He talks so much trash, like he's going to bring so much energy, and there's some of his career stats.
Now, aLLeY, 2018, 2019 All-Star. He has 8 top 3 finishes, 4th at COD Champs in MW19. We're now in Modern Warfare 2. What are your expectations for a guy that, honestly, you haven't seen a lot from in the last 3 years?
The expectations, I feel like, are really high, and obviously it's very rare that we get players that I feel like go under the radar for so long as he has to now come back on the starting roster for the London Royal Ravens. So me personally, I'm super excited. One of my first instances when it came to the professional Call of Duty was with Scraps. When I first started streaming on Twitch, when I first got into professional Call of Duty, he was the first player to ever like come to my chat and be like, "You're doing great, keep grinding,
awesome.
like keep going into it." So this is full circle for me personally.
I like it. Scraps, the original promoter here of aLLeY. Now we get to show some love back to Scraps. It's all going down, and you get a chance to see him playing with London in their road to Boston, leading up to that Major II. They have to take on Ultra, Røkkr, Thieves, Legion, and Mutineers. I'm looking at that second half of the schedule and saying, okay, thank goodness it got a little bit easier, but that is a mess at the top.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, you know, both those first 2 games, right? Because it's like, anytime there's that inner, like, European battle versus other European players, they go the extra mile. And, you know, it's only right that Scraps is back on London. He is, like, Europe's favorite player, so it'll be fun watching those first 2 for sure.
Make sure you come out and watch these guys in action live in Boston to see them playing on the main stage for the first time as a foursome. It's going down February 2nd to the 5th. We want you all to join us in Boston, going down at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway. Red Sox coming out, hanging out with us, watching the gamers. It's going to be a blast. And, of course, you can get in on the action for free if you sign up for the newsletter, the amazing newsletter that comes out before each major tournament, content created purely for the CDL fans. Well, you got a chance of winning a pair of free 4-day general admission tickets. All you got to do, scan that QR code, sign up today. Good luck to everyone who puts it in. Right now, though, we got to take a look at the schedule of what's coming up. We got 3 matches, Toronto Ultra versus London Royal Ravens. Boston Breach takes on the Minnesota Røkkr, and we get another look at Clayster and the Vegas Legion as they take on Seattle Surge, who had a hell of a performance in Raleigh. Lot to get into today, aLLeY, as we're kicking off our first week here, leading into Major number 2. Give me the big storylines. What are you looking forward to most before we head to break?
I'm looking for Vegas Legion to break into the top 6 heading into the Boston Breach Major.
I'm looking forward to all of your reactions into the chat. Let me know what you think about Roster Mania. Was it the nuke? Do you want to see more Bruce? Is he going to end up on FaZe? Let us know. We'll be back with the first game. It's Toronto versus London after this.
can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run up the next, point to the sky with the run up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Toronto Ultra in Raleigh, North Carolina, one of the most exciting teams to look out for. After looking very strong in the online qualifiers, they looked even stronger on land. That was until we got to Sunday, where they ended up finishing 4th. But when we look at this roster, aLLeY and Nameless, Toronto, they seem to have all the pieces they need to go deep, potentially to win Major II.
Absolutely. This is a team heading into the season when they did make their roster change where we all still had really high expectations, and I feel like they met them fairly well. Again, this is a team that had a lot of changes, a lot of chemistry changes, and to still place top 4 at the opening event, I feel like they are on a high right now, and they will continue to get better.
Scrap wouldn't stop talking his smack. Standy wouldn't stop putting players on his back. It's like everyone was doing their job. Where did they fall short, and what do they need to clean up now in these online games going into the matchup against London?
I mean, I think they're pretty solid across the board. I think in their hard points sitting at 10 and 9. I think at times, like, they have some playmakers on their team. Just find a little bit more consistency out of Scrap and Standy. Like, they have those crazy performances, but we saw it, as they got later into the tournament. That just might be, early game woes going up against some of these other really tough opponents. Nevertheless, I have a lot of faith in this roster. I think what I saw throughout that major was a lot of tenacity. They would go down. Scrap started out like really bad in that series versus Thieves, bounced back and went off, right?
Yes.
So that's one of the more important factors of a roster, and I think Toronto Ultra has that. So going into this series, I mean, I have them as the heavy favorite, and I see them continuously improving as one of our better control teams that we have. I think Hardpoint will follow suit.
Now, of course, that's the Toronto Ultra, but they're going up against a brand new lineup on the other side of this battle, and that's going to be the London Royal Ravens. You got 3 of the originals from your first major, but you're bringing in Scraps. Does this affect anything in this matchup if you're Toronto? Do you need to plan differently, or are you just playing your game?
At the end of the day, you should always just be playing your game. And when it comes to London Royal Ravens, you can prep, but again, we haven't seen Scraps in a very long time, and it's going to be the OG Scraps versus the new in Scrappy against Toronto Ultra. So already some storylines building as well. The big issue here is the London Royal Ravens. They showed us some promise in the early qualifying stages, but when the major came, they fell incredibly short. So now it's all about what they did with that time off, what they did with these past 3 weeks to make themselves a completely different team heading into today.
Taking a look at that lineup today, if they're looking to pull off the upset statistically, Nameless, who's that player to watch?
I mean, well, when London Royal Ravens were frying, who was going off? It was aBeZy. The man was literally taking over games. And, looking at Royal Ravens, like, Hardpoint has been pretty solid still. It's been search and destroy and control where they've just been so bad. You look at S&D 0-5 in their last 5 search and destroys. Puckett, that is unacceptable. They have to make some improvement there. Is Scraps the guy that's going to come in and fix that game mode? Probably not. But at least when you look at control, they've also been struggling there. Scraps can definitely help them there. Like, you look at Scraps, he's a guy who loves to go out there and play TDM. That's what you need to do in control. So I'm looking at him to improve them in that mode.
Lock up game number 3 could be the key to victory in this best of 5. In fact, we got to talk about the maps and modes that are going to be coming our way. And of course, for anyone who hasn't touched competitive in a minute, we got a little bit of a new spawn system that you'll be seeing play out today. But aLLeY, talk me through this best of 5 series. How do you see it shaking out?
I think the biggest issue when it comes to this matchup is that London Royal Ravens do not really have maps that they are heavily favored in. I think they are pretty mediocre across the board. Again, it is a very momentum-based team. So for London Royal Ravens, none of this really stands out for me. Toronto Ultra, if they make it to that game 4 Embassy Hardpoint, they are #1 on hold on Embassy and Ravens.
I got Colby in the chat saying Scraps is goated. I got Ri-Fi saying we got Toronto. They're just simply better. That's all it is. I need to get your predictions. I'm going with Toronto because I'm Scrappy's #1 fan. Where are you two going? I want to start with you, aLLeY.
I'm also going up north with you. I'm going to go with the Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, I'm going Toronto. I think 3-1 fashion. I think we might see a big performance here in this game 1 from Scraps, though. He's going to bring that fire.
Bring in that fire in game number 1. Chat, we need to know, what are your predictions? Put them in the chat right now. If it's Toronto, put a big T. If it's London, put a UK for me as we send it over to 2 of my favorite Brits all the way from the UK. It's Brycey and Ton. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are back once again, like the proverbial Renegade Master. First cast of the year, and what a game it will be. Toronto Ultra, who have been showing all kinds of form recently against a new London team with an old favourite European Suntan.
Yeah, somebody we were very biased on a few years ago, it has to be said, in Scraps. I'm really interested to see how this team's going to work out. Of course, you know, we know what kind of guy he is. We know what kind of player he is. We've been talking about him growing as a person, and he's now back in this limelight once again. And a lot to prove. I think a lot of people will be sort of saying, like, what are we expecting from him? Does he deserve the shot, etc., etc.? And, well, he's the one that's going to tell us that story.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird game for us as well, because there is a lot of history with Scraps, and we have to be the commentators also have to deal with the Scraps versus Scrappy issue that we will get through this hard game. But there is a huge storied history that we will go into as this progresses. But for me, one of the things for this one is I'm not really gonna worry too much if he doesn't have the hottest of starts. Like, obviously, if he does, fantastic for all the London fans, but bearing in mind he's kind of been out of the top leagues for at least a year, he's come back into it. He probably will make a positive change to London, but you're going against Toronto Ultra. This is Toronto Ultra team. He's one of the favourites in the league at the moment. Everybody's expecting them to do well.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would be too surprised if Toronto come out and comfortably win this game. And I think if you're a London fan, you may be expecting that as well. But for the London side, it's about growing as the season goes on, as the stage goes on, I should say. But these guys on your screen, Toronto Ultra, we want to come out hot after a very good performance, obviously, on Raleigh. London Royal Ravens, though, was anything but good. But look at Zero. He's vibing already. We kind of heard a little bit about Zero, what he was saying. That energy is an important factor that Scraps brings to the table, and that clearly in full form there, Bryce.
Yeah, again, it's dancing on both sides here. Ultra and the Ravens having a little boogie before we get down to it. And again, my prediction for this, I'm kind of going with the desk. Ultra have looked like the better team. The biggest stories for this one is, can they continue their run towards the top? And can London Royal Ravens find a way back into at least middle of the table, maybe a little bit higher? The kind of half point hasn't been great for them, though.
It hasn't been, and I think that's a really important one that we've seen down towards the bottom left corner in terms of that rotational percentage. Most of the time, London in general are very, very low on that rotational side of things, and Toronto Ultra very high. So that's obviously very important when it does come down to Mikado. They're going to come out the gate swinging, though. I need to see a good slaying performance, get some confidence underneath their belts, see if they can do it here up against Toronto Ultra.
Well, straight into this P1 here as well, and we will keep an eye on that spawn system as well. It has changed a little bit. Be a lot more blocking spawns and parallel spawns, but already a fight going down, and that's 3 Ultra inside.
Oh my god! Oh, you just can't let that happen. That's far too easy for the side of Toronto Ultra. Seam does well to find one, Scraps will find another, but having a look over towards those spawns, it's an instant flip for the side of Toronto Ultra, and as far as bad starts go, that's as worst as it possibly could have went for the side of London Royal Ravens, trying to recoup as best as they can, but Toronto Ultra in control of P2.
You see at the moment here, it's all about making sure you don't let Ultra get any more time in this P1, and then try to figure out a break towards P2. A Seam looking for it. Not going to find anything yet. No reinforcements either for him. You can see both teams just making sure their positioning is correct. For Ultra, they have the spawn and the advantage.
0 now. Pushing down this right-hand side over towards Plant Pots. He will find the second. Scrap will fall down. So then, ultimately, it is going to be a pinch starting to be set up from the side of the Royal Ravens. Look at the spawn out coming in from Scrap, though. Telling the rest of his teammates, just hold. I've got the pinch, and there is the hold. Insight will find 2. This should be Ultra. Continue to lock time down. There's a third for Insight. Perfect hold so far.
They're just making sure they can keep putting them, bouncing them off that spawn. Insight knows a player's going to be challenging here soon, but the players can't get anywhere near at the moment. London Royal Ravens not able to even get a little sniff of P2.
And there's Scrap just to clean up the scrap, so to speak. Zero and Nastie pushing on through. Yeah, they get rid of Insight, but you've got a few more members of Ultra to get through. Seam manages to find 2. And that rotation is eventually going to come in for the Royal Ravens. That scrap time is going to be picked up. Ravens will be happy enough for that. And, well, it will be a pretty close game by the time we head over towards P3, but the trenches have been dug already from the side of Toronto Ultra. Big kill from CleanX. Can he find a second onto a Seam? No, not quite. Ravens do have some purchase yet.
They do. A little bit of time for the Ravens, but Ultra are digging deep. They're ready to get that lead fully back towards their side. And now the stack coming in. They're looking for this. The Ravens are waiting. Just the smallest hint for it. Stanley's going to see the first player, sees a Seam, stays alive as well, gets out of it, and it's all good for them. It's a 2 versus 2. They try and challenge him, but Stanley's still alive! Finds another one. One more player to come for it. Is he going to dive out with a knife? He does, but he goes down to Scraps, and Scraps now keeping that door open for his team.
He's kept some sort of presence yet for the side of the Royal Ravens. Is he now going to push inside? The point will get gunned though. Scrap, easy enough one for him. Sitting at 8 and 4 was so impressive in Raleigh. Continue to lock this down though if you're Ultra, momentarily at least, as Nastie will get traded, but still points on the board for the side of Ultra. Those rotations have been very strong the majority of the time. They found themselves first there. They're picking up a lot of points here, Bryce. London Royal Ravens, though, broken far too easily on that first occasion. It has to be said, that rotation over to P2 may well be the making of Toronto Ultra throughout the rest of this map. Scrap just chilling at this moment in time, but eventually the Royal Ravens will have a rotation underneath their belt. Let's see if they can get some points for it.
Well, Scraps gets picked off by KiSMET there as well, and they're straight into this back alley. They try and make themselves known. London will be desperate to hold, desperate to get reinforcements anywhere they can towards this. But here come Ultra. They have the bodies, they have the positioning. Nastie's going to be in trouble. He'll be the first one to go down if they make a big push, but he's gone right over the top. Nastie's going to get banged as well. Inside doesn't even bother looking at him. Takes him out through the door, and Ultra have broken.
That's far too easy for the side of Toronto Ultra right now. London Royal Ravens. Scrap's not having too bad of a slaying performance, but as far as rotations go, he's going to be one of those guys just trying to win out. Needs the help of his SMGs to get in there as well. Nastie can't quite clean up onto Standy. And ultimately, this is just so easy for Ultra so far. They barely came out of second gear. In this moment in time, they're building towards a 100-point lead.
Again, it comes down to the rotation. London will need this to get back into this game at the moment, trailing by a significant margin. And already the fight's going down here at the rotation. Nastie has to do something incredible. He knows where these players are. He knows where KiSMET is, finds the first, but there is another Ultra player in here, and he knows it as well, looking for insight. Nastie's going to find him at the top, and it's a huge two-piece. The seam cleans it up, and that's the break that London needed. They needed this map position.
They don't have enough control here, though. A couple of players still spawning out. Scraps is there to find KiSMET. Still nobody in the hill for the side of Royal Ravens. They're scared about the push coming in from mid alley. They clean that up. Points now starting to come on the board. I see him having to hold this map out. You can already see the spawns come in just a little bit different. Zero now will clean up on the backside, and that should be a few points here for the Royal Ravens.
Exactly what they wanted. They rotated early. They've played for this. Still pressure, though, coming in from Ultra. They are in the driving seat. Every single time they can continue to apply this pressure if they want to. That last one going down, they probably won't do it. I say that as Inside makes a huge kill. That's Scrap time. He's not going to go the way of London as Scraps fights towards back alley. And you see they're trying to just get this positioning correct.
Nastie the only one here. Can he find anything good? Snap onto Stanley. Headshot multiplier for the win. Nastie, can he stay alive? The answer is no. The rest of the Royal Ravens, though, trying to find a way through here. Just headbutting downside alley, but they have to be careful because as soon as Ultra clean up, they then have control. And this becomes so much more difficult, especially if you get hit in the face by a Semtex. KiSMET, that is wonderful from him. That's a full lock now for Ultra.
They're here, and they are just putting the slaying pain onto the Ravens. Funny enough, I don't think the slaying's even that far out of pocket. It's just positioning and rotation. Toronto Ultra are better at it. We have said before this one, London Royal Ravens don't have statistically a great time on this map, and they're not having another good time now. Let's find out, though, how the new look London Royal Ravens sound in the comms with a listen in.
Back door, green door. Chow me, bro. What the fuck? Green door.
Back alley, chow guys. Standy hitting back alley.
We're gonna get a picture now.
It's really weak. On hold, really weak. I can blue, you guys.
Next on hold. Hit late.
Take our time.
I sent him blue.
Spawn it. Nice, good job. Yo, one's got it in. One's on the pass, holding through. One's holding edge.
We need to go house as well.
Yeah. One's holding house. One's actually our spawn.
Go house, you spawn there?
Yeah. One's going to be playing for
We have to wait for house, guys. Throw attacks over. Oh, he's child mid, bro. White pickup.
He's laid down in P4 door.
Got him pick up.
Lay down in P4 door.
Coming.
Could be in smoke. Lay down in P4.
You blocking house?
Yeah.
He's spawning out.
He's inside P4.
That's two. More close.
I'm in. Good guy P4. No, he's in P4.
White pickup in P4.
Back alley in P4. Everyone keep fucking talking. No, that's one in.
Back alley, yellow car, on the right.
Dead.
Nice. One mid eyes.
Yeah, he's coming out.
White pickup, boys. White pickup.
And then white pickup. One shot. Back alley heading.
We got a weird
mid. No, you don't have mid. Back alley still in. Can I help you? Nice, back alley, we're dead. Nice. Yeah.
I'm wrapping right here.
Let's get back to this fucking game.
One's banana.
Main caution.
Banana.
All right, the London Royal Ravens breaking the 100 points there, but one of the main calls for that one has to be Scraps calling out saying everybody keep talking, not allowing his team to get their head down even if they are quite far behind.
Yeah, it's still not looking ideal. They have closed the gap somewhat, but That gap, when it's pretty much insurmountable, closing it. I mean, we've seen some comebacks already, especially specifically in Raleigh, but this will be a special one as well for the Royal Ravens. They do have the setup, though. They have that rotation over towards P2. They had it straight off the rip, and we're not able to make it count. Scraps will find 2, though. Important kills at important times has been the issue. Scrap trying to find one of his own, takes down Scraps, and all of a sudden, that rotation that they did have is now gone. Far too easy once again for Toronto Ultra to break that.
They'll try and regain it here in the last second, but can they find the kills they need at the moment? Nobody from London Royal Ravens ready to contest this like they would. See Scraps down the back alley, waiting for teammates to reinforce. It's a stack here from Ultra, and they're just trying to cut it, but Simp gets 2. He's opened the door for them. Inside's going to be inside, and he's looking for that player as well. They do clean up a lot of this pressure through here, and now it's going to be Zero left alone, trying to make a difference.
Yeah, they heard him as well. Inside instantly turning around. Toronto Ultra looking to end it here in Cantina. 45 seconds or so to go. And they're all spawning over towards plant pots, but the kill starting to come in here. London Royal Ravens will find a break on through, but they need to be pretty much perfect from now. And KiSMET Nelly finds a second as well. Ultra still fighting for this as best as they can. Rotation's going to be important for Ravens, but they need to stop this time going over towards Ultra.
Stanley's actually just playing his life, trying to get out of there. He knows that London Royal Ravens have to make every push possible and make everything work. Scraps trying to make sure he holds down that time as well. Stanley goes for the chow, finds the first one. We know a second player here. Easy clean up in the end. And the rotation will be in Zero's hands. He's up top. He's ready. He's going to look for that first player. Easy kill for him in the end. And the Ravens are here, Tom, but every time we say this, they either lose it very, very quickly, and they've still got a huge deficit to make up.
Yeah, they've been mostly outplayed the entire way through. If they're not winning rotation, they're getting broken. If they're not holding anything, they're losing spawns immediately. Like, everything is kind of going wrong for the side of the Royal Ravens here, and there will be a post-mortem for them, you would think, after this one. Zero trying to lock this one down. Scrap is the only one who can find a kill here. Inside towards the back. They need this time desperately, and they'll get a good chunk of it here. 35 seconds remaining. They can get within, what, 70 if they hold the rest of this time? I mean, it's a tough spot to be in right now. If you're a Royal Ravens fan, but good shots from Zero. But it's all about this next rotation. Toronto Ultra will be not stressing about this too much. They have the spawns for the rotation round if they need it.
They certainly do. Is there a glimmer of hope? Asim is going to see that second player as well. Cleans him up.
Big fight.
Will go towards him. Here comes the push all the way through. Nastie, is he going to see that player? No. A little bit of tunnel vision, but he knows it's going to be a player towards the back. It's going to be Scrap on the head here. Nastie does get him. And they're trying to work here. Nastie gets a second kill, but back alley is becoming populated by Ultra. Zero's going to try and stay alive here in the hill. He doesn't have as much players with him as he would like. And they've gone down, and again, he's done it again. Same wall bang. Get out of that corner.
Once again, the Royal Ravens, when it comes down to back alley, they just haven't locked it down strongly enough. Scrap now looking to finally put the nail in the coffin of this map #1. Inside the point, here comes Asim, and that's going to be that. London Royal Ravens put to sleep in map #1. Toronto Ultra wanted the good.
Well, we said coming into this, we expect Ultra to be the better team, and pretty much for that entire hard point they were. Rotations were better, slaying was better, positioning was better, and the teamwork, there is a million things to break down from that one, but it's kind of as we expected. Signs of life potentially in London, but I just don't know if that was a great first hard point for them.
No, it wasn't. I think, you know, straight off from the rip, you have the better side spawn. You're sitting P2. It's a good hold if you can keep a hold of it. They get broke pretty much off the rip, and that really did set the tone for the rest of the game. When it does come down to slaying, etc., yeah, okay. A lot of people will look at 19 and 24 from Scrap's not too bad, but ultimately the lowest on the leaderboard that we're seeing on your screen here. But realistically, it was that rotation over towards P2. They lost that both times that they had it on first and second rotation. P3 wasn't too bad for them, but they're heading over towards P4. Ultimately, we've seen them win those rotations and get control of Barbershop, but no control of Cantina twice means the same break comes through exactly the same way from the same player and Insight. Free push down back alley, and it's a wall bang through the door. We'll see you later, and that's Toronto Ultra with a comfortable map #1 win. But I think London Royal Ravens Masters are on downfall there. Just it's, you know, we talk about slaying, we talk about holding down spawns, but it's important gunfights and important moments. It just felt like none of them went their way, and ultimately they were completely punished for it every single time.
Yeah, there was probably a couple of times where you could say they probably shouldn't have broken that easily, especially when you're playing for those rotations and those spawns. I think the P1 to P2, we all knew what they were playing for, and neither time were they able to pull it off. But hey, call it teething issues, call it the first game back this year. There's still a lot of game left in this series for the Royal Ravens, as well as a long season.
Yeah, really long season. They have a lot of time to get things up and running, and you know, I think they'll be looking towards Boston 2 Major to be at the point where they can start to maybe flex their muscles a little bit. It does take time. A lot of these teams, of course, I mean, look who they're going up against is Toronto Ultra. Scrap, we barely even spoke about him because we were just trying to concentrate on what the Ravens were not necessarily doing right. But he went off that game. Every single gunfight we seen on his screen was going his way. And I said, those important gunfights, those fast ARs, what they're going to be doing is getting into positions to win those gunfights on rotation. And he was there more often than not, and more often than not, he was winning the gunfight. So there you go, map number 1 win for the side of Toronto Ultra. No surprises necessarily coming there, but a comfortable one at that. They'll be happy with it.
Yeah, and let's talk about the positives here from Ultra realistically. Like, how many times are we now just expecting excellence from them? How many times are we going to look at Scrappy and say, hey, he's dropping ridiculous numbers, and go, oh, that's just pretty much normal at this point? We're becoming jaded with how good this player is straight into the season. We haven't even got like technically 4 weeks of games in total, and already we're like, yeah, this is it. He's just going to absolutely just destroy anybody he's up against.
It has,
and that's
kind of
the
this
scary thing. Consistency at that high level is terrifying.
It has kind of the same aura around it from when like Simp came into the CWL. That is the kind of vibe that we're getting, isn't it? Like that's the level of performance he's bringing on every single occasion. You can see the Ultra boys all vibing there, feeling good about themselves after that map number 1 win. But yeah, he was all time when it comes down to Raleigh. I mean, that 40 bomb that we seen up against Thieves was... it's something quite special, it has to be said. I think it was a really, really strong showing from him, and consistent performances though. We've seen, yeah, okay, 1 or 2 dud games, but for the most part, he was there, he was slaying. And for the Toronto Ultra team, that's what you want. You want something like that out of him. You lose players like Bance and Cammy. Cammy was that guy, but can Scrap live up to the hype? So far, so good.
And as we go and look at the players here, you can see a little bit of a different atmosphere from both of them. Obviously, London trying to figure this one out. And so this is one of the things we're going to talk about, Scraps. One of the stories that we've heard coming out of the grapevine for this London Royal Ravens team is this could be about the vibes. Scraps has always been known for his very passionate style of playing the game. He wants to be the best. He is very much about the vibes. And if London can look to him as maybe a leader, maybe a veteran who can just continue with that positive mindset, then maybe more than just statistics that they're looking for here. I don't know. I am looking forward to it. There, like I said before, if we get a chance, there's a lot of breakdown about Scraps coming through, and I'm excited to see him back in the league. He's always entertaining regardless of what you think.
I am glad to have him here. I had missed his energy. You know, we always had a good chat with him at events over the past years, and he's a good personality to have back in the scene. Not necessarily the best map number 1, but you'll be looking to rectify that heading into map number 2, but Insight really has been influential for this Ultra side with his S&D KDs coming on through. Such a strong player. When it does come down to it, 1v3s, 1v2s, whatever position you kind of put him in, he'll always do a good job. But looking at Embassy Search and Destroy specifically, we've only seen it once from both 2 teams, and that is only from Toronto, losing it to FaZe in Raleigh 6-2. But FaZe are very, very strong at that map, so we're not really having any expectations heading into this. Ultra's S&D has necessarily been quite strong in terms of win rates. It's coming in at 61% at the time. They're looking good on it, so they were looking to try and put this one nearly done and dusted after map number 2. But London, let's see what they got in the bag here. I mean, I'm interested to see if they can bring something different into Embassy Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it certainly is. And one of the things we probably even get overshadowed, right? Insight's been having an incredible season as well. So has Standy. Like, the Ultra boys are certainly having a very good time. And even with Raleigh, you know, they probably didn't go as far as they wanted to. But incredible showing from this team, considering they had the changes coming out of the gate, considering they lost to Minnesota in the qualifiers. They look like a team to be reckoned with, and it's one of the teams that, as we go through the rest of the season, even now, right, going towards Boston, people are expecting this to be a top 3 team guaranteed.
You'd think so. I mean, look, they didn't lose to anybody bad when it does come down to it over in Raleigh. I think, you know, you see their hard point up against FaZe, and you kind of, well, I expected maybe a little bit more out of them on that side of things, losing to the eventual winners 3-2 in New York, of course. They are very much up there. We kind of had the conversation at the beginning of the year, didn't we? What do we expect? And we just weren't sure when we were talking about them. We were talking about Minnesota, who's getting the better end of the deal. Well, I think it's pretty easy to say that right now. Toronto Ultra are the ones rubbing their hands together.
I think the only question mark we had was Scrap going from challenges where he's been phenomenal into the CDL. Can he continue to do that? And the truth is yes, which is by the way, it may sound easy. Oh, you're good in challenges, you come to the CDL, you're also good. Happens less than you think. If you really think it happens less than you think, especially with the level of performance he was putting on. Right, I expected maybe a bit of a downturn, maybe like he has to adjust to teams that are always going to be more practice, always going to have better teamwork, and we'll figure out your breaks and your habits and everything else for it. But he came in, smack talked everybody, learned Spanish, and just has been an incredibly entertaining player. As I say, that exact reason why. And like I said, for a lot of people at home, and especially for, you know, the people behind the scenes in the CDL and everybody else, already one of the fan favorites, right? The whole team is dancing here as we wait for this lobby to start. We just have a little lobby reset. It'll be on in a second, but hey, the vibes are high and we're feeling good.
For God's sake, I can't stop watching them now. You look at them. They're just playing up to the cameras. Despicable. Attention seeking, if you ask me. No, like I think if you want to talk about challenges in terms of does it translate, I think we've got a perfect example of seeing if it does tomorrow with Florida taking on that LAG roster. I was about to say that LAG Academy roster, but kind of is, if you like. So we'll be interested to see how they get on. But Scrap very much proving that he is here to stay, and that challenger season wasn't just a fluke at all. He's been playing very, very well in the online side of things, played well on LAN as well. And that was a big question, you know, coming into that big stage. Is he going to be able to do it on that stage specifically? And the answer was absolutely yes. So very interested to see how this team do crack on throughout the rest of the year. And well, I'm interested to see how they do on aBeZy, because as I said, we have only seen it from them once. We haven't seen it yet from London. So it should be an interesting one.
Well, let's find out, because maybe, just maybe, there is that silver lining time. Maybe they can figure this one out. Like I said, for London before, it was kind of the same thing as last year. Started off super hot, right? They started off hot this year, and then it kind of fell by the wayside. But there is always hope. There is always a way to redeem yourselves. LA Thieves proved it last year, right? If anything, never count a team out. LA Thieves last year showed us that it doesn't matter until you get to the end. And that could be true for any of these teams. But let's have a look at this break-off. Insight with the sniper straight away.
Snipers have been effective when has come down. aBeZy, you know, there's a good reason for it. Zero will see in round number 2. Insight, very well known for this. KiSMET may well be dead, though. A scene pushes the tempo. Another kill is going to be answered. Backstand, he hits nothing but thin air, but will eventually hit Nastie. 3v2.
Scraps.
Big kills.
Trying to stay alive. Needs to go for oversight here. Insight versus Scraps, and Insight tries to take the quick shot, but gets away there before he can do anything. They're going to do a retake with a sniper pistol.
There was a big flank going on. That Scraps completely shut down, and that's a good reason as to why the rounds went over towards the London Royal Ravens. We won't get to see it, but there's a big push coming around the outside of aBeZy over towards the car park side. Scraps finds that gunfight, stops the pinch coming on through, and it seems really good work pushing forward. Help the team get it moving. 3-0 from him the first round, with a big kill coming in from Scraps as well. It's a good start for the Ravens.
It is. It's just what they needed. A little bit of a bounce back. And this is the thing. Again, one of the, you know, when you have a hard point like that, when you have a lot of pressure on you, as they're going to have coming into this one, just getting that first round, getting the first few kills, it's going to do wonders for relaxing into the game. It seems already got that hit marker challenge coming through, so he knows something's going down at B early. Might make the challenge. Zero's above him with a sniper. They're looking for this one. When that bomb goes down, they might swing into action.
There it is. Zero now in position where he needs to try and find a pick to help the rest of his team just break on through. Look at this setup from Ultra all the way towards the back, and there's nobody really trying to flank, but they don't need to. They can find the kill through the front door. Nastie team combining 2v4 now.
And now the rest of the Ravens are trying to get in position to hold this off. They go for the defuse. Scraps already going to find Scraps. Nastie's waiting here inside the other side of the door. They're just waiting. This door's all the separation. The timing for Nastie. Perfect timing. His team is up here as well, and they are looking for Scrap. Where is he? He's going to find the player on the bomb. Going to find the second player, and he gets it. It's enough. It's enough. A team might have a 5 streak, but that bomb is going to explode. Scrap finds a gap in a 1 versus 3 and stops it dead.
In those kind of moments, Scrap just plays his life on there because you expect him up top aBeZy every single time. They clear that out and it's like, right, okay, well, where could he possibly be? Run straight through the front of the building. Nearly kills the seam as well, to be honest with you, but it wouldn't have mattered. Big kill coming in from Scrap.
That's insane. That's insane. London Royal Ravens are going to be sick with that one. They thought they had it locked in. They even found insight with a bit of timing up top. But couldn't find Scrap, who was lurking and waiting. 1-1, all tied up. aBeZy hasn't died yet. He's 5-0.
Let's see if he can keep it rolling. Because honestly, you don't mind a streak on this map. Scrap could be in trouble here. Get out, get out, get out. Doesn't get out in time. Good shots coming in from aBeZy. Follows it up after the grenade goes through. Now it's 2 versus 3 in London's favor. They really have their number when it does come down to it. Oh, good shots from aBeZy once again. Now a 3 versus 1.
aBeZy moving different. aBeZy moving different. Stanley, run for your life. He's hot, he's on fire, and he's cooking. Stanley looking for his own 1 versus 3. A little bit more difficult.
Oh, this is a
He heard him. Doesn't matter.
Really tough for Stanley there when it does come down to it. But aBeZy just, as I said in round number 1, he's pushing the tempo consistently. Once he finds that grenade on the Scrap, he knows he's got his, I'm running with his tail between his legs, follows it up with a couple of shots in the back. And all of a sudden, that side of the map bursts wide open for the side of the London Royal Ravens. They can find the push through, keep the aggression up if you're aBeZy. He's challenging anybody at the minute, Bryce.
Yes, he does look like he's found another gear to move into. Very, very scary. Very, very clean as well with the shooting. Needs to continue it, though. Continue to put this pressure on. Be the unkillable man. That's another stun check. To find one! No, Stanley equal to it. That has the advantage. Zero not able to get that trade onto inside. Now, London do not have the numbers in this one. There's another player gone down. Scraps is down as well. Zero's taken a few bullets. And Stanley says, thank you very much for the cleanup. It's only going to be Nastie left alive in a 1 versus 4.
Not the best of spots to do this one either. This should be another round over to Ultra. The trade is in. Well played from Ultra. And honestly, I think, you know, aBeZy is being given the license to push forward like that back from this team. It's very, very clear. That's what he does on Search and Destroy. You just let him off the leash, move forward, see if you can create the plays. But Ultra this time around, catching me off guard, and all of a sudden the round looks very one-sided. So great play from Ultra. That opening kill, very, very important. And to be honest, their Search and Destroy has been really, really strong. But I think, you know, if we go back to the round with the 2 versus 4 coming on through, they have the second worst first blood percentage of 45%, but the third best 3v4 percentage at 34%. So they've been looking pretty good in those, I want to say, weak situations. Can they find themselves in a positive one here, though? Once again, they kind of see him drop to first blood again. And that's the worry sometimes when you get maybe a little bit too aggressive, you start to feel it. You can get too aggressive and you can be overzealous and start feeling rounds like that over towards Toronto Ultra.
Zero being very, very patient here, waiting for his health to come back. They're looking for a kill, but Scrap takes down Nastie. Zero now going to challenge as well, but Insight takes him down as well, like a shooting gallery. It's going to be Scraps who's going to have a go himself. Looks for Insight, gets a few hit markers, but gets damaged himself, and now they're just going to put the squeeze on. More Ultra players looking for Scraps, and eventually Scrap will take him down as well. Never got going, Ton.
No, it hasn't, because I think, you know, when the team is getting forward and finding that opening kill, it's looking great for the Ravens, but there's no plan B. if he doesn't go forward and find a kill, they get picked apart very, very easily. So Toronto Ultra have moved and adjusted the way they're playing this one. Just a little bit more passive, expecting the routes that are going to come through from aBeZy. You've seen it in not that round, but the previous. Caught him off guard when he tries to be aggressive. We've seen it in that round as well. Sitting at 7-2, yes, he's doing well for the team, but he's being caught off guard, and it's not helping the squad at all. Zero with a grenade kill, though, is going to slow things down over towards B, but Standy pushing it once again. aBeZy will find a kill this time.
Inside! Scraps goes for the chow. And nothing but face. Inside just slowing this one down here. Same thing for London. London don't want to move. They don't want to give this away. They know there's a sniper out there. And they have the numbers. So all goes quiet.
Bob not in the best of positions here. If you're on the side of Toronto Ultra. Aurora Evans mostly static, but Nastie now making his way over towards B. That is the expectation. Zero, little peek through the window. Nothing to be spotted though. Scrap's actually got a free route down the middle of the map here. Could break things wide open. Is the team going to get some bad timing? Answer is no.
Insight for 1 versus 3. Saw so many of them last year, but they are going to shut him down before he can do anything. And London tie this one up 3-3. They were patient and it paid out. Really is a fight between these two teams, or a scrap, you could say.
You know, you even told me about that joke beforehand. I didn't think you actually.
I don't feel good about it, you know. I don't feel good about it.
Do it. I feel this is literally on whether or not we see aBeZy find something for Ravens. If he does, they win the round. If he doesn't, they lose the round.
Well, that was Zero that time.
Yeah,
Managed to get that first blood with a grenade. It must have probably been a double nade gone over somewhere. But all tied up, and yeah, seems still 9-2. They're going aggressive here again. That nade's going to hit him. They're going to know he's up here.
Oh, look at this from Ultra. There's no chance they expect. Oh my God! How on earth he got away with that?
No, that's not fair. Dive out, 180, drop him for the first blood. Down. aBeZy. aBeZy.
It was like watching Yakko in Raleigh when he jumps out of Fortress window. What on earth was that? Disgusting. All of a sudden it is Scrap now left in a 1 versus 3. This is to make it 4-3 to the Ravens. When it seems running hot, things are looking great.
Scrap,
let's see if he can keep it up.
Well, okay, aBeZy. We said first blood, if he can get it, they can do well, and here it is again. Dive out, land on top of the ridge, and gun Standy.
Oh, I'd be furious.
That is a ridiculous maneuver, and not something you would always recommend, but he made it look effortless and like something you should definitely do every time. But works. Does put them in the lead on the S&D.
I think if you're Ultra, the less said about that, the better. And they set up really, really nicely. I liked it all the way down the road in front of aBeZy. They were just ready and waiting for the aggressive push to come on through, but Aurora Ravens now pushing on through. aBeZy. Can he find the pick here? A Scrap. Heard anything here, but Zero will find the kill onto Standy. That bomb nonetheless is going to go down. KiSMET, can he get out? I don't think he's going to be expecting this many members of London Aurora Ravens up top aBeZy. This map's all skew with. Insight now needs to stay alive. Will find one. Will get himself out as well.
Movement not quite there, Ton. Tries to get out, not going to do it. But look at this flank coming in. KiSMET should. Then that player's up top. Not found anyone yet. And oh my goodness, they're right next to each other. KiSMET and Nastie. Oh, gets two. Turns and burns. aBeZy managed to find KiSMET. Now the Chow coming through, but Scrap is laying down. That is ridiculous. I wish we can get a replay on what KiSMET just did. You could tell he's happy with it. But this is the final kill count. This is Scrap taking down aBeZy. But KiSMET just did something disgraceful.
I would love to see it from his POV because it looks, when you can see that it looks disgusting from a different angle, it always does. Oh no! Oh, oh dear.
Well, 4-4. That is not always good to watch. But KiSMET finds two. He was 1-5 before that.
Zero to Danish pastry there, man. That was ridiculous. KiSMET now alive and kicking. Standy will be the first one to find a kill. aBeZy answers back 3 versus 3. Trading blows. They've been so peculiar rounds already. We've seen some weird challenges. We've seen some crazy first bloods. We've seen some dud rounds, to be honest with you, as well. Scrap will find aBeZy though. 2 versus 3 now for the Ravens to try and find out.
And this cuts off a lot of the map. That was their furthest player up, but he was giving them the option to move forward. Zero and Nastie also aren't together. Standy is hunting, desperately looking for them. Zero is going the long way out towards ambulance. He might try and get an A plant down. But both teams just trying to figure out the exact disposition of the other. Nastie just crawling along desks, just crouching, waiting to see if he can even see a shoulder, a toe a follicle of anybody on this map.
Expectation is that would be a B push, but Zero will find the kill into Insight. Fix the kill cam, actually, if anything, just to try and think he's planting. Now going to be behind the bomb. Is Scrap going to check all the way around here? Will he see him in time? He's going to see Nastie behind him, and Zero pops him. We'll have you as well. Ultra now 5-4 to the good. Strange round. Nobody really with any sort of control across the map. Eventually, London Royal Ravens do make their move, and Scrap will shut it down. 1 round away for Ultra.
Well, they would look for it, and obviously Zero's waiting for Nastie to pack him up, and ends up Nastie kind of lining him up for Scrap in the end. That was a huge gunfight. And if Nastie had won it, may have gone a different way. If he'd taken down Scrap, then it would have been a 2 versus 1. Probably would have been traded out very quickly by Standy, coming down to a 1 versus 1. But that did not happen. Scrap just takes both. And they've put themselves within striking distance of taking this S&D. All on Ultra now. 1 more round.
London Royal Ravens, if they can find 2 rounds here, make it a series. Some positives out of it. Great shots from Scrap onto Nastie. I think, you know what, he sees Zero as he's crouching back up. I think he kind of got prone, stuck on the bomb. Unfortunate if you're Zero. But if you're Scrappy, you will take those all day long. 10 and 6 from him. Drop big numbers in the hard point as well. Can we close it out with a bang here in map number 2?
They're going to be waiting on a seam.
He's 14 and 5.
Unbelievable, this S&D. But he has to continue to do so. They are still down 14 kills, but only 4 rounds, and he's trapped a little bit.
Danger.
He might get chowed here. Nade's coming through as well. Still alive. Health back as well.
And now the problem is here, he has no idea where KiSMET is. Did he push up top generators? Is he on the stairs? No idea. Has to back down. Bomb down now. For Toronto Ultra, KiSMET ready and waiting. It's a 4 versus 4. Perfect positioning here for Ultra. A seam though. Street coming in. You ain't finding anybody. Not a soul. They're all inside of it. Well, okay, never mind. He sees him on the bomb site. That's just fortunate if you like. And 4v3.
Seems going to go. He's going to go and look for him up top. Has to go fast though. 23 seconds left. London versus the clock. They have the numbers, and the seam finds another.
Gotta go.
Has to keep going. He knows where these players are going to be. He cleans out towards the top. He's looking for the player on the side as well. Seam's going to find another 3. It's Standy left. Has to go for it. Eventually he takes him down. He has to defuse, but it's not going to matter. The clock goes against them. Standy's alive, and Ultra will take the S&D. Seam did everything he could, but it isn't enough. Ultra keep on rocking. And something Scrap has to say to the camera. I don't read lips, but I would love to know what he just said.
In the end, it's a comfortable round win coming in from Ultra, but not necessarily the most comfortable search and destroy. His seam was so good for the London Royal Ravens. 17 and 6 engagements off the absolute chain for him in the search and destroy. 12 untraded kills is something quite bizarre, but I want to say, and I'm not putting any blame on Asim whatsoever, but the game plan was let him go, let him see what he can find. And when he was finding kills in those first couple of rounds, London looked fantastic. He's dropped 1,800 damage for the L.
5 first bloods for London Royal Ravens.
Yeah.
And it has not paid out for them. That is a ridiculous stat line, and there's something to say. That many kills, that kind of record, and you lose 6-4. He found 3 in the final round, Ton.
Yeah. And I think, you know, you talk about those 5 first bloods, it is half of them, I suppose, but the fact that they haven't converted most of them, London Royal Ravens, it kind of proves that to an Ultra stat that we said at the beginning. Not finding many first bloods. Yeah, okay, they found half of them there, but even when they went, those 3v4 percentages have been looking really good for them. They closed it out. I think that big round, I think it might be round 3 or 4, where it was the 4v4. All of a sudden, they were in a 2v4 position, having to defend that bomb, just about getting the defense in, coming in from Scrap in that 1 versus 3. Good job from Scrap. Good job from Ultra. 2-0 to the good.
They certainly are. Well, let's find out how this continues right after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more action on the Call of Duty League. We'll see you right after this.
game with the Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are in a game with Toronto Ultra versus the London Royal Ravens. We're heading into map 3 on control, and to get you caught up on what's happened so far, Ultra in the hard point looked dominant the entire way through. And then in the S&D, we had a Seam dropping 17 kills, which I believe is a kill record for S&D, but they took the L 6-4 against Ultra. And at the moment, the London Royal Ravens need a big regain. Seam has been frying on the S&D. Can they find something in the control? Can they turn this game on its head?
Well, if I was to say any map in particular that is definitely going to go over towards Toronto Ultra, it was probably this one. So, to answer your question, I think probably not, but realistically, that Search and Destroy, it's one of those games they'll look back at. If a team is dropping those kind of numbers, you expect to go on to win the game. And it's not even that his teammates aren't picking up the slack or anything. He was doing great work, but it felt like he was the catalyst for every good round that they found. Of course, dropping 17 kills, it's not going to take any big analysis to figure that one out, but it felt like if it wasn't working, then London Royal Ravens had nothing else to work with. Looking over towards control, though, Ultra really solid when it does come down to this map. Overall offensive win rate in general on Hotels 55%, but Toronto have a 67% defensive win rate. Look for Ravens to try and take an attack off them if they possibly can.
And that's going to be the difference here. Statistically, it's favored towards Ultra. The way this series has been going, it's favored towards Ultra, but you don't count anything out here in the CDL at the moment. Zero has broken through. Very few little health remaining, and he goes for the stun chow, and he's going to pay the price for it. But London have used the opportunity. They've got on to B.
Can Ultra respond? We've seen things kind of skew when it does come down to this map in terms of attack and defense, which is stronger. Kind of figuring out that it might be attack, to be honest with you. Standing now making the push through, and it's bedroom control. You have to get control of it. You haven't got control of your Royal Ravens, and you've all been killed. Far too easy. If you're Ravens, you have to have somebody here. It is literally essential every single time. They didn't. Standy says, thank you very much. Easy break. Ravens have to now concentrate on over towards A.
Got a player in. Nastie's going to slowly get that one up. Zero's gone all the way through. Not sure they're going to stack this, but are they going to make this push and throw lives away? They're already in a very good position. They can find just maybe a kill first, and then they'll try and break in. Scrap finds the first one, and Scraps is just putting the pressure on. Bullets flying to the doorway to get Scrap down.
Should be the point now. Looks like the side of Ultra are happy to give this one up. Damage has somewhat been done. Seemed a naughty little position, though. He's just going to try and cause some chaos in the ranks of Toronto Ultra. We'll find one. Bedroom is expected. Push. Oh, if he gets a couple more bullets, KiSMET does get out in time. So that pressure now completely gone for the side for Ravens. They'll have to find a way through. Hella high water. Standy will find an easy one there. Ravens, it all to do here still.
This is the long haul, though. This is the hard thing to do on this map. Can you get into B if you don't have control? At the moment, they don't have bedroom. In fact, they don't really have anywhere. They're waiting for their last player to spawn up towards kitchen. Scraps will take down inside. Still, you've got to dig every single step of the way here and try to make a wave of kills. They have a minute to do it.
The only thing they really have on their side is time here. Well, a minute. It's a long time when it comes down to Call of Duty. Seam will get taken down, but Nastie with a little bit of bedroom control now, and Standy is trying to counter towards that himself. Inside will find the kill over towards the back. Standy is really the ace in the hole here for Toronto Ultra. Staying alive is essential. Royal Ravens haven't dotted their I's, crossed their T's. They haven't got rid of him yet, but he might be overzealous. He might just be found by Zero. Not quite. Still alive on the flank of London Royal Ravens is Standy.
Standy, he's standing in the way of the Ravens, and they just can't get rid of him. It just seems like they're dancing around. Standy's still alive. 4 is eventually going to go down, but
gotta go.
Ravens have 25 seconds and 5 lives to do the impossible.
This is their chance.
And they've still got to get map control, and they've still got to get the kills, and they've still got to push all the way through.
If they can kill KiSMET, they've got a really good chance here. He's the only one in a position to flank from bedroom if they need it, but it doesn't look like they will. Zero's the only one to find a kill. He's dead now, as well as are the rest of the London Royal Ravens. Nastie without hope and a prayer here. 1 versus 13. I don't think that's going to happen with that time on the board. Royal Ravens not able to get the job done, and again, it's that bedroom control. They made that early push over towards B. They found those first couple of kills. But you've got to expect a bedroom push coming through. If I'm the Ravens, I'm thinking, right, have we killed CleanX? Have we killed Standy? No, probably in bedroom. 99% of the time, that's where they'll be.
Yeah, they went for it, and unfortunately, just weren't able to find it there as well. But I don't know, London Royal Ravens, there was something about it, you know, the fake coming in, Zero managed to get them to pull towards the diner, and then they went on to B, but just, you are right, that one angle let them down. But if they can hold this, it doesn't matter. They got 4 ticks out of the gate, hold the defense, you're back in this.
Standing up in the round catches 12-5 from him out of the gate. Nastie surely not. Oh my goodness me, 5 HP, didn't take another bullet. Seems there to clean it up, but well, CleanX himself will just try and stay alive in the middle of the map here, trying to keep the pressure on for Toronto Ultra, who will make some work over towards A.
How much do London commit to this? I can't think a lot. I think they just go for positioning. That second tick's already got through. The Nastie will go, but there's no one there to trade him. So it's not really a full push here from London.
I think Zero pushing this now, it kind of just holds them in. Well, if he stays alive, it does anyway. 15-6 from Standy. Surely not again! Oh, with some shots, if anything. Nastie will quite happily take that gunfight, but 25-23 is the life advantage here for the side of Toronto Ultra. They're going to now try and pick their way through the Ravens. And I said, when it did come down to the major, it felt like attack was the easier side to get a hold of. See a couple of holds over towards A though as well. It was a bit strange, it has to be said. It was all over the shop, but CleanX shot not all over the shop there. Nastie gets taken down pretty sharpish. Now all of a sudden, Ultra trying to weave their web over towards the back here. Lock something down, not gonna happen. Zero will be there to clean things up. Scraps inside the bedroom, we'll lock that one down as well, and all of a sudden, Ultra have got it all to do.
Yeah, it's a really good hold from London there. Didn't collapse, didn't break out of it. And that does give them a bit of breathing room. Set up again, make Ultra push you in every corner and every positioning. They're going to be up top here. Clears comes around the corner. Another good kill for them. This is everything they want to do. Disrupt that flow from Ultra. And you can see there is one player who slipped. Scrap. He's going to be through a bit, but are they going to be able to just deflect him here? Eventually we'll take down a seam. Will London react?
I don't think they need to. Position in the bedroom. They're in a good spot. Not necessarily anything you really need to do here with Scrap. Just be aware that he's there. Seam is going to get gunned by him, and he does have some support here, but if you're Ravens, you stay alive in bedroom.
You certainly do. Scrap in a great position here, but as they look to break down this Rubik's Cube of London Royal Ravens defense, let's go to a listening with Toronto Ultra.
Where couches? Where couches?
Yeah, one's couches as well. You stay alive, Scrap, okay? He was top bed.
I'm dead, bro. I'm probably dead.
I'm probably dead.
Bobby, low bed.
Low bed, I don't see it.
Scrap.
I don't see a low bed.
In the lobby.
Oh. Just jumping around.
In the lobby got me.
We top bed probably?
Yeah.
Still behind lobby bar.
Don't top. He's in top bed, the right corner, bro. He's on the bed now, push towards cat room.
You didn't go cat room?
Got him.
That's him. Maybe another one low bed.
D1 and close bed.
On the mid block. Dead.
Nice, two.
Low bed now. Low bed. Running at one's couches as well. Couches.
I see couches.
He's just screaming.
Couches.
Couches dead.
Nice. We can get a point here.
I think he's close already.
Probably towels.
Towels. I needed him.
It's open. It's open.
What do you want? I'm
I'll pick him mid up when I spawn.
Yeah, just pick it up. Relax.
I
didn't spawn mid.
Hit the close left corner. Nice one, close left corner.
One shot. Absolute D1. Last guy above you.
Up and fast, D-Lay.
I reach out.
He's D2 or D1?
Got him.
Get point.
D2.
Look at it.
I have D2.
Pinch.
Fucking shit, boys.
Come on.
Well, there we go. Ultra figure it out. They make the single break. They get into the point and lock the door on the London Royal Ravens. Ton, that last push from them, it was clinical. You could hear in the comms them figuring out exactly where every member of London was.
And I think as soon as they found a couple of kills inside the bedroom, they said to themselves, we need to push forward. We then need to find those kills towards the back. But I said to you that we were sitting in that listening, and as soon as they were 4 dead and there was 3 in the point, I was like, that's around. I mean, in that stage, if you're the Ravens, you need to just pull a rabbit out of the hat there. A bird out of the hat. A Raven specifically would be fantastic, because I mean, you need to do something in that situation that is unlikely to happen. Bedroom control consistently. I will constantly beat this drum, Brycey.
Well, let's see if they agree with you as they're lining up a seam, just trying to hide. Eventually, we'll go down to insight. And the writing on the wall is this. Lose one more round of control, and the Ravens will be 3-0'd. It is a long way back into this series if they want to make it. They've got players in the way. Nastie trying to stay alive, but he's stunned. He's weak. He's naded. He's dead. And it's only going to be Scraps left alone here. And he gets gunned as well. And the London Royal Ravens find 2, though, towards B. But Scrap will be standing in their way, and he already takes down a seam.
Ravens had a bit of pressure over towards B, but you can see the reinforcements going over there for Ultra, which ultimately will open the door for Royal Ravens over towards A. KiSMET now, though, will just give him a little bit of time to set himself up towards B. I don't think if you're Ultra, you worry too much over towards A. The Ravens, we knew this was going to be such a tough task, and heading into arguably Toronto's better game mode, it's always going to be so difficult. Finding yourselves 2-0 down into a control against Ultra is not a spot you want to be in. And as you can tell by the scoreboard, as you can tell by the scoreline, it's kind of playing out the way we thought. A-Zone is going to go over towards Ravens. They will have 1 minute and 44 seconds to break over towards B, but this setup, the trenches are dug. Toronto Ultra are sitting tight. Ravens have to flush them out. Bad start.
Straight in. This is going to be a very slow roll from the Ravens. They need to find some control. They need to make a couple of kills here. Scraps makes one onto KiSMET. Zero's called this onto Insight. He's looking for it as well. It's a huge kill if he can get it. Now they're pushing forward. And the Royal Ravens have found just as small as the huge. They found one. They found the second. And they're going to be in the point. Nobody's going to be in bedroom for them. Standy could be the person again that just breaks this one down. He's there. London get that first tick done.
Oh, they got rid of him as well. This is a huge opportunity now for London. If you're Ultra, you got to go.
Nastie has to stay alive. He makes the kill as well. Alive on the point. Goes for the chow, but it will be inside. aBeZy dives back in, though. Gets into the point. Standy's going to be there. Goes for the chow. It's wild from aBeZy. Tries to hit a zigzag. Standy will find another kill. Outrageous performance here on the control from him so far. 25 and 15. And London could smell around. But their noses have been closed. And it's all thanks to Standy again.
He does ever so well. Gets killed a couple of times in that whole, I want to say, transaction between the two teams of ebbing and flowing between the point. aBeZy, though, trying to do it all on his own once again. We'll find 2 players towards the back. They clean up bedroom again. This is your second chance. You don't usually get 2. Scraps and Co need to push the issue. Standy's going to be taken down again. You've got to make your move now.
One last tick. They're going for the stack as well. He dives in. He flies through the air and they get it. London Royal Ravens win their attacking round. They manage to rebuff Ultra. They break the deadlock. They will not go quietly out this time around. And we still have a game on our hand.
Just about. Couple of good pushes there from Ravens, has to be said, though. Wonderful, wonderful kills coming through over towards top bedroom. And then as soon as the team finds those 2 kills towards the back, clean up bedroom, Standy's already dead. You then have a perfect path in over towards B. They get the kills. They lock it down. It makes it doable now for the side of Ravens.
Just cannot allow another break like last time around. They were on defense and Zero's going to find Standy. Not committing towards A here. I think they'll give it up. Try and get as many kills out as possible without giving away too much map control. Potential push coming in, though. You can see aBeZy might be looking for this one, and it's a good nade from him. It's not going to be good enough, though. aBeZy gets taken down, and there's no trades coming forward for Ultra.
Pressure still here for the Ravens. Couple of gunfights, and all of a sudden you're going to force them off. But you can't be too greedy, if you like, over towards the point. Now all of a sudden Toronto Ultra will get a hold of it. And that's about working your way through. Once again, Royal Ravens have quite a bit of presence over towards bedroom. Make that half that presence now as Scraps has been dealt with. Player over there. Kills going to start coming on through. Nastie will find 2 over towards A. There's not enough time to stop A going over towards that side of things of Toronto Ultra, but bedroom control now. Still 50-50.
Checking everything he can do as well, as that player's going to be behind him. Won't get another 10 on this game. aBeZy tries to push it out. Isn't going to be able to either. Insight now making his move forward. London a little bit turtled up here. Expect maybe somebody to hit a long flank at some point. They might need to. I think it is going to happen. You can see Nastie starting to make his way out. They do not want to allow Ultra all this control. Zero may be the main player here. They can stay alive and keep pushing them back. Do not allow them full control here. Scraps gets another one.
Big kills.
And London are holding so far.
0-11 kicking, but you can see Ultra kind of just set up, ready and waiting in bedroom for the player who's waiting for them in bedroom. Insight will find 0. Now all of a sudden this becomes a little bit more dangerous. The team does find 1, gets out as well. Scraps and Co have actually got aggressive and came to help them out here. To 3 stack over towards the bedroom side of things. Now Royal Ravens very much putting all their eggs in one basket here.
Oh, that's a huge gunfight from Nastie as well. Won't be flanked quite yet, but you are right, London pushing that out as far as they can. They do not want to make this easy for Ultra to get through, and Nastie's causing issues all over the map, but he wants to just stay alive. He's pulling this Ultra team apart. Eventually he goes down towards Stanley. The flank is going to be in. London Royal Ravens are betting everything on this play.
You have to stay alive. Insight will find 1. Nastie with important kills over towards the back. Scrap takes him down. Capturing the zone now. You're forcing
timing
Ravens to come into the gunfight, and all of a sudden Scraps will win it. He will get gun this time though, and I'm not too sure about that challenge. Now for the side of Ultra, you've got 25 seconds remaining. 2 dead.
London's have bet the farm on it. They have put them out here, and the team is doing a good job. They've had to continually try and figure this out. The team staying alive again. 15 seconds. This happened last time on the attack, and Ultra were able to find their way forward. Can they do it here? Clears the way through, but the team finds him as they hug in the corner. And Insight now looking for the kills, but they don't have bedroom control. They're going to jump onto the close. Well, Sky gets a huge kill onto him. And now Ultra looking for it. Nastie finds one. KiSMET gets another, but they're on the point ton. 3 seconds left.
0.
And 0 gets a kill. Stanley's still alive. Reinforcements flooding in from Ultra. London are here in numbers, but they have to make the kills. KiSMET finds 1. Surely not. Nastie and Insight gets it. Nastie gets a 3rd. And that's going to be enough. Oh my goodness. You can rewatch that 1,000 times. But my good God, I am trying not to swear. What on earth just happened? Nastie found everybody he needed to. The time ticked away, and London Royal Ravens made that look difficult.
Oh, it always seems like we get down to the final 10 or 15 seconds. And this is not indicative to the London Royal Ravens. Every team just panics. It's just like, all of a sudden, it's like a snap, and you can find those kills in bedroom, and all of a sudden you have that push, that final push onto the site. They don't get the job done, though, the Toronto Ultra. They were oh so close to doing so. And now they have to do it on the defensive side of things. Royal Ravens have to find another attack. 2-2. Huge round for Ravens.
Nastie's already trying to power forward, but they've lost the original gunfights. 0 trying to thread the needle here onto Scrap, and eventually will get the kill, but no map position for London.
Good shots. Not quite enough to dispatch of Standy. That was inside, sorry. Good hold so far from the side of Ultra. Nastie and Co just trying to find a little bit of control themselves. They have control of the bedroom, and I think that will actually urge them on to make a push over towards B here. It's only really Standy in a position, of course it is, to do something about it, and over the catwalk does come KiSMET. London not in too bad of a spot here.
They're also playing this very slow. It's giving Ultra a good chance to actually get in the position they want to be in. Insight will go down, but they may look to capitalize on this, but they aren't going to win the next gunfights. Ultra find 2, and with time ticking away, and the Royal Ravens haven't even got A at the moment. They now have to battle through KiSMET.
I think it was a double-edged sword in that situation. You have good control over towards B, but they were just a little bit too slow. They were a little bit too tentative, and all of a sudden, KiSMET over towards A is an issue. Nastie will find 1. Dead silence pop. KiSMET now just causing havoc in kitchen. This is what he's going to do and do best. There is actually a little bit of action going on for London Royal Ravens over towards the B side yet. It will get cleared out by Ultra, but look over towards B. Can they clear it out as well? Royal Ravens have risked it yet.
Scraps?
Has it worked?
That's an incredible 2-piece from him. He found standing behind him, had the chance to turn and burn. That single 2-piece has opened the door here on B. Scraps has made a hero play, and the rest of the Ravens are trying to reinforce that second tick.
Help him.
Through, but 9 seconds left. The second tick has come in, but it might not be enough. 0's alive. PaulEhx is going to take him down. It's just 0 alive, and down he goes. And the London Royal Ravens try to make something happen here. They're going to try and get underway with the final dying seconds. 1 second alive. Scraps is going to go for this again. He's going to go for B himself. And he's pull the player towards him.
He got a kill. He got a kill over towards it. The kill's over towards A, though. Oh, and he got off it!
No! Did he get... Was it the cruise missile?
No, the cruise missile got a player over towards A, and Scraps was over at B just trying to disrupt, and he must have got off the point thinking his team were in A, and it's a disaster in the end. to be honest.
Well, that game did not end with a bang. It kind of ended with a whimper, and I'd love to see the last few seconds replayed there, production, because we just want to check out exactly what happened. We know there was 1 second on the clock. Scraps went over towards B. The rest of London were supposed to be grabbing A, stopping it and getting the rest of the time. Again, big performances from Standy and Scrap once again in this, dropping the hammer in slaying. But we have got to see the end of that one again.
Yeah, I think, you know, the streak comes in over towards it to try and shut that final kill down for Ultra. They're in a good spot in that scenario. They expect Royal Ravens to be making a big hit over towards A. They know Scraps is at B, because he had to find a kill to open things up to then give himself a chance to stop the clock. We'll have a little look at it just to try and break it down here. So this is where Asim is then pushing. Okay, so this is after Scraps found the 2 to open this up. They all get killed. Then after respawn, Ultra like, well, they've got to hit A. And Scraps. That didn't trip. That didn't trip us up as nearly as much as I thought it would. On the point.
He's not on the point here.
Yeah, and his team are on A, so he's like, yeah, I'm chilling. Now they all die. He jumped off it just to try and hold down, because he's thinking advanced. He's thinking, right, okay, where should I be here if we want to try and get a hold of B after we get A? And the problem is that he's not on the point. His team get all wiped out over towards A. It's unfortunate. I kind of do like the play, but you need to secure the time. You need to make sure the rest of your team are there to help. He didn't really spawn somewhere where he could help over towards A, so ultimately makes the play over towards B. Doesn't work out though.
No, it certainly does not. And unfortunately, it's one of those things with 1.1 second left on the clock, trying to play his life, making sure he didn't go down instantly for it and trying to get something out towards B, because it could have got an instant capture if they had A locked in. But I think it's the same case again. Not enough slaying in the positions they needed it. But I'll tell you something, we can break it down as much as we like, but we're not the experts here. Let's throw it over to our desk and see what they thought.
Thank you very much, Brycey and Ton. Great casting as always. And of course, great performances coming out of Toronto Ultra. 3-0 if you're looking at the big board. But those last 2 games coming down to the wire. Nameless, let's start with you. Early thoughts here on the 3-0 from Ultra. We all predicted this team to win it. Was it as close or a bigger blowout than you expected?
I mean, map 1, looking at it, Toronto definitely had the better edge. I mean, they started out on the good side. They rolled that in through the end of the game. A couple small opportunities there for London. Games 2 and 3, though, got a little bit closer comfort in game 3. Games 2 Search and Destroy, I thought London was outplaying the majority of the time. A couple rounds, they just had some blunders that they threw away. But I think we all expected Toronto to win this series. They're a stronger team. We got big performances from everyone on the team. And Kleenex in particular, for me, was MVP for this series, making huge plays in that hard point with the Vaznev. Some big rounds in that Search and Destroy with that 2-piece. So, yeah, easy does it for Toronto.
aLLeY, we were talking a little bit about it in the green room. Kleenex and Insight just constantly doing that dirty work, playing for their teammates. Everyone playing selflessly on Toronto. For London, though, we put the spotlight on Scraps coming in. aSim stole the show in that Search and Destroy. What do you want to see from London moving forward? Everyone in the chat's like, drop this player, make some moves. This is their first game together here in the CDL.
I think it's cleaning up a lot of little mistakes that they kept making. I think throughout the hard point and the Search and Destroy really showed they're capable of putting themselves in favorable situations, but it's their own mistakes. They start beating themselves. We talk about London Royal Ravens and Search and Destroy, the second team in First Bloods in the league. We saw what aSim was doing. Even Scraps was getting into the mix, getting those opening kills, but they're 7th in the league when it comes to converting those. So they're putting themselves in a favorable situation, but they aren't closing it out. And that just, at the end of the day, they're allowing the other team to clutch. They're making mistakes when they're up a man. So it's just these tiny things that they really need to go back in that VOD review.
Yeah, time to go back and watch some footage. Right now, though, we got some live footage of a beautiful boy with a great smile. Welcome back to the show. We got young Scrappy Dude joining us once again. How are we feeling,
Hey. What's going on?
So tell me about this series. You're matching up against London. They've got a new player. Were you looking at their VODs coming into this series? Do you game plan for specific teams, or were you guys just coming out with your own strategies?
I mean, we don't really watch other teams. I mean, we know how we play. If we do what we know, then no matter what the other team does, we're gonna come out with the win.
Love the confidence from you continuously since the beginning of the year and heading into it. I will just say, I mean, you guys are looking fantastic. The teamwork moving forward has looked much better, even off that top 4 placing. What is you guys specifically focusing on in this second major heading into Boston?
I would say probably our search.
Okay.
I know that we're like we're supposed to be known as like probably one of the better S&D teams, but when we play New York, we play awful, to be honest. And I think if we could just fix up our S&D, then we're going to be a team that can really, I don't know, win tournaments like very convincingly.
I definitely agree with that. And, you know, looking at you in this series, you guys play Embassy Search and Destroy. You were 0-1 on that headed into this series. And we saw you guys in the early rounds, like you're getting picked apart a little bit, giving up some kills. I saw you got naded on the truck on the street by aBeZy. So what adjustments were made throughout that map, coming in, or in the middle of that map?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for us, we had to play a little bit more aggressive. I felt like we were trying to, like, letting them make the plays on us. And I think when it got to around that, like, 3-3, 4-3 range, I was like, yo, let's just run at these doors. Like, they can't kill us in gunfights, so I don't know why we're playing scared. And we just bang stuff out, and they couldn't mess with us.
Scrappy, last question. I gotta ask you what went down in Raleigh. You guys were looking red hot. You ended up in 4th. What went down there, and what are you working on between now and the next major in Boston next month?
Yeah, well, at Raleigh, our HP I feel like was there for us. The FaZe series, probably we made a couple mistakes, but I think it's just making sure that all of our game modes, we just fix a few little things. And once we fix a little bit of a few things in every game mode, then, like I said, we're going to be unstoppable.
You're looking great, man. Congratulations on kicking off the online qualifiers with a 3-0, another W. Anything you want to say to the fans?
Yeah, shout out the Ultra fans, shout out my mom, shout out everyone who's watching. Those guys were shooting bodies, but they're terrible. I don't know why. And yeah, we move on.
It is what it is, buddy. Thanks for joining the show. That's Scrappy. You can catch him online and, of course, later this week. And for now, though, we got to revisit one of the big moments, and it came from the man that was just on your screen. It's our Scump play of the match, and this one is a 1v3 in the Search and Destroy. Let's walk through it one more time. Here's your mini-map. aLLeY, break it down for me.
I mean, the bomb's just down in a great spot, and nobody's watching this middle aLLeY. Scrap knows he needs to get the player off the bomb, and by then, 8 seconds on the clock, nobody's close enough. Sure, he gets traded out, but that's a round up for Toronto Ultra.
Man, and it's really just a couple of these moments for London that it just got away from them, right? Like losing track of them, timing of things, like they needed to hop the bomb. They had all the advantages in the world, and they throw it away. But nevertheless, a fantastic play by Scrap coming and getting that kill.
Scrap was doing work there for Toronto, gets that round win, but we wanted to turn our spotlight onto the London Royal Ravens, Scraps with the Z. Let's take a look at some of his highlights, especially in that final game. I felt like he was finding his form and control. Yes, he wasn't on the point in that final second, but that's because he was planning on the next hill.
Yeah, I mean, you know, looking at Scraps throughout the series, I think individually, like, he played fine, especially in the control. Like, on their defensive stand that they had, he was in bedroom. He stayed alive, like, the entire time. He did his job. Like, he stayed over there the entire round. He picked up the kills that he needed to get, and for this team, he just needs to be a slayer. And overall, they're outmatched in this series. You don't go into a series versus Toronto when you just make a roster change coming in. Nobody's expecting London to come out and take this victory, but I think in games 2 and 3, it showed that this team has a lot of potential, Puckett. So I'm excited to see his development.
Especially in Search and Destroy, if aBeZy keeps playing this way, can we please look at this one more time? As soon as I saw round 2, aBeZy 5-0, and then he opens up with 2 more kills. It's like, let's start the montage. Get it rolling, editors, because this is just going to be one of those games, aLLeY.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, it just had maybe some team chemistry, like, wasn't there, because there was so many opportunities that aBeZy opened up the map for them. And once again, we talk about all the first bloods London Royal Ravens have under their belt, 2nd in the league. First blood conversion, 7th in the league. We witnessed that in this second S&D here, as London would always get that early blood, but allowed Toronto Ultra to clutch onto them, especially when aBeZy, this is a perfect opportunity. He jumps up top, he gets the kill on this guy. Instantly, his teammates should have hopped the defuse right then and there. They didn't give themselves time to hop on the bomb, and then end up losing the S&D 6-1.
Yeah, that's just like, that round is so tough, because the comms had to have been wild, right?
Yeah.
They're waiting on the streak to come in, and aBeZy's the guy trying to make the play. And what happens there is Nastie's actually in front of him while he's using the streak, and he doesn't push in to go and try to help them clear out the top PD. He wraps back, but he takes way too long to get over towards bomb site, and Zero can't strafe out and play for that kill. He will die, and they'll lose the round immediately. So just some timing things, some communication errors, but you know, the bright side is aBeZy was picking up them kills.
All right, London's going to go back to the drawing board, fix some of their mistakes before their next match. And while you're waiting for our next match to kick off, we want to remind you to pick up your CDL team packs. That's right, look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL 2023 team packs. Home and away styles, male and female variants, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. Check out CallOfDutyLeague.com to get yours today. Now, Twitter, I heard you, and everybody wanted it. It's back. Pick'em is officially here. Pick'em.callofdutyleague.com. You're already on the website. Might as well get your predictions in. And why do they need to do this?
Listen, go ahead and put your pick'ems in, right? One, because we all want to have better pick'ems than Puckett. I mean, honestly.
Whoa, my bad.
This guy's pick'ems. Wait, you picked Toronto on that series, right?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
we all have better picks than Ton and Bryson. They definitely picked
Not the first time being wrong, not the last. We got to go to break. When we come back, we'll throw more shade at the Brits, and we got Boston versus Minnesota when we return.
Need more Call of Duty League? Sign up for the official CDL newsletter. Get updates, special offers, and premium content delivered directly to your inbox all season long. Scan the QR code to sign up now. You'll also be entered to win a pair of 4-day general admission passes to Major II in Boston.
Welcome back into the studio. There's a live look at our control room, and it's gearing up for the second match of the day. What's up, Danny? I see you, my producer. We're getting ready for a big one here for both Boston and Minnesota, especially for a Boston squad that bombed out in Raleigh. Now, if we look at what happened in Raleigh, Owakening was sick. He was playing sick through a match. Beans came in. And the team honestly didn't get the dubs they were hoping for. Was this an expected result, aLLeY, for you?
Definitely not an expected one, at least not that early. And am I saying, oh, Boston Breach was going to go in and win the entire thing? The possibility was there, but the issue is they opened the season very, very strong, and it quickly fell off. And obviously, again, Awakening was sick at the major, so now we're obviously all hoping for a bounce back here. And the biggest issue for me when it comes to Boston is that their respawn looks solid, their search and destroy looks solid, but they haven't really taken control of a game mode. And their hard point, they're first right now in the league in hold percentage, but 8th in rotation. So I'm wondering if maybe there's some team communication issues that need to get some fixes here as we head into their own home major.
On the other side of this matchup, you've got a squad that finished 7th to 8th. Minnesota Røkkr, led by the old man attached, playing alongside some new guns like Afro. We'll see if they can pull off another W here, or is it Boston with another opening W in our opening week of online qualifiers for Major number 2. Taking a look at this team, though, Afro's got to be the guy, right? And is he still our player to watch looking forward to Major 2?
100%. We saw him have some really big performances on LAN as well. You know, they bomb out with a top 8 performance, but this team, like, they're supposed to be good at search and destroy. Puckett 0-5 in their last 5. It's just unacceptable. You know, this a team that's been 50-50 in hardpoint control, though. Some of the best in league, the best in league in terms of map win percentage. So I'm looking at this team to fix their search and destroy. And to be quite frank, both these teams have been ass at that game mode. Like, 1 map win in the last 5 for Boston. At least they have somewhat of an excuse. And this is a team that should be formidable in that game mode. So we'll see how it plays out.
Chad, I don't know about you, but I'm ready for one to go the distance. I'm open for both search and destroys, and we got 2 beautiful casters bringing you the games tonight. We hand it over to Miles the Ross Boss with his best buddy Chance.
It's all true. We are best buddies. And if we were in person right now, they'd be a high five and a kiss. Happy New Year, Call of Duty fans. We're in for a good one here. Ask at S&D Chance. Wise words that are nameless. This is bound to be a spicy series.
He said it, not me. I'm not saying I disagree, but hey, those are his words. But the S&D theme will come a lot later. I will set up, by the way, for this series, the maps that we have. Basically, neither team has played any of them, right? Map 4, Map 5, both Mercados. Neither Boston nor Minnesota have touched it at all. So the later we go in the series, the more we get to test the map pools. But for Bagger Fortress, we do actually have a little bit of intel. Both these teams have played it. Minnesota, they've looked a little bit stronger.
A bit stronger indeed. Well, we'll see what happens later in the series. Testing out map pools is the name of the game, Major 2. It only begins today, but we'll be going to Boston in not too short a time. Into the first map we go, though, over to Fortress, and so far, so good. Boston opening breaks all sweet, looking a flip chance, and look, they've done it.
I mean, as good as it gets, at least for the break. Maybe you don't get the full flip, but at least you get a little bit of time. And Nero with live inside of the hill, but maybe not for too long. But Owakening, that key player, 3 streak right off the rip. He's the man pushed out towards P2, and he's trying to keep the map open. And if he can do so by gunning Cammy, Boston, if they can get these spawns, that's the turnaround. That's how you want to deal with P1.
Sweet start from Owakening 4-0. He had a very unfortunate and slightly tragic turn of events at the opening major in Raleigh, but now looking to redeem themselves. The hosts finding these kills all over the shop. Boston still keeping the kill feed all green for now. The final few seconds going to tick over, and Vivid still keeping things going as well. It is non-stop slaying out of Boston Breach. P2 is theirs.
That truly is beautiful. So what, an effective tied game going into new, but we talk about that spawn trap all the time on aBeZy, and well, a lot of the hard work has been done. Now Vivid in the back, him and Methodz putting in some work around the hill. It is split spawns all over the place, and funny enough, Minnesota actually doing a great job of reading those split spawns. So hey, they're just gonna bully their way through the front. Røkkr, they got some fight in them too.
Not an easy thing to do is read spawns in this game, but for now, so good. Røkkr holding it down. All angles covered. You got one at the back line. That's going to be Owakening, and here he comes. We're going to get this fight started. The final 30 seconds here still to be contested over 2 kills. No, they're still holding it. Røkkr retain control for now. You've still got the pressure. Finally, Breacher in. 20 seconds. You'll take that.
And pressure on Afro and Cammy as well. Afro's going to be rotating in towards his friend, but Cammy doesn't win the gunfight. So Boston, they have the opening. They get the ARs posted over towards the hill, and that is now 2 for 2 on rotations for P2 and P3, where Cammy just not able to get it done, and Boston looking to take full advantage.
Here comes the coordinated effort to now break it. So far, brilliant work. Methodz the next man up. 3 Spree, looking for a Bance. Knows he's still up there. Spots a couple of shadows. He can't get it all done himself. Good work there out of Minnesota Røkkr now to break on in. Vivid, he and Nero still keeping the pressure alive. Nero with a 2. Makes that side of the map still safe. Røkkr, so hard fought, but not quite enough to get the break.
And a little bit scrappy as well, right? Because it's obviously not the perfect break on towards the hill. Røkkr keep at least a little bit mixy, and Bance trying to be annoying again, but I'm just seeing a lot of TAC 56s in the feed. I mean, Owakening right now, 9-3. He has been just hanging out right from the opening break, and maybe finally a team able to stabilize and get the setup that they want to have. Clean work from Boston early on. Final 20 seconds to go, and by the looks of it, they're going to get every last second.
Yeah, they get every second, but chance it's the way it goes on Fortress. You're trapped on this side of the map. No way to get out without using your guns. Now fight forward. That's the play now. They have to make the way to the left-hand side of the minimap, and so far, that is exactly where Røkkr lay. Hardpoint time will be going there in just a moment. Time they sorely need to try to mount the comeback.
And a big moment as well, right? Because this is the first time they've actually been able to secure a rotation and not get picked apart along the way. But the opportunity to set up the spawn trap is already gone. Vivid at least able to make it through. And keep in mind, Vivid is going to be on the 5 streak, so at least thinking about that potential cruise missile, but it is all the nades, all the attacks just slowing this man down. Getting no help either. His teammates getting picked apart along the way.
He's trying to find anything. All he's found is multiple stuns. He's going to check this corner and get smoked. This will be a horrible end for the spree for Vivid. Once these streaks, still, Minnesota Røkkr have held on this hard point the whole time. They've got themselves right back in this one. Yes, that's Afro. Get him. Just about. Nails it. There we go. Streaks had. That's going to be a back pocket cruise missile and the break. 20 seconds-ish to be had. Not bad work out of Breach.
And I don't know how he gets that second kill either. That man just killed him in a bullet, and I think Vivid's look of surprise equated to my own. But once we go over towards this new hill, again, you want that left side pressure. And Minnesota, despite the fact that Cammy's actually in the back, have just spawned everywhere on this map. So, I mean, you have effective pitches getting set up left and right for Boston. Not fun to have to deal with, but at least you get the players outside of the hill and make sure that Røkkr won't be collecting this time.
Trying. Ooh, that's awkward. Bance will be dropped. Kills down there for Vivid. Time ticking. We're looking towards that 100-point mark now for Boston. Breach, quite a closely contested Fortress hardpoint here in game number 1 so far. Breach with a full control. Røkkr now winding up for the hit. All easy reads so far as the Boston players. Full control. Not a hope in hell. Røkkr still at the door.
They're just getting obliterated by the ARs as well. I think the player called out to watch for Røkkr is Afro. He's like 7-13, and if the map is being locked down by TAC 56s, you're not going to have any sort of freedom to start making plays. So Røkkr, they have been on the bad end of a business deal where Boston have just been lights out. But that's all for the reset. Only the first half of the game is underway. Maybe Maybe not the widest kill disparity, but obviously Røkkr, they got a long way to go, especially when Methodz is going on flanks and blocking those spawns.
Well, many wise men have said that in this game, all you need to do is chain 2 hills together and you're basically back in any match. We can see if they're going to get it done now. Back over to P1 we have. A sweet nade there from Vivid takes care of Bance, so no time accumulated for either team now. Bit of a foot race on, trying to get towards that open hard point. No one there for now. Røkkr still looking to make the play. Afro, is he the man? Well, unfortunately, not Awakening with a pistol. Hard point now in the hands of Breach, but for how long?
And I also don't know how well Røkkr are going to be reading these spawns, because a couple of players spawned up in the middle of the map, and at least now it's for the part where Vivid's all the way to the back. That is 3 down in the feed. We'll see where the spawns come through, at least for the side of Røkkr. And there you see, right side of the map, they're out. It is a 2 versus 2 fight for these P2 spawns. Methodz is the man trying to hold it down.
Oh, he's got so many angles to watch, though. Here comes Attach around the corner. Sweet, no problem. All now eyes on Cammy. Last man on this side of the map. Ziddy's got this side locked. No one's getting through there. Awakening now trying to comb through the back as well. Good comms out of Breach. The sneaky moves out of Cammy. And able to get now a couple of shots. No problem. Boston, huge bit of work there. Massive recovery. They're in the driver's seat now for sure.
I mean, the absolute menace on these P2 rotations. Awakening gets a triple kill towards the middle of the map as well. And I mean, Cammy at that point just gets left alone by himself. So I'd say for the moment, Awakening is just winning this team this game on the P2. Man is a menace. What are you going to do? On a 5 spree, looking for the next few.
I mean, he's trying to get in the bush. It's got patched. You can't quite get in there anymore, but it was nearly no problem at all. Bance the 5 spree of his own. Ziddy on the back line now. Desperately trying to keep these players off it. Here comes the quick contest. Checking every possible corner. No intel at the moment to work with. Good work, though, out of Boston again. Not only the teamwork flowing, but the crucial factor, the X factor, Awakening. He ain't sick today. It's the right kind of sick. Your boy's cooking. So's Nero. Top rope Bance keeps the play alive, holds it down still for Røkkr.
And look at that entry 2-piece, by the way, because Røkkr, those 2 players are going to spawn all the way out, and they get killed by the crews again. So Cammy and Afro, they've been welcomed to the blender. It is a perfect break, a perfect streak usage, and a perfect play, I think, right there for Boston to try to solidify the game.
That literally perfect work out of Boston. Breach, ladies and gentlemen. 45 remaining on Fountain. And they're starting to heat things up. Demon Joe, no exorcist here in the lobby, has been able to take care of this monster. My feed's gone black. That's okay. We're having a great time, Chance. 200 points now crossed for Boston.
And once again, Boston is just the full setup on this hill, right? If it's hard to get out of this spawn trap, it's hard to actually break in towards the point. So, I mean, it is the perfect break to make it happen. Nero and Vivid deliver. You get set up for this full 60. And, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be a 100-point club, but it's certainly looking like it's going to be close.
It's pretty damn dominant. Not over yet, though. Another rotation. Another hard point. Røkkr. Time to wake up, lads. Still, that first map, they're a team that didn't always get things going in the first openers, but for now, you've certainly got to do a real climb to make this one even presentable. I would not be handing in this work. It does not look finished for Minnesota. But here come the beginnings of the hold. Can they keep this time going?
And you see the break opportunity as well, right? 2 players through the tunnel. Awakening is all there for the bait, but doesn't really bait out much. Attach ends up ripping off Methodz' head. So the hold so far so good, but that is a very close spawn that comes in. So Boston should be quick on the approacher. Maybe just should be quick to feed Attach a couple extra kills, as it is headshots. Nothing but head right there for Attach.
Whoa! 6 kills in a row now for Attach. He's got himself streaks as well to work with. Now, does he have the spawn knowledge? Oh, he saw him. Nero goes down again. 7 now for Attach. Hardpoint still in the hands of Røkkr. Things are getting going. This is not over yet.
And look who showed up at the feed, though, right? As soon as Attach gets a little bit hot, Awakening there for the response, and he just takes down 3 of his own. So, I mean, hey, Minnesota, they played that hill well, but now you have 22 seconds away from the other team winning the game. Cruise missile coming through. I don't know if any trophies on point, but if they get out with the dodge, they actually do have the trophy in the hill, but at least they get cleared out for the moment. Røkkr trying to keep things alive.
Røkkr still, though, man. They're not out of this yet. Quick setup here from Boston. Identify the angle of attack. And he's got 2 of them. Great work. Now Nero's going to get dangerous here. Whoa, Afro. What a kill that was. Keeps this play going. Hard point now in the hands of Boston. Final 10. Here we go. Røkkr's got to get things going. Vivid patience. It pays off. Wait. Afro's still alive. He's done. And the man to get the job done, it had to be Awakening. What a map. He's back in action. And so are Boston Breach in map 1.
Yeah, it has to be said. Owakening just taking over. I mean, straight from the jump, you start on the bad side on P1. Awakening goes on the 3 spree just off the opening, gets over towards P2, guns Cammy in the back, flips those spawns, and already that's like exactly what you want your like flex AR player to be doing. The next time we go to P2, it is the exact same thing. Once again from Awakening, picking up 3 pieces in the middle of the map. I mean, the man was sort of lights out, dominant from start to finish. It's good that he's not sick anymore. I think clearly that is a much healthier score line from him. And not just Awakening, Vivid is also the guy going on the sprees to get the cruise missile. And obviously we were watching him down low. It was very patient play. They traded a lot of hill time just for Vivid to actually play to get that cruise missile. And obviously when we see it get used, massive 2 pieces able to pick up, secures a free rotation over towards what Boston turned into a money hill, and obviously resulted in a fairly dominant map 1 win.
Man, how scary. Those moments, Chance, we've seen it far too many times in competitive Call of Duty where you're letting that player try to get 1 more kill, play for those streaks. They end up wasting time. It amounts to nothing, but great work there out of Boston. That was a sensational Fortress hardpoint to start the series off here. And one that they'll be very, very happy with indeed. It was a very unfortunate turn of events in that, of course, Major. Awakening getting sick, Beans having to step in last minute. Exciting stuff, didn't quite work out for them there. Looking to right the wrongs of that very tough spot.
And I mean, a lot of wrongs left to be righted, I'd say, for both of these teams, right? Because obviously the next game mode we're going into, Search and Destroy. For Boston, their map pool, non-existent in the game mode. They are 4-1 on aBeZy Fortress S&D, 0-4 on every other map. So obviously they had to make that a pretty big focus point coming into the second split that we have here in the Call of Duty League. And obviously for Minnesota, they had the #1 overall round win percentage in S&D online. On LAN, number 12. Literally went from the best to the worst. Just a matter of the switch over towards LAN. So maybe in a sense, good news that you're back towards that online play. But just the fact that you've lost 5 S&Ds in a row, that is going to sit in the back of their minds. And obviously, Røkkr already down 0-1. They need that quick bounce back.
A bounce back would be ideal, wouldn't it? Well, there we go. Map 1 finished. Over to map 2 now. We're going to roll aBeZy, Search and Destroy. And in the words of Nameless, both teams AS. Let's find out, no chance, because I mean, ultimately, what we're looking at here now is as much of a practice session while playing in these incredibly important points games, qualifying games for seeds. Who's going to come out on top? Who's going to walk away with the most information? Who's going to come away with this going, hey, we're not so bad at Search and Destroy after all?
I mean, it's an interesting thing, too. Both of these teams looking to prove that. The fact that it is kind of weird that you could actually, like, you win 3 series on LAN, but you don't get a great placing. You only get 20 points. You win 3 series online, you get the 30 points. So online play is incredibly impactful for both of these teams to get the ball rolling. When we go into aBeZy for map 2, by the way, Boston 0-1. They've barely played it. It's not an S&D map that we have seen them prefer. And for Minnesota Røkkr, 1-3. So they've tried it, but this is one of the maps, especially on LAN, that they were just suffering on. But they certainly have some reps in, certainly looking for the bounce back. And obviously Afro completely locked in. I mean, did not have the greatest time at aBeZy Fortress for map number 1. So he's not going to blink going into map 2.
Yeah, both he and Bance there locked in true focus. The chest cam there from Zin. He leans forward just a little when he plays. I had the pleasure, I would say, of actually getting the tour through some of the Boston Breach facility actually a few days ago. And I must admit, an incredibly impressive location up there in Boston. The boys obviously looking very, very comfortable in game, and they've got such a lovely team taking care of them all tournament long. Let's see what happens here, though, friends. The Nero, Vivid, Methodz, and Awakening. Big bounce, big roll through here in the Search and Destroy will be ideal for them. On the other side of the board, though, I mean, Røkkr, chance the team that we came into the season with high hopes on paper, looked incredibly strong. I mean, how are you feeling about them going so far?
It's very tricky. I think part of the high hopes is a guy like Cammy, when he's on point, is looking like, he's elite, one of the best in the game. But when he suffers a little bit, that's where the team suffers as well. And I think Cammy probably was the biggest difference in S&D from online to LAN. I think he went 3-14 in opening duels, like your first blood battle at Major 1, which 3-14 is just straight up abysmal. And he also dropped about a 0.5 in S&D at the event. Obviously, on the flip side, Awakening, not a lot of S&D struggles for that man. 1.4 overall, so Cammy definitely has a lot to contend with.
Well, let's see. Here we go. A fun map for sure. Look out for a lot of these close-range plays on the inside of the warehouse and the outside, all along lines of sight. That's where the AR players will be coming. to play. For now, though, not a whole lot of play. A lot of quiet.
There's that
Silence
first
is
blood
broken.
battle. 3 and 14, by the way, for Cammy. If we're just adding to that pile, now 3 and 15. He has struggled in the first bloods.
We'll see what happens in the next round. But for now, the rest of the teammates, the 3 remaining members of Røkkr, still trying to get on towards that A-bomb site. Vivid's got a iron grip on the middle of the map so far. He can't actually see what's going on this side A. And now he's going to see even less. Backs on up, expecting a little bit of love towards that B-bomb side of the map. And that's where Boston Breach's defensive hold will go for now. But Røkkr haven't moved, chance.
Yeah, well, I think the dead silences are going to start to come through for every player on this map, so maybe Minnesota will try to make use out of that in a moment, but maybe just a little bit of progress left to go, and Bance felt the pressure, wanted to make a play, gets absolutely dropped in. Now for a 2v4, Attach has the bomb, but it's 2 players on site. You're just going to be stuck in this position.
What a snap from Afro, not a single bullet land though. Here comes Zinni, gets at least one, out he goes, no probs. There's less than 15 seconds remaining in this one. Attach, you've got to do something quite literally unbelievable. And now impossible. There ain't no way, pal. You might get this, but there's no way you get the round. Solid bit of work out of Attach for the final 2 kills. But a very, very slow start here in the search. Breach take the first.
And it truly is unique. I honestly think we should probably start taking a look at like round 1s in S&D for like offensive, defensive win rates compared to every other round, just because you actually have to wait for the dead silences and the trophies to come through to make certain plays, because it's not fun to try to make an early approach to like that A bomb site. If you don't have a trophy, they're going to hear you coming and they're going to pour on nades, so you're forced to play for picks. And obviously you saw as soon as that first blood comes through for the team on defense, I mean, it felt like it just locked up the round.
See if that happens throughout the rest of the year. Likely will. Cammy, a lot of criticism from my colleague in the search. That is the tip of Reese's head. Yeah, you saw Vivid. Cameron McGilligan, one of the most outstanding Cold War players. It's been a little quiet since then, but you know, at any moment he could pop right off. Great work there from his co-worker Bance. Keeps things alive.
Hey, great job on the intel, just to make sure you feed him. And hey, speaking of intel, Awakening, maybe the next in line. Gonna be forced to back down, maybe send Cammy in for the kill. And meanwhile, while Cammy's thinking about that on Awakening, you see that little dance is happening. It's a little 4 versus 2 for Røkkr.
There we go. Beautiful work. Røkkr make it a 4 versus 1. Shoes on the other foot now, and they are kicking all down to Nero, and he's going to get the bomb down. But he is totally and utterly surrounded. Does he have dead silence? Can he make something of us? He does. So, okay. This ain't over yet.
Well, he made a little bit of noise. That is a lot of players on Minnesota all looking the exact right direction, and the pinch is in. The gunny, though, too. But now you just have to hop the bomb, and Nero, I think unless you get the wall bangs perfectly, the round's going to be secured.
Oh, man. I mean, good work there out of Røkkr. The exact opposite of what we saw happened, with London, where, they nearly managed to lose a very, very... Well, what? Sorry, let me rewind that one. London gave away a round where they had their massive advantage there. Nero couldn't do a scrap. But for now, that is a lovely bit of work there at Cammy. Stayed alive in that protracted fight against Awakening for what felt like the whole round, chance.
Yeah, and he got the info for Bance as well, right? So if we're going to criticize Cammy for the opening duels, he at least set his teammate up for the first blood as well. So nice little bounce back in the round number 2. And obviously, win the first blood, win the round. Both of these teams clean so far on defense. And maybe Røkkr wants to mix things up just a little bit. Attach does have the dead silence to work with, although admittedly, I don't think he's going to be making a play anytime soon.
Demon Joe, far side of the map over by B. He's got a lot of the map covered, but most of the action is going to be taking place here on the inside. The bomb site. What a snap there from Benjamin Bance. Afro's in trouble. Here comes the turn. Watching out for these players making moves, and it's Methodz with a deadie. He's the one making, the outside play. And Afro is completely and utterly surrounded for now. Gets that bomb down. Attach on the outside, trying to cover him as well. Here we go, 3v3.
Yeah, and Attach has to feed the info of if Methodz wants to hit this door, and as soon as Attach gets back down, that is just an opening. Afro has to now panic. And in a 3, well, now make it 2 versus 2, because Attach is finding the kills. The trade for Methodz can't quite get it. And now Boston, they have to try to be aggressive, and in the meantime, they just get picked apart, and Methodz only 20 seconds to work with. Nice little 2v3 clutch it's looking like for Røkkr.
Here it comes. Afro, easy reads, great work, staying alive, getting the bomb down, and he manages to catch a big kill out on a Nero there. We saw it on the minimap, who was encroaching closer and closer towards that bomb site. It's one thing to find the kills, it's another to be able to get the defuse. So good stuff there out of Boston on the retake, but magnificent plays out of Afro. 3-1, perfect bounce back after that hard point.
Yeah, and we were just watching like the little skirmish on like the outer ends of things, and you see Attach as soon as he just has to call out, hey man, those doors are open, somebody could come through. That's where Methodz is, but Attach instant on the reposition, finds an extra pick, and I mean obviously the teammates putting in work inside the actual site. First round on offense there from Minnesota, nice and secure. Boston's turn to attack.
No one going towards the extremities of the map. We're all going towards the inside of this warehouse. Afro on the outside, still chilling. Opening gunshots ringing out. No one's going to be moving too much. We are just waiting now for someone to make that mistake. Bomb planting now for Boston. Here we go.
I think what Attach maybe the most aggressive player on the map right now from Minnesota. Afro, you do have to be careful walking up that lane. You can see, your nameplate through walls. So delicate moment for both these teams, but Attach is creeping up the map and Afro's doing the exact same.
Yeah, Cammy, not exactly creeping. He's going for a bit of a sprint, and he's got this door covered. As soon as Attach pops it, he might be in trouble. Window check as well. Here we go. Zin. Oh, no. Baited out by the noise and too many players to deal with. Awakening, can he get anything out of this? In from behind, catches one. Awakening, Vivid, they're in the kill feed. It's all going good. 3v2. Less than 10 now on the clock. Gotta get going, lads. Anyone there to stop it? No, Vivid. Beautiful work out of Boston. Sensational round.
Yeah, just not enough time, if I'm being honest. That's not an easy one to set up, and you see quite literally for the first kill of the round, Minnesota had the timing absolutely perfect. I mean, kicking open the door and jumping through the window at the exact same time, so the coordination, wonderful. And then there's 20 seconds left on the clock, and everyone else on Boston is still alive, and they know the bomb site's clear. So I think they're just sort of hoping that the round collapses in their favor. The idea was certainly there, but Breach able to just execute and hold that bomb site. And I mean, hey, for every single call, there is a response. Tied up 2-2 so far.
Hey, man, never, ever doubt the power of the 3-2-1 go. Whole load of stuff being thrown their way. Very, very aggressive on the defense here, Boston Breach. Attach got spotted. Will there be much more movement of the rest of the members of Røkkr, though, for now? I think they're going to stick to the game plan, and they're going to keep going forward. Methodz wins the fight on the outside. Oh, Demon Yusuf gets himself another. Oh, come on! He's disgusting. 2 for Methodz, 2 from Awakening. Another round, Boston Breach.
And you're not wrong. Awakening is disgusting. I think in this lobby, I trust him more than everyone else just to straight up win his ones. Posted in the window, even for the second kill. And not a fun one right there for Røkkr to have to deal with. Boston, I mean, that is quite literally as easy as it's going to get. And aggressive as well. I mean, Vivid straight through the bottom middle of the map. Attach gets spotted towards the back. And I think Attach probably just feeling a little overwhelmed because it's not just the aggression down low. Methodz was just jumping on him on the outside of the map as well. So Breach right there in that round, certainly playing with confidence.
This is a 4 spree now for Awakening as well. So putting that hard work right into the game. Afro encroaching far. Oh, hello. That is a lovely bit of work there from Røkkr. It's a trade though, so we're still sitting at 3v3, but Attach brought the big gun out. He's seen Vivid as well. Wait a minute.
Shot, though, I guess.
Yeah, he must have. Bomb going down over towards B though. Big different look now. And Bance, oh, sneaky Bance. He's right into this one. 2 members now left for Boston Breach. Make it 1. And your boy, Dylan Price. The boomstick out and about. Nero, last man. Hold your breath. Count to 3.
And they know exactly what corner he is in. The hunter, the killer, and they get attached the kill as well. So that's a 3 spree for him. That is the perfect time to pull out the sniper and talk about having the intel. I mean, the stun open on the door, pre-aiming exactly where Awakening is going to be. That is an A+ on the homework. And hey, if we're trusting Awakening to win his ones, can't react any quicker than that. Attach out here, lighten things up with the sniper.
Powerful adaptation there from Røkkr. Experienced players, you learn everyone's tendencies and you can flip those scripts whenever you want it, and that was what you needed for Røkkr. Now Boston have got to think a whole lot more about how they want the rest of this search and destroy to go. 3 spree from Attach.
Trying to see He has the combat knife out, so I think he switched back to the tac. Not going to snipe with that, but I don't know. I hit shots like that. I might think about using it some more, but they have a different idea, and they're also sort of getting picked apart. Vivid up top is causing problems. It's the high ground for Boston, as you are dolphin diving your way to attempted victory. But yeah, Methodz gets caught, and all of a sudden, it's Big Wake in the 1 versus 2. Aggression towards that outside A lane. I think Big Wake, I mean, there's a lot of confusion. His dead silence is about to run out, so after this, you got to be very quiet.
Owakening didn't expect the the open doors play. Everyone enjoying the great outdoors, that clean air on the outside of Elasilo, and now the big old rap. Dead silence as well. Owakening, though, Spidey senses be tingling. He thinks something's up here, but the boys are going around the outside. They're going to be able to get this bomb down, no problem. The pair of them there. I think he got hurt. Oh, no, he's been spotted. Oh, no, Demon Joe. I don't believe it's a 1v1.
It's a good read, too. I don't know if he can actually trap him in, though. You know he's going to be somewhere around the garage, but in theory, Afro could run all the way back. Waiting with the AR, he's just going to take his time.
This is a battle of pure patience right now. And Owakening, oh my god, I think he saw it. Stun check will land. It's going to land. Oh, no, it doesn't. What is happening? Patience. And what a performance out of Big Wake. He's checking everything imaginable. Afro's going to wide peek it, sees him. Here comes the fight. 15 seconds. And that is Demon Joe. God, he's hard to kill. No! What a menace! What a monster! Patience pays off for Boston Breach, and that is a stunning round out of Owakening.
I mean, also for Afro, maybe too big of an ABBA fan, was trying to be the dancing queen. He is one shot. I mean, credit to Owakening, makes the perfect play, but I think Afro, who is doing such a good job of throwing shoulders, being delicate, I mean, he just kind of throws it away. I mean, maybe he's worried about the dead silence from Owakening, but I mean, Afro would have been able to hear Owakening coming if he had sprinted for a moment. So Owakening right there, steals it away, clutches the 1v2, no daddy needed. Wow. And talk about a swing round right now. Boston back with maybe a little bit of confidence.
Amazing to think, though, that little kill, Cammy getting caught on the back by that big old truck. Just trying to check those angles, doing exactly what Owakening did a moment ago. How different it could have been. Still, a 1-round advantage now for Boston Breach. We go back onto the inside here on the defense for Minnesota Røkkr, not letting anyone get in towards A. Got that tower covered towards the bottom side of the map. It's Vivid, though, with that first blood, and Cameron McGilligan once again on the receiving end of a big hit.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. When I saw that stat, it actually was very surprising, because originally when Minnesota was performing well in Search, Cammy just wasn't a part of a lot of first blood engagements at all. But even where Cammy falls, Attach eventually makes up for it for the 3 versus 3. Plenty of time to work with, and Nero absolutely spotted Attach there. All of those Boston arrows turn.
Here we go. Agent 47 goes in. Perfect work. Contract complete. Dead silence gets reset, so he's got a little bit more time to run over. He's sneaky. The snap. Afro wants this fight, though. He's going to try to hold it. He's got to get going, son. Will he catch the timing out on this player? He might not. There's no, maybe. No. Map point, Boston Breach.
Just great work on the intel as well. Nero might have some of the fastest reaction time in the league, by the way. Just throwing that out there. Like, his POV sometimes just looks ridiculous when you think he's like sprinting into death and just reacts perfectly and gets away with it. But I mean, hey, Owakening delivers you the big round. You clutch up in the next one in 5v3. I mean, a little bit more comfortable than it certainly could have been. Boston 1 round away from going up 2-0 in the series.
I mean, I'll be in his Twitch chat in a minute, just be like, you know, exclamation mark settings, find out what's going on there, crazy stuff. The man we've been screaming about basically all series long so far, the man you screen here.
Snakening.
Yeah, Snakening. Damn it, you beat me to it. Attached, though. Ain't afraid of snakes. Goes for the shot, not going to land. Just over a minute now to play with for both teams, and Røkkr are inside warehouse, but they're looking for those kills before they get the bomb down. Oh my god!
The play is in. Yeah, he got it, man. He got it.
That's Matt. Load up the control. Oh, it's finished. Load it up. Attach is going to have to bring the snipe in, and wokey dokie, it's nothing but head. There's no way this happens, though. There's no way.
If there's anyone that's going to do it, most clutch player of all time.
But there's no way, right? He's got 1. He's got 40 seconds to go.
And he's about to get dead silence, too.
And Attach, look. He's making plenty of noise. Play his cards right. A little bit of guesswork, a little bit of magic. And now he's got attack. Time ticking. Boston haven't moved. No one has checked anything. There's no hope. Surely not. There it is. It's done. Boston Breach get the job done there in Search and Destroy. And after a dominant performance in the hard point, baby, they are up 2-0 here in the series.
And at the professional level, you make a mistake, you give it like an inch to the other team, they're going to take a mile. Owakening clutches the 1v2, you give away one big round, and it is just the collapse after the fact. Owakening, the big plays in Search and Destroy, the big plays in the hard point as well. The man healed up in the break that we had, and I mean, hey, he's just back to normal. 8 kills for him. Vivid, the exact same thing. We talk about all the credit we're giving Owakening. Vivid was keeping up in map 1 as well, had 9 kills as well for the next go around, and that's on top of the 3 first bloods that he had. But that is definitely a game where Boston got picked apart in the first blood category. Didn't make a difference. Nice 6-3 win.
Yeah, glorious work there out of Boston Breach. 2-0 thus far in the series. We're going over to Hotel Control now for map number 3, but a chance smooth sailing for Boston so far. I think the most intel we had coming into this series was that the scrims are going very, very well, and well, look, they're putting that practice to perfect execution so far in these matches. All good so far for Boston Breach. Gonna be very happy if you are a fan indeed. Though, for those who aren't fans, now we're gonna take a quick break. You can go now and grab yourself a beverage and maybe fan yourself off after these spicy matches. When we come back, it's time to get into game 3, Hotel Control.
with the Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back into this one. It's time to get into map number 3. Over to Hotel we go. We're all checked in. The bags are out of the car, and they're now with the bellhop, and they're making their way to the one and only room we've seen on this hotel. And yeah, let me tell you, it's an important room at that, especially in this upcoming mode Control. Chance, Boston Breach running this one so far, mate.
And you bring up bellhops, and I don't know if I've ever seen one. I feel like bellhops might be a thing of the past, much like Minnesota Røkkr's S&D game. Oh, not very nice at all. But map pools has been a very big theme for me between these two teams. Obviously, Mercado for map 4 and map 5. Neither Minnesota nor Boston have played a single Mercado all year. We talk about map pool on the side of the search and destroy for Boston. Hotel they've only played once. Everything outside of Outbagger they haven't been great on. They delivered. And now we talk about the map pool for Boston. 1-3 on Hotel Control. Another map that they need to talk over, that they need to make those improvements on. And for Minnesota, it's their first time playing it. So both teams trying to expand, both teams trying to improve. And obviously Røkkr, just a fresh look. Afro, while he's been respectably solid on Control so far this season, never seen him on this map just yet.
Let's find out, ladies and gents. Boston Røkkr now going up against your Hotel into the first we go. And looks like a heavier stack for the lads of Boston Breach as they make their way over towards B. They can go back and forth as much as they like. Afro at the bar serves up a couple. Methodz now straight back into it. You got numbers over by the B side of the map. Can you get onto the zone? No, you're dead. And you're dead.
You called that one out in advance. I wasn't even prepared for that. You're just the mind reader out here. But hey, you're not wrong. If you can see the future, then you know exactly what's going to happen. It will be a rotation for Boston over towards A. But it's not like they have any sort of map control. But if you need a couple kills to buy some control, Owakening is the man to get it.
Yep. Slaying thus far. We're going to say a fond farewell to the A zone kind of quick. That is a lot of players on it. 2-man stack. Awakening's got the backline covered for now. He could probably roll back over towards that one. Again, we are blessed with the knowledge of Codcaster. We know where everyone is at all times and what they're doing, what they search on the internet. But for now, these two snakes going to slither their way into an additional minute of this game.
I gotta say, those are 9 out of 10 snakes right there for Nero. Method's only like a 7. Like, he could be a little bit snappier with a snake, you know. It's definitely good work, but you see towards the end, putting in a little bit of extra. So I like the improvement in the gameplay for Methodz. You always got to adapt. You always got to evolve.
Shed your skin of your former self. It's a seasonal thing, I think. 22 lives now for Boston Breach, the 24 of Røkkr. Demon Joe. Whoa, what a fight that was. Attach comes out on top. Pressure on towards the B zone. Will go immediately. 126. Stopped. Kills are there. Nero and Vivid. They're finding them in the feed. Oh,
and they're fighting death as well. Dude, there's no trophies for anybody. Minnesota is getting hit by nades along the way. They don't have any sort of pressure. So this is a pretty big moment right now for Boston. You see Awakening, not only is he getting the kills, does have a trophy to get out on point whenever his team wants to make the call. And how do you not make the call now when Awakening is gunning like that? Maybe it's because you're getting spawned out on the other side of the map as Røkkr.
Yeah, Røkkr pressure to mid. A big moment though from Afro. He could hit the flank here and go huge, but he's still going to get in there. He's been heard. He hasn't been stunned. Awakening still got the top end control. We talked about how important it is before we came into this one, and it's still ever important. 15 lives there for Boston. Demon Joseph, the smoothest of moves, the silkiest of hips. Can he stay alive? Here comes Bance. Wide peak. Damn, what a win.
That's a massive win as well, because at least that means you now have 2 players inside a bedroom for Røkkr. So they have stabilized. They have the kill advantage as well. Now the question is, how well can you read the flank? Attach is staring at it, ready for the gunfight, takes down the first, and Attach's arrow stays strong. He is ready for the second as well.
Oh, man.
Attach just straight up locking things down. Røkkr making the best of what was originally a bad situation.
20 seconds. He's finally dead. Is this enough space though to get onto the point and stop the clock? You still have to contend with Bance, who's being ever so sneaky. Afro caught out, doesn't get a kill out of this one. We're on the point. 13.4. Pinned it. You've got a 2-man stack. This could get ugly. Bance is taking care of players in the backline, but already we're looking at a capture. 2 zones gone. Oh my lordy, it might be done. Go, Bance. You have to dive. You have to get in there and go big. Afro's there to help out. Pressure is on. This could be it. Somebody get the contest. Somebody get a kill. Somebody get in there. Somebody get it. No, it's done. Breach have somehow stole it. What have we just watched? Afro's face says it all.
They were scared. They were so scared to actually fly out and get him off the point. They never had enough reinforcements. No more gas in the tank. And they couldn't get it done. I mean, they stabilized. they got 2 players in the bedroom, or at least on that side of the map, and they just get picked apart. Too slow to return on the attack, and Boston, as far as I'm concerned, basically steal that round away. And no surprises at all, by the way. Owakening 8-2, and Vivid, he is dying more, but that's because he's slaying all the same with all of that objective work. 4 objective kills for Vivid, 8 total to his name.
Opening now from Røkkr, getting themselves over towards that B zone as best they can. Plays in mid. Oh, perfect work by Vivid. Nice bait though, but Methodz going to be the man there to pick up the 2. Clean those players up. And attach, oh, he was staying alive for as long as he possibly could. Eyes over towards A now. Afro's got to make his way through mid-map. Stop the cutoff there from Boston. Don't let them sandwich you in. Or, okay, no, they're in trouble now. Røkkr. Røkkr in a hard place.
And they are stuck between it. I mean, there's not just really any options. Owakening is not the player you want to deal with. And even if it's not him, it's Nero waiting in the wing. Can someone get out of their spawn, please? Now, Methodz starting off on a 5 spree on this round, 27-21 in lives. I mean, have they even touched a single zone for more than a second? Finally, a 4-man swarm on the hill. So Vivid is going to fall, but at least takes down 1 with them, and Nero showing up as well. But Boston finally getting picked apart. Bance finally making the play, and a little bit of clearance on this A zone. But obviously, that's just the start. You still got a long way to go in this round.
Still plenty of time if you get to this point. Boston on the outside of it. Here comes the slow hit. Attach, he's not going to be able to read all these players. Afro's going to cover him here. This is going to get dicey real quick. Let's go for a quick Minnesota Røkkr listening.
Nice. One's going to pinch. That's pinching.
Where is he? Don't see him. We won?
Yeah, he could be outside.
Okay, get my shot.
Be connector. Okay, yeah. I'm coming out, yeah.
One shot, DB.
I'm watching shop. Yep. One's wine.
Zenny's
I'm watching. He's their side. That.
Okay, shit, right, there we go.
One shot.
Push through.
Good shit.
Just kill me their side now. Their side. I'm one shot.
Come here.
Rapid, yeah.
Zenny's up bed.
They're gonna be spar already.
I'm getting checking.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm getting back steps.
Back steps. Nice, I'm one shot.
He's gonna be spar, so watch out.
Yeah, I'm getting a
Oh, P2 side.
Left side.
Nice.
One more spar, come.
top spawn, yeah, I'm getting bind checking again.
Let's see spar.
Are you in bed?
Top spar now.
Good pinches, big.
This one broken.
He's gonna be low bed.
Then you're blocking it.
Wait, one more.
Yeah, one more. Turn him. Low long.
Yeah,
Low long on the steps.
Last guy in the corner. Low long's in. Low long.
I'll get him.
Okay, I'm gonna play spawners.
I'll get you mid.
Yeah, they should be mid.
Watch out low long. He's just holding.
He's behind us. He's mid.
He ran out low long.
Come behind us. Go.
Deep spa, bro.
Couches
deep spa, and then Zim's low long.
Low long.
That's still low long.
Yeah, he's still low bed.
Low long.
Zin.
He's long still.
Double charge.
Low long.
It ain't over yet. We're gonna be able to stop the clock. No, Nero's done. It's finished. It should be the round unless Afro can do something crazy. He's trying to get in there. He's got the kills. Numbers from Boston. They're over the top. Stranglehold now in effect. Røkkr. That should be the second round down. And Boston breach. They put themselves now. Match point.
Just a tough one purely in the slaying category. I mean, it takes like a 3-piece from Afro where he fries on the zone just to capture one of them. And outside of that, there was virtually no life. I mean, Boston just having an absolute field day in the kills column. And I don't know. I mean, I like the communication for Minnesota Røkkr. Like the comms are pretty solid. The listening skills, a little bit trickier. I mean, it's that one guy that was bottom long haul. I think it was Methodz that ends up staying alive as the last man and really just picking Minnesota apart and never able to get a full setup. And I mean, little things like that go a long way, but it is 3 players right now negative for Minnesota. And that's just because, I mean, it's not even Owakening anymore. It's Vivid. He's got 17. He's been able to do whatever he wants.
Here we go. Final round potentially here in the series. Let's see how Boston breach sound with a listen in.
Bance was con. I'm trying to stay bed.
Our side booty. Dead.
One goes stay.
Patch, yep.
I got your red.
When do you guys want to get on this? I'm about to go shop. Stealth spot right now.
I'm watching red.
Oh, he's already in shop. Already in shop, Cam.
Couches dead.
Stealth spot dead. Cammy shop. You're only for Bance. It's the first guy I killed.
Mid, couches, watch out.
Let's go to A. Or maybe B on.
Yeah, dub. Dead.
Let's go. No more double me. Play your left. Spot dead. I'm 3 stacking. I'm staying down. I need spot.
All these guys just wanting small.
I'm in.
I'm just sitting shop.
Yeah, play your left. Watch my right desk. Deep right desk.
Nice. All these guys wanting small.
Let's you there. I need right desk.
Both dead. Talk out.
Nice. I'm storing wine. I'm running mid on me. Just stay behind the cube. Stay behind the cube. I can help when he contests.
Nice. Deep right.
One's left. One's right, deal. I'm gonna go big door. Bottom bed. No, one step. Big door dead. Just get it.
I follow mid. You guys can go.
Yeah. I have a cruise here.
Get it. Yeah, go away. Attaches in our long area.
Yeah.
They go double.
Bottom long deal. He's our bottom plat.
Yeah.
Our bottom plat van right now.
I capped this and we have a streak. I got you red. I got their side red.
Alright, he wasn't top cat, I think.
Play for Dill back here, bro.
Yeah, you can
line down long. Line down long. Long ran back.
Yup. Double one shot.
Our van one shot long.
They might find me.
Double was one shot.
Ran back long.
Double again. That was my assist. I'm gonna go check. Yo, I need to hit you. What's here?
Yeah, copy one shot.
Attach it down spawn.
I'm still one shot. I
Go
can
around
spawn.
here.
I'm in streak.
I can check whenever. You let me know.
One's got this, okay?
Yeah, I crossed.
A final segment, 1 minute and 35 seconds on the clock, and Minnesota Røkkr have got to do it all.
And maybe that's the start that you want to have again, 2 players inside a bedroom, but they have been in this situation before and they have let it slip.
Oh, no.
So this is their one moment, and they got to make sure they shut Nero down on the flank as well, at least in the back, because this man is on a 5 spree in the meantime. So a lot of good things happening. If you want to add to the category, 1 tick they need to capture. You got a man on a 5 spree, and obviously you're up on 6 lives as well. A lot of ways you can win this.
Oh my god, the damage. No way, Nero. Unbelievable win. That could be it. That's game. What a fight that was. Boston Breach, GG's in the chat. It's a 3-0. And what explosive finish. An absurd level of precision. As Røkkr have just been turned inside out on control.
I mean, turned inside out in this series. They basically offered them nothing. I mean, it was back and forth in the search and destroy for the first 6 or 7 rounds, but other than those, Boston just kind of did whatever they wanted. I mean, the slang was through and through. Nero did not have to pop off in this series at all. He was just able to play comfortably the entire time. I mean, I think Vivid and Owakening as like a slaying duo in this series were right neck and neck with each other the entire time. But I mean, 17 non-tradeds for the pair of them. 9 and 20 right there from Cammy. Afro certainly suffered in the map 1 in the slaying category. And I mean, you know, dropping a 2 versus 1 to Owakening and the S&D is going to be a stinger. It was a bit of a flat series for Minnesota. That was a very long break that these 2 teams just had. And I think maybe Owakening getting healthy might have been the biggest factor in the game.
Absolutely disgusting series out of Boston Breach. Safe to say the practice is paying off and they're going into their own major, starting things off on the right foot. Wow, Minnesota Røkkr plenty to be improved upon there, let's face it. But a chance, wow, did not expect this to go so comfortably 3-0. How are the pick'ems looking, chat? In fact, how are the pick'ems looking, desk?
I don't want to talk about it, Miles. Neither does Nameless, but aLLeY wants to talk about it. aLLeY, you called Boston coming into this one. You didn't call the 3-0, but what gave you confidence in this team? Why did you know they were going to walk away with the W?
I mean, to be honest, it was a lot of benefit of the doubt, right? These are 2 very good teams, and this is the Boston Breach who, and the opening, I mean, we forget the opening week, they had that huge win against Atlanta FaZe and set that expectation really high. It dropped off there from the qualifiers after they went 2-0, and then obviously on LAN, Owakening gets sick, right? And this is a team who has the talent across the board, and the stats are there for them too. Heading into that, I was like, they're first and hold. Their rotation just needs a little bit of cleanup. What did we see in that Fortress? They were the first ones there on P2. They were heading into early fountain control, and it was Owakening who had a statistically beautiful series right off the bat, so obviously he's feeling better. I think we might see a new Boston Breach this split.
Are you worried about Boston anymore? Because we definitely were after Raleigh, and they're looking like the team that came out swinging in the opening week of Major #1, but remember, they went 2-0 in that opening week and then went 0-2.
Yeah, they started. I mean, a little bit of an inconsistency that we saw there, but there was a meta shift. We saw the M4 get taken out, and then they had to adjust, and they go up into LAN, and Owakening gets 6. So I feel like it's very hard to like gauge where Boston is amongst the rest of these teams. But this is a very good match to sort of like figure out how you think this team is going to perform across the board. There, all 3 game modes, they look ridiculous. Like in that control, that was masterful. That last round, great indicator of this team's chemistry.
I'm just told that we have our interview ready. Let's bring him onto the show. GigaWake is in full force today for Boston, and he joins us live. Welcome back to the show, Owakening. I wanted to start, though, by talking to you about what went down in Raleigh. You guys weren't really on the main stage. It was kind of a secondary story versus all the other chaos in Raleigh. What happened to you? What happened to the team? And what's going on now?
Basically, for the first match, I literally, like, I was dizzy, nauseous, and, like, I went back to the hotel. I was throwing up. So, like, I mean, it's just super unfortunate that we lost first match and then they had to play with Beans versus Vegas. But I mean, like, we're just chalking that up to, like, I mean, it's just unfortunate. So we're just moving on and we're streaming again. We're confident and yeah, we're moving past it.
Yeah, for sure. And congratulations. I mean, we all obviously were hoping for your recovery and a full one at that after this series. And I need to ask you, what is going on with the Boston Breach for the fact that you guys can have series like this, that you just dominate and shut out these teams? Then I feel like we watch you guys again, maybe it's not the same story. Is it something, are scrims just not translating? What is with the consistency with the Boston Breach?
I'm not too sure about the consistency, but like ever since Major 1, like we've been so good in streams, like we're just so confident, and I mean, yeah, we're just beating everyone in scrims, and if we can translate that over the matches, then we'll be super consistent.
Perfect.
Wait, listen, I saw your tweet this morning. You said, listen, I got to be a demon in today's matchup. You feel like you got to take over in these games, which you did. That's what the team needs of you. So congrats on the win. But I want to ask you about like your preparation coming into match days. I tweeted out about cold showers the other day. You said it's all mental. Does that give you an edge against the rest of the competition? Because that stuff is hard to do.
No, I don't think it gives me an edge, but I truly do believe like stuff is all mental. Like if you have a strong mental, then you're just set. Like it just really is all mental.
You know, speaking of like mental, like for you, is it tough to bounce back after being sick, watching your team go up against those, you know, the challengers team losing that, and then you get sick, watching them lose that next match and then get bumped out of the tournament? What's it like for you as a spectator watching your squad?
I mean, honestly, I didn't even watch the match live. Like I went back to the hotel, I literally threw up, and then I went to sleep. So like I watched it back, obviously, but I didn't watch it live. But it sucks. But at the end of the day, we have just moved past it, and yeah.
Oh, good luck.
Awakening, I got to ask you about the major, baby. Boston is hosting it. There's a bowling alley nearby, I'm told. How are we feeling coming into this event? What are your expectations for the fans who are going to get a chance to see you playing in their hometown?
The expectations are really high. Like if we keep playing how we're playing right now, like we're going to be one of the best teams at the major, and hopefully we are, because I want to give that to the fans and all the supporters, and yeah, I just want to have a good major.
All right, man. Well, make sure you have an extra Sharpie in your back pocket at all times. I think you're going to be one of the fan favorites in the building. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
That is Awakening, and we're not done with him yet because we got your Scump play of the game. This, of course, is Gigawick in the 1v2 search and destroy. Minnesota needs to plant the bomb. He's the last one standing. Walk us through it.
And you know what? In this situation, for some reason, I felt like Gigawick was going to pull this through. I was like, 1v2, bomb needs to go down. They're heading over to the B site, and he isolates that first gunfight. He catches Cammy out in the deep side, and now it's a 1v1 versus Afro. And to be honest, Afro didn't really have to chow this, but I feel like Awakening was playing this hunter role so well and trying to sniff him out that it kind of forced Afro to play a little weird.
Did you see that evil smile, Allie? No, like seriously though, in that situation, he's laying down in the top window, plays off the sound cue, gets that first kill, and he knows the player's gonna be around bomb because you have to peek in through one of the doors to see that bomb site. So as he's in field, he just hunts him down, finds Afro. Afro gives him the kill, man. You just need to play a little slower.
It's crazy that he was able to pull that off. And if you're looking back at this series, that was definitely maybe the round that broke Minnesota's mental. Boston Breach walking away with a 3-0. But for Minnesota, you do have something to look forward to. The young man attached, who's actually kind of old, age of 26, 27. He's still got a sniper, Nameless.
Yeah, he's still got a sniper. I mean, you know, picking up some kills, like he's doing his thing. The problem with Minnesota is like they have to be a fantastic search and destroy team. Like, we looked at their map 1 record, they're 3-6 when it comes to hard points on map number 1. That's just not going to cut it. And if you go into that search and destroy where they're now 0-6 in their last 6, it's not going to work. A 33% offensive win rate. I was looking at their offensives specifically throughout this search and destroy. They won, I think it was round 3, and then from then on they lost 3 straight offenses, giving up a 1v2. It has to be better in those moments. They need better communication.
And specifically, I want to talk about that map too, and that LCL search and destroy. Boston Breach heading into that, like, their search has not been good as well. But on LSU specifically, they're #1 in plant win percentage, and they're 2nd overall in the league with plant win. So when that bomb gets down, Boston Breach is basically guaranteed the round. And I think that was the biggest mistake Minnesota Røkkr had in this series, was allowing Boston Breach to do what they wanted to do, allowing Boston Breach to get into the site and get the bomb down quickly. Even though they're a good retake team, you cannot be giving up that much control that early, especially in the series you're down 0-1, because then suddenly the momentum and nothing is going your way. So Minnesota Røkkr, the composure, I feel like just wasn't there for them this week.
Boston Breach able to get the job done. Final thought here, Ant, before I plug what's on the shop.
I mean, I was just going to say, a lot of people going into that series probably thought Røkkr was going to dominate the controls. Their first time playing hotel control, and they didn't look like they knew what they needed to do. Like on that offense that they had, they were trying to pinch around, got killed over and over, didn't get bedroom control and holding it down. It's just so many mistakes on Minnesota's side, but I think this is a team that can step it up, but it's got to be soon.
Control's a good game mode for them. Maybe just not on hotel. You got a new map to practice here at Between Your Next series. They're not done this weekend, and neither are we. We still got a match to go, and before we get to that, head on over to the CDL store, CallOfDutyLeague.com. Pick up our extensive collection of official CDL apparel and merchandise, including classic favorites like team jerseys and hoodies. Visit once again, shop.callofdutyleague.com if you're on a cell phone and you can't read that line on the bottom of your screen. Thank you all for joining us so far, and remember, keep the party coming. You could be hosting the official watch party for the Boston Major. Major 2 is going to Boston, and you can bring your community with you. Head on over to twitch.tv and join in with hashtag CDL Watch Party. Shout out to my man M-Rags, but no one does it better than the flank. They were bouncing around red zone style, and I can't wait to see what they're bringing to us next. When we come back, we got the final showdown of the night. You don't want to miss it. Clayster in Las Vegas. The Legion taking on the Seattle Surge.
for the show. Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
They say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Because in the end, whatever goes down, whatever you get up to, your triumphs and transgressions, nobody actually understands what it means except for you.
Welcome back in. This is Headquarters. Chris Bucket alongside aLLeY, Cat, and Nameless, and we're gearing up for the final battle of the night. This is our opening week of online qualifiers leading up to the Boston Major II, and we've got a good showing so far when it comes to the majors, especially from our Vegas Legion squad. Not a lot of love for the team when we were watching them in their online matches, but when they went to Raleigh, aLLeY, Clayster back on the main stage instantly turned fans back in their favor, and I felt like the Legion walked away with a legion of fans from that building.
Absolutely. Yeah, you couldn't have said it better. I feel like the crowd really got behind Vegas. Unfortunately, they did fall top 6, but hey, that's better than what they have been doing at all since the start of the CDL franchising, and I feel like it's only going to be coming up from here. This is a team who took veterans, who took people who had things to prove and are still capable of doing so. Clay, being one of the notable members, and Temp as well, have been showing up throughout the beginning of the season. And now as we start the second split, I'm feeling good about the Vegas Legion, Puckett.
And I gotta give mad props to ProLu. I had a lot of questions around his gameplay watching him online. Seeing him in person, he was the in-game leader. He was the shot caller at times in the search and destroy, and the man upped his game. But I'm looking at those two top players, Temp and Clayster, aLLeY. You nailed it. The big AR guns, the big guns, gotta get the job done again today, because on the other side of this matchup, you've got the Seattle Surge, a team that was playing for the trophy in Raleigh.
Yeah, Seattle Surge, an incredible performance throughout Raleigh. I mean, early on, we really saw Simp taking over games, and then everybody came to life. Mack had some really big performances. They lose to Atlanta FaZe in their qualification match, and then they make it out through the lower side of that qualification bracket, and then they just have a wonderful run throughout, right? They get revenge on Atlanta FaZe. They end up beating New York in that bracket, but then end up refacing up against them, and ultimately, it was Search and Destroy that was tough for this team, and then also their map pool, right? Like, this is a team that is winless on Mercado and Hotel Search, so got to have some advancement in the game plan on those maps. And then when you look at their control, they have an auto veto in Fortress, right? And they will be playing that in this series versus Las Vegas, which that is Vegas's best control. So for Seattle Surge, a great performance, but still a lot of room for improvement, especially after this whole turmoil with Pred potentially going to OpTic.
Yes.
How do they respond there? Like, there's an element of surprise as the chemistry of this team. So we'll see how it is here.
Not the first time we've seen Lamar have one of his teammates poached. Pred, though, stays on the Surge, and we'll see, do they still have that same chemistry that they did in Major 1? The games are ready, and so are our casters, so let's hand it on over to the boys. We got Brycey and Ton back again.
Thank you. Well, it has to be said, interesting game coming up on this one. The Legion and Seattle Surge going against it. Of course, bittersweet for Seattle, second at Raleigh. And for the Legion, an interesting stat line. if they lose this game, they would have lost the 1, 2, and 3 in Raleigh in their last 3 games. But there are positives to be had. The Legion does look good. Their S&D has been superb, Ton.
Yeah, their S&D has been really good, but everything else, not so great, it has to be said. They've got some catching up to do when it does come down towards hardpoint and control. But let's see how things do break down here. The Search and Destroy is going to be a big one. We all know that. That's where things are really going differently. But this first map is not necessarily Seattle's best either. So it's an interesting one. Vegas Legion do have a chance here on maps 1 and 3 to maybe try and nab a respawn. Win your S&Ds, you win the game.
That's what we're going to start off on this P1. Obviously, the look for P2 will come in for both teams, but any points you can grab here from Seattle will be a bonus. You can see at the moment they are just holding position, eventually getting taken down. That's 3 for the Legion.
Good job there from the side of Legion. Keep an eye on the spawns, though. We are focusing over towards P2. You don't necessarily get a lot of time over towards P1, although things have changed very, very quickly with that on occasion. You do see some teams set up very, very well for P1 in Paris. Oh, God, we've got to get that gone. Vegas Legion are a good one at doing so. Mack and Co trying to control here, though. As this rotation over towards P2 is looking like it's going to go Seattle's way.
They're in a great position for it at the moment. Obviously, a little bit of scrap time going over to Vegas. But Seattle just holding fire, ready for the push they know is coming. And here comes Vegas Legion trying to put the squeeze on already. A little bit of a trade going around the point. Temp's going to be on. We're looking for accuracy. He knows he's here. He's been stunned as well. Holding the irons for so long. If Temp gets 2, it's a huge play from there in the end. And it will now be Vegas in control.
Yeah, eventually do get themselves round. Really good play coming up from Temp. And that's sometimes what they kind of rely on when it comes down to a hard point. Temp just trying to make the plays. The rest of the team are now here backing up and getting points on the board. Seattle with the pinch, so nicely done. Pred through the middle of the map, and that's going to be 2 easy kills. Third, not going to be quite there. TJ looks a little bit different, but nonetheless, trying his best in the middle of the map. Of course, is KiSMET. I think he's a little bit messed up here, but we know who's who. Clay towards the back here, trying to lock things down as rotation over towards P3 comes in. ProLoot has to do well here.
This is all about this hold here for Vegas. They've made the rotation. They've made the kills. They're now in a dynamite position. They'll take that lead back very, very quickly. It will be Seattle Surge, who now have to come all the way across the map and try to break this setup. Huge points available for Legion.
Good time on the board. Trophies down. Are you going to be able to lock this down? Sib, open and brick. Going to find a push through. The time of Temp couldn't have been worse. And those points that we said are on offer have very quickly disappeared. Trophies down on the other side of things here for the Seattle Surge. They should and very well could take a lead here. Off generators have got position over towards Embassy side as well, holding down the office. Vegas Legion already thinking about the rotation. Oh, big gunfight's about to go down. Temp will find one. Mack needs to hold this. Good rotation
as well. Legion will get out of it, although great nade there from Temp, and Bro will just hold it down and has to go get the scrap time himself, but knows more of a push is coming through. He's called that one out perfectly.
Oh!
Pred firing on all cylinders. They get the scrap time, they are in the lead, but now comes the break.
Pred finding those 3 kills does put the pressure on Vegas Legion here. That middle of the map control that they had, non-existent now. Accuracy, finding his way around. Statistically, actually, this is very much the slowest player in the league. I don't think anyone would have been too surprised when that came up, but there's the break immediately from Seattle Surge. And honestly, it's off the back of those kills from Pred. It just makes things so much easier. You find the first 3 mid-map, wipes out that pressure. Legion then spawning up, having to get inside the point very, very quickly. But the device is too tightly gripped onto their hold, but now is it going to come on through? Pred will find 1, 2, not quite there. Break coming in for Seattle potentially, but Legion do well to get it back.
They have Pred looking to strike here as his health comes back. Maybe just waiting for a kill, and he's going to find it as well. He is a menace. So many gunfights you don't expect him to walk away from.
It's just constant, isn't it? And of course, everybody knowing about the links with OpTic, and there is no surprise to see them. Pred absolutely beaming this year so far, and it is, as said, no surprise. Mack now just trying to hold this. KiSMET all on his own here, really. He's done really good work, though. KiSMET managed to break on through. Is he going to find a second here as well? My goodness me! Oh my god, Clay! 3 in a row, breaks it open on his own, and Legion are in.
Ridiculous. Oldest player in the league, but Gunny 18. Running around with a Vaznev, and he has broken this open. It will be Legion in the lead. Is he going to go on another route here? Going to go for a bit of a dive. It's Athletics. It's Clay. It's once again. He's looking for the players. He knows they're here. Will he get another challenge? Simp's eventually going to shut him down, and it will be Shadow Surge to break back in, but he did an awful lot of work there.
Question has to be asked. I mean, Clay's running through, pulling out 3 pieces. What year is it? Where's everybody else? You need some help with your Clay in that instance. TJ now trying to find a push through. 5 and 16 from him. Needs to be a little bit better on that side of things, but nonetheless, Legion very much in touching distance here. Rotation gonna start coming on through as we head into the second set of hills. Legion not in too bad of a spot here. Battle back. I think, you know, you think about P3 and P4, that's when things did swing back and forth. Could have went either way. Nonetheless, the game very much even at this stage.
Well, this has been kind of Legion's story so far, as they have looked good in a lot of places and a lot of times. But the small mistakes, the mistakes they have been trying desperately to iron out of their gameplay, has let them down in tight games. Can they hold the ice in this one? Can they keep battling all the way through and walk away with a W in this hardpoint?
And I think, you know, one of the things we said at the beginning, the Search and Destroy is so good. If they can string together something in Respawn, they'll be looking like a very, very dangerous team. I think over towards P2, though, they have pretty much been cleaned out, and all of a sudden, Mack is going to be a brick wall over towards the back plan pot side. It eventually will get dealt with, so Seattle Surge know exactly where this push is coming from. Can they prepare?
They're trying to make a big push here. You can see Seattle Surge trying to set up for it. They know these players are winding their way there. A lot of Legion pressure, but unfortunately, it's going to fall. Accuracy holds them back. And Pred is just snapping on everything here. Hasn't found anybody, but he's checking every single corner. And Legion still can't get a toehold. They've got players here, but they can't get past. Eventually, the kills will come through. Pred will be the last one alive. And he might take this fight.
Yeah, there's 25 seconds to go here, so this is good, healthy time for Pred to try and get a hold of. He can find the first. He's surely got a challenge for the second. Oh my goodness! Pred, 15 seconds to his name. Rotation now going to start coming on through. It is Vegas Legion. First one's there. But that's scrap time that they would have liked.
Well, I'll tell you something. Legion need a hold, but Seattle need to break. Let's find out how they are going to do it with the Seattle Surge. Listen in.
Yeah, I'm throwing my shit. Yeah.
I have a trophy. I'm running across.
I stunned Danny Block. Trophy's gone nade.
I'm looking for the timers. I can't see anything.
Gas pinch.
Gas got me.
Orange stairs, probably. Donnie's still on you.
He's close gas hedge block.
I don't know what's on this. He's on the side. Probably on the side.
He's close block on us, okay?
Okay.
I'm flanking stair door again. They were on the flank.
He's close block, close block. Close block. Once she's weak, Teach. He's snaking up and down. No, close right. He's on the block. He's on the close right corner.
Donnie's on top PD stairs.
Old got me. Alright, listen.
I'm going new.
One's top bridge. Yeah, you got by him.
One's top PD. The top bridge to me. I'm coming right.
I'm playing. I'm
waiting for you guys.
Yeah,
I'm in new.
Just stack time, bro. One side, okay? One back heel.
Okay, I'm looking back door.
I'm getting in.
Okay, I'm gonna play I'll play house. Okay, one's at old.
I'm back door.
Yeah. H1 dead. Nice, one's at old. I'm trying to play both your holes.
I have H1,
I'm holding the back door.
H1, I'm looking stairs door.
Okay. I'm in bathroom right now. He's H.
Well, here we go. Seattle Surge behind, but do have the rotation. Can they hold up against Legion? Sim will take down 2 instantly. Product trying to throw a shoulder at the back, but that isn't going to do an awful lot. The rest of Seattle Surge are set up in this one, Ton. The Legion have to find their way through.
And they're tightly set up here, Surge. Not necessarily spreading their wings much, so if one gunfight falls, the rest may follow. There's 3, there's 4. Pred can answer back. Monitor them if you like, but attempt now. Inside the bedroom will clear things out, and this is good time here for the side of Vegas Legion. We're approaching the 200-point mark for both 2 teams. Very, very hard to separate them, but it's a nice break coming through from Legion. It was a really good hold over towards Gens. And now the rotation, the foot race. Over towards P5 is underway. Sib is the first one there, but we're still scrapping over this final amount of time. 10 seconds going over towards Legion. It could be important, but look at the rotation. Seattle Surge are there.
Well, this is what I was talking about. This is everything now. Legion have been in this position many times, but the ice doesn't always hold for them. No mistakes and no mercy. Can they break in and put Seattle Surge to the sword? They're going through this already. The trades now coming through. You can see prelude is trying to put the squeeze on here. Probably in this hill. He goes for the chow, and he's going to go down. Reinforcements from Seattle Surge, but nobody in the hill from both sides, Ton.
Oh, he didn't check it. Simp didn't check it. All of a sudden, TJ, oh, he can't quite finish his dinner, and Mack will hold it down. 213, 214, but here come the kills now for the side of the Vegas Legion. They find a breakthrough. Now Simp looking for the break. 25 seconds to go. Legion can't quite win it here, and definitely can't now. Simp inside the point.
We continue the battle. A little bit of movement, just completely bamboozles and takes him down.
Oh my God.
To figure this one out, but all the kill feed, everything to the Seattle Surge. They take the lead here as both teams are in lethal range on the next hard point. And it could be tense. Neither team will want to give away spawns for P2 just in case, but they have to fight over P1.
P1 is usually scrappy, but this time around, teams looking for a potential setup any second is beneficial. Probably will win a good gunfight, and there you go. You can start getting some time. Mack's gonna have to challenge it, but surely Mack will be traded. TJ up top, he's read it. Not gonna be able to find the gunfight. Inside the point is Vegas Legion. Rotation is 50-50 at this stage. Look at the route from Prelude.
This is the thing, you don't practice for this. You don't practice to hold P1 and try to ignore P2.
Oh, that's big.
Scrabbling a little bit, but the nades are coming through both sides. It's going to be Seattle Surge. Place is going to drop it. Can he get them? He's trying to get the needle as well, and he gets both. Both with it as well.
Three dead.
They're going to try and jump on. They're trying to hold as well. Accuracy managed to get two back at the same time. Seattle Surge are flooding towards P1. They don't want to give it up. They're going to jump on. 6 seconds left. Prelude has to make several kills. Finds the first, finds the second, does not find the third, and they are diving and throwing bodies at this in so many ways. But Seattle Surge winning on P1, and the Legion just could not keep enough control to keep them away. It was a crazy P1, and you don't see that very often.
All setup just goes out of the window. And it's just headbutt after headbutt after headbutt in P1. And everyone's like, right, okay, I need to go off, I need to go off, I need to go off. And ultimately, it is accuracy who comes up with the 2 kills after Callista's huge streak comes through to just slow down the flow of players that's formed the Vegas Legion. What a map number 1, by the way. I mean, map, you know, look, the first 2 series of the day have been a bit one-sided. This one should be a banger, and map number 1 proving it.
Here we go. This is the craziness here. We're going to see it one more time. Both sides basically tied up. And this is the issue. You drill over and over again from the P1 to P2 transition. You don't expect to have to keep flooding P1 or have to keep pushing for your own time. And both teams did it. They get 3 here, and I thought it might be enough, but accuracy with 2 cuts them down, and it means Legion spawn out.
Yeah, Simp spawning over towards the backside of tennis courts as well. Ugh. I hate to say it, but it's because accuracy gets those kills, forces those spawns over towards that side for his team, and it's just an easy flood. Ah, that's heartbreaking for the side of the Vegas Legion. A 9-point victory for the side of Seattle, and we didn't really touch on it too much, but MC Hardpoint, arguably their weakest hardpoint map, and they get the dub on it. But now heading into a Search and Destroy, this is really where the side of the Vegas Legion should be able to stretch their legs a little bit, spread their wings, if you like, Brycey. See if they can find a map victory here to make the series tied up. But this is really what their game plan would have been going into that hard point, sort of saying to ourselves, right, okay, this is one of Seattle's weakest maps, I should say, in this mode. It's one of our best. They still can't quite pip them to it. Of course, Seattle's hard point, very, very good. They will take that win and know that the series is very well in their control now.
Yeah, 100%. I think, again, the benefit I'll give here to Vegas, because you remember I was talking about the mistakes that sometimes they make. I don't really think on P1 it was that bad. Like, that wasn't like a mistake. You go, oh, it's that again. It's happened to them one more time. Legion have just lost it at the very final thing. That P1 was always going to be chaos, right? They did a great job. Clayster managed to get 2. Tem got 1 more. The fact accuracy gets 2, and then Seattle Surge basically just swarm onto the point, and Legion are not spawning in a place to reinforce. Most of the time, Legion would have been happy with that. They would have pushed around the back. They would have tried to get P2 control. But that didn't have the time left for it. And unfortunately, if you just win the slaying game a little bit better at times, you're going to walk away with it on a hill like that.
Yeah, it was just raw slaying. It does come down to that. when we do get over towards those scrappy first hills. Seattle Surge will be happy to get that victory. Now said, as the series layout goes, you know, Search and Destroy is going to be difficult for them. But I mean, if they can nick map number 2, drive and seek confirmed, pretty much. Good game out of Fred, though. You know, I don't think a lot of people would have, of course, knowing him in this team is very much a strong, cohesive unit, but a lot of people will be wondering, you know, where's his head at after the whole situation played out? How's he feeling? Right now, feeling like he's playing well by the looks of things.
Yeah, I've already seen some things in social media. People like, damn, why is Pred not got over to us? Mostly from OpTic fans, but he's always a problem. He is the problem, Pred. Always on the map, just doing things you wouldn't expect, because he's so aggressive and so smooth with it. And even with his performance on that map 1 ton, barely managed to get the win out in the end.
Yeah, honestly, it was just quite a scrappy map. I think we've seen maybe 2 or 3 decent holds from either one of these two teams. There was breaks coming in left, right, and center. Rotations were kind of, I want to say, 50-50 for the most part. Just a scrappy one. Both two teams having that break potential. The slaying ability was definitely there. But ultimately, Seattle Surge just about come out on top when it does get scrappy over towards P1. But, you know, when it comes down to it for the side of Vegas Legion, they'll be heading to Search and Destroy feeling confident. Yes, okay, they will be a little bit disappointed that they do lose that in that fashion, but it's time for a bounce back in map number 2. And what a way to potentially do it here on aBeZy when we do get over towards it. The Search and Destroy has looked fantastic. Curious to see if we're going to see any sniper side of things as well. There's a couple of stats that our guys are being delving into. That's interesting to point out. When we get there, we'll jump in on it. But good chance here for the side of Vegas Legion.
Well, yeah, this is where you kind of favor them a lot more than that, and especially coming out on the hard point, they did play incredibly well. You've got to say, if they are in that fine form to go against what was the number 2 team at Raleigh, don't forget, this team went all the way through. Seattle Surge are a force to be reckoned with. Vegas Legion are the underdogs in this game, but it is not the Legion of last year. It is a revived Legion. They've moved, they've improved, and they're here to see how high they can go. That's one of the main questions we've been talking about behind the scenes is, all right, it's no longer the team we remember from last year, the disappointment, the team that, you know, essentially was a little bit of a walking joke at times. This is a team that we want to see how high they can fly. And the games that are already have, even just that hard point against Seattle, I have faith. I have faith in them in this S&D. Yeah. This is a potential win for me. And that's what I'm excited about. A competitive league, a competitive Legion is a sight to behold.
I think we said it when we were coming into the league, you know, when we did our roundtable, etc., etc. Yes, okay, there was definitely a top end of teams. We know this, but overall, I think everyone was coming to the conclusion things are looking a lot more spread out, a lot more competitive. But here we go, the sniper gameplay is something that's super important when it does come down to things for the Vegas Legion Claystet on this map. When he is sniping, they win approximately 60% of their rounds, only 54% when he's not. So, I mean, it's a small percentage, but these numbers do add up.
Just Sib at the moment. Trying to find what he can find. Both teams really looking to figure this one out. Accuracy, though, with the first blood. This does take away some options here from Legion. Sib's calling out Temp, but Temp does get away with his life. Maybe a rethink here for them. Call will have to be made.
Sib looking for the pick. Both two teams playing this one very, very passively. But if you are the Legion, you're the ones that have to make their move. Clay's there now. Can he find prey? Can he find anything? Mack, you gotta be careful. A minute of being able to find the kill. But they find a little bit of room. That bomb is now down. 4v3 retake for Seattle. Trying to find a kill. Mack on. Yeah, it's on it.
Fuse. Oh! What a stop! What a stop! The 3-piece! And Prez left alone. And down he goes as well. ProLoop says, all right, I'll have that one. That is ridiculous. The tiniest of margins. I'm going to see a replay of that one again because he was not far away. Finds accuracy. Look at how close that is. A 3-piece to stop it. And eventually picks up the ace. 4 kills for ProLoot.
I think you must have been speechless at the routes coming out there. I thought I lost you for a second. ProLoot coming around, my God. And as soon as he wins that first gunfight, it's done. He just has to be so fast though, and the timing is wonderful. It's an ace for ProLoot. Oh, and there's a sniper kill from KiSMET. We said it was influential, and that's definitely going to help Legion out in this round. Oh, so much control.
And this is what we were looking for, Ton, right? Vegas on the S&D. A very different animal. 2 versus 4 here for Seattle Surge. 1 versus 4 here for Sib. Has a sniper, but no backup, no positioning, and down he goes. Wow. Legion go 2-0 up.
That was clean. KiSMET finds that first gunfight. The snipe through towards Bart. Obviously, the stun comes through, opens up the door front, and it's a clean angle all the way through. And as soon as that happens, they know they're not going to get pressured from that side. Temp can throw his way up towards Satellite, and they just squeeze. Good work from the Vegas Legion. Really good work. 2-0 up. Something to mention as well. I forgot that and pointed out. We have Legion's kind of best control map. Whether or not you read into what their best control map is, considering their control stats. Coming up with map number 3. This KiSMET finds another snipe. They've got a good chance in this series. 2-0 up here in the search.
The best thing about a sniper in S&D, and it always has been, is if it's playing well, it shuts off sightlines here for this one, but Sib is waiting. He taps in as well, and is going to absolutely tear him apart. Sib's still staying alive, trying to make sure he's as much nuisance as possible. Will he get the trade? No. Down he goes to ProLoot. Mack and Pred left in a 2 versus 3. Advantage to Legion again.
Mack now. He's got a job on his hands here. There's no chance there, chat. Don't chat. There's one. Oh, now he finds the second. TJ would have surely been so weak. Now Pred can make the move. Dead Silence is popped as well as KiSMET get to see him. Yes, he does. Charles it anyway. And Pred now alive and kicking 1v1.
Looking for TJ. Did he see him as well? I don't think so. That is not a sightline. But patience from both sides. TJ and Pred. Here comes the chow for Pred, but he doesn't pick right. Down he goes. Legion up 3-0.
Cruising. Absolutely cruising. Just a really good job in the end from TJ. Finds that second kill. Has to trade that against Mack. If Mack finds a 2 there, that's the round the opposite way. Finds a trade. Bottom down. Pretty simple from there. Really good work from the Vegas Legion. They just control the map so well. I think the presence from KiSMET's sniper just worries Seattle a little bit. You see KiSMET playing those aggressive angles. Sib was back here trying to defend with the sniper. Different kind of player when it does come down to it in this scenario. Look at this big hit here coming in from Seattle. They're going to go quick. Looks like TJ's making the route.
Accuracy going all the way back here, but TJ just going for this one aggressively. Doesn't see him, but will eventually find Pred. That is first blood for him as well. Tem picks up Sib as well.
Oh, wow.
Tem finds the second. And now they are hunting. Mack left alone in a 1 versus 4. Is there any hero play? Is there any light at the end of this tunnel? And Temp's going to be fine. And no, that's 3 for Temp. That's 4 now for Vegas Legion.
Seattle are getting beaten around aLLeY here. In every single corner of the map. And
it is.
I said it's just control. It's just really good map control from the side of Legion. Yes, okay, the clutch situation for ProLoot in the first round. Yes, the snipes coming in from Clay have really helped things out. Really nice play from TJ as well. Dead Silence popped. Just decides to send it. Sometimes those rounds work out. Doesn't necessarily have to be a big brain play. Ball made them 5 in a row here for TJ.
Well, there's been a stun check. He'll be looking for this one now. TJ knows the player was here. TJ going for this one. Maybe 6, but doesn't choose to chow. Waits it out. They're going to go for the bomb plant.
Complete control of the site. Manages to find his way through. Knows they're not pushing from that side. And Mack just sprays through the wall. You hate to see it. Vegas Legion now 3v4 for them. 2v4.
He brings it back. It's down to a 2 versus 2. Legion managed to bring this one back. Max takes him down. It's now Priestahh in a 1 versus 2.
Got he popped.
Gonna find one as well. Down to a 1 versus 1. A potential clutch for Priestahh as he goes all the way around the houses, all the way around the map. Dead silence. Being used to his maximum. He knows where Mack is as well. Surely for the veteran, the world champion. This is written in the stars.
Yeah, good luck, Mack.
Oh! Oh no! Mack has locked it in. Mack has ice, and he shuts down Priestahh. Gets the defuse. The 1v1 to Mack.
It's a 50-50.
Every right not to be happy.
It's a 50-50. Which way does he go? Oh, it's just the peak of the head, and he melts him. 2 HP. Oh.
And Clay thought he had it. He repositioned. He had information. He had patience.
But yeah, he has to check it at that time. He has to check it.
Unbelievable. Mack calls it perfectly right there at the end, and Seattle will get a point on the board.
Yes, indeed, after all of that. Just a drop of blood in the grand scheme of things for the Vegas Legion. Still in a really comfortable spot, but you know, search and destroy, things can get a little bit tense. You lose 1 round, you lose 2. All of a sudden, it's a very different game. Pred. Dead silence popped straight through the middle of the map here as well. Spins because he has pro loot, and here comes the cavalry. Pred just trying to survive. Pred dead. Bomb down. 4v3.
Simp just trying to make sure no one gets this thing. I think Clay's seen him on the right though, and he gets away with the tiniest of margins. Eventually, TJ will take him down. There is no place to hide. And they're pushing forward as well. Mack gets another kill.
No tread.
It's still advantage to Vegas. Mack still have 2 health points as well. Priestahh gets accuracy. It's just Mack. It's only Mack, but it's been too late. That will be diffused. And they were just falling. They were fighting on the back foot the entire time, Ton.
Yeah. They did really well to get themselves into the site and get that bomb down, but as soon as they lose that first gunfight, it is literally backpedal, backpedal, backpedal. Just try to get out, try to survive, get yourself in a position. Priestahh finding the pick over towards Sib, or Nelly finding the pick to allow TJ to actually find the kill. Completely opens things up for the Vegas Legion, because now you've cleared up towards the top side. You know where they're coming from, and it's only going to be down low. Sib, accuracy. Breadstick apiece. 5-1 for the Vegas Legion now. Surely they tie the series up. Yeah, Temple with another first blood.
Seattle struggling nice and deep. TJ calling in the missile. Gotta curve it, trying to get it round. It's not going to be enough though. 3 versus 3. Vegas still looking to put this one to bed right here and right now.
Good kill coming
advantage here.
Yeah, they're just squeezing all the time. They find a kill, reposition, just tighten them up.
You see they're playing patient. This is teamwork out of the Legion.
Surely accuracy
they
is
don't want to make any mistakes.
Yeah. Accuracy very much on a swivel. Dead Hero has to reposition. He's going to be checked up as soon as he comes around the corner, but he's got attack, and you've got it. Vazdev, unfortunately, TJ has to back her down for accuracy. Finds a second. Prolute now in a 1 versus 2. You don't tell that.
And this is what I said about small mistakes. Accuracy sitting on a heli just takes out 3 members of Legion. And they are still in this S&D. Surely there's no way the Legion can throw this.
Accuracy on a heady is not something you want to contend. I presume good shots coming in from him. We didn't see one of them, but 3 big kills from accuracy. As you said, surely, Legion, don't throw this one away. But that's the kind of round that you can go, ugh, that one stings. But do they have the composure? I mean, they sent it down mid-map here, but they've not read what Seattle are doing. Temp needs to stay alive yet.
Temp knows, though. Managed to get that trade, and he just throws it the wrong time. Actually gets it back. Down to a 2 versus 3. And TJ might get caught here as well, and he does. It's a 2 versus 2. Chaos over at B site.
Can they get that bomb, though? It's not the best of spots, and KiSMET, another snipe kill. 1v2 for Simp.
Oh, he's going to get caught, though, jumping, and he is going to go down, but he's so weak, Simp. Managed to go all the way around. Is he find a player? No! Prolu gets him while he's still weak, and Legion win the S&D. Whew! I was a little bit nervous. When he managed to get away, I thought he might just have called it correctly. And even got a few bullets on a Prolu. But the Legion get the S&D. The map we thought they would have.
Influential sniper players from KiSMET. Big plays from time and time again. Prolu with their big clutch rounds. Everybody chipping in. TJ there as well. Everyone from Legion doing their work there. Everyone. A really, really solid map out of them. And for aBeZy, that takes them to, what, 4-1 now. Their search and destroy overall is looking so good. Now sitting at 11-5. They are such a threat, and teams who are good at search and destroy are so hard to play against because, yeah, okay, if you can nick one off them, you know you're in the driving seat, but doing that is very much harder done than said. Is that the saying? Honestly, words are hard today. Big win for the side of the Legion, heading into a map number 3 that we have not seen full stop from Seattle Surge. This one's on a knife edge twice.
It really is, and I'll be honest with you, that's looking good for Legion. Like I said, closer on the hard point than I was kind of expecting. But going into control, they're not really favored, but anything can happen. We don't know what's happened in the week's practice leading up to this. Maybe a change. Let's find out after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Upgrade your game with the Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. You are joining us here with Vegas Legion versus Seattle Surge. It is all tied up. A close hard point, but not a close S&D. Legion really stretching their legs on that one. Going into the control, though, the Legion have basically just not been a good control team this season, even with Temp dropping those kind of numbers, Ton.
I mean, there you go. I was just hitting our stats, guys. I was like, hey, do we have the numbers for Temp specifically on this map? Well, there you go. 2.3. I mean, it's over 2 maps, in fact. But it's still very, very impressive. But can he keep it up against somebody like the Seattle Surge, who haven't yet to play this map? It is usually their order veto. Have they been working on it? Is this their chance to work on it? I wonder. Seattle Surge now, can you do something here, or can Legion just do what they usually do to teams on this map?
Already a few kills going down, and actually Temp stops the bleeding. Already going away from them. Temp going for the reposition. Look for the player out here who's going to know. Almost gets caught with that stun again, but Clayster will take him down. Helps him out a little bit. Temp playing his life, and there is a big chow going on towards 8. At the moment, Vegas not willing to give away anything.
Seattle, welcome to the blender. Oh, bad timing for Temp, though. Accuracy. Slither of hope. Let's try and find himself out. Not going to happen. Clayster will lock that one down. Good work here from Legion. Now for the side of Seattle Surge, it is very much a difficult thing to try and get yourself out of. I say that as 3 kills, 4 kills fall their way. This is now danger. Legion, can you answer back to Seattle Surge? Sudden flurry of kills. Temp will find 1, Prolute find a second. Just about rebuilding it.
Yeah, Temp doing the big plays there. Gets that first nade out as well.
Fight.
They're just waiting. Temp again trying to make a little bit of a push up. This seems very well drilled actually from Legion. They're not putting themselves in too bad of a position, and now they can start making the kills. Going for it. He finds everyone but Prolute, and he's using that tire to stay alive. Eventually will go down. Seattle Surge do not want to be bottled up again.
Any tick is a good one. Pred now pushing forward, and this is where he can be such a nuisance inside of Arch. Can't find the third. TJ's there to clean it up. Nobody on the point here for Seattle Surge, but just happy to keep control. If they're alive outside of gate, they're doing okay. Oh, probably big gunfight winners again. We've seen a couple of them from him. Simp will get caught in the end, looking like a solid Legion defense. Who actually knows at this stage?
Well, this is everything here now for Simon. They really want at least a tick onto this. Pred going to try and make the play, and he does. He finds 2. His teammate gets onto the point as well. Mack is there. Pred continuing to be a problem. A 4 streak for him as he continues to just try and slay out. That's everything he's doing. He's being difficult. He's being the issue. And he continues this reign of terror. A 6 streak from Pred will allow them to get the A point, Ton.
Yeah, over to them now. Now Legion having a little look at it here. Not going to get them out, so there you go. 3 ticks for the side of Seattle Surge on the attack. Legion with only 3 lives remaining here. The slaying arrow's not worked in their favor. 3v8. Bad spot for Legion. They didn't even notice the lives now being capped.
This is kind of insane. The Legion look like they're in control for a good portion of this, but they've lost everything now. They're on the point. Prolute breaks in. Accuracy's going to be there. Clayster gets him as well. But there's so much time. It's a 1 versus 6. And down it goes, and Seattle Surge take that attack.
And that's one of those moments where if you're Legion, and again, I mean, I don't know if they didn't notice, but I didn't really notice until, because there was so much going on, how low the lives were. And I wonder if they were just being overzealous and trying to retake, just take the small L's and move on. And they didn't. They just kept going.
Yeah, I think they had a way of playing it, and it was working out for them. They were keeping Seattle on the back foot, like 14 seconds, nothing captured. Unfortunately, Pred went on a 6 streak, ends on a 7, and it just completely destroyed everything Legion had going for them.
Can they answer back? Seattle Surge, we haven't seen them on this map. In the first round we see on them, they bloody one attack.
They're continuing to try and win this defense as well. You know, to see TJ backs up there. He gets accuracy, doesn't push it any further. He knows he doesn't have any teammates to get this trade for him as well. Legion will be looking to break out this as efficiently as possible. And they take down Pred. They've managed to find a way through. Accuracy, though. The man they expecting to just hold points like this.
And honestly, if I'm playing on Fortress, the last person I want to see in green or in bottom art is Pred. I mean, the man is a menace. He's pushing forward, playing corners, flying at you left, right, and center. Great shots from ProLoot, though. And Legion, for all that Pred and Co are doing really good work, are slowly but surely clawing their way out and have purchase on A now.
Pred slowing down, waiting for his teammates through as well. He takes out Mack with that grenade, unfortunately, but it does mean that Legion aren't actually capturing everything. Clayster makes a break into B. This will split focus here for them.
He's in a good spot to cover the cross, though. Needs his team to get onto the point. And they're not doing it. They're just funneling through. TJ now, is he going to surely get traded? Yes, he does. And Clay, when you step up to that position, you can stop the Seattle players pushing over towards A from top or bottom art. Easier said than done, though. That's the saying, mate. I forgot about it last time. Here we go. Vegas Legion just pressed into their spawn. Seattle Surge 2 to the good.
Well, that was a pretty dominant ton in the end. And I thought for a few times Legion might be able to get it, but they just weren't able to really get anything locked in towards any point. But yeah, they win an attack with no ticks in 14 seconds and then deny a single tick to Legion. And it's not looking good for Legion. We said the control hasn't been statistically amazing. They are not known as a good control team. I thought they would have had that first offense. Maybe they can here on their second.
And as said, this has been their better map. I mean, it's like, what is not their worst one? It's kind of the situation when it has come down to control. Overall, the mode is not being great for them. Sib breaking in over towards B. Second kill will be huge. There you go, TJ. That was a drop shot. Already killed, and then there you go. Seattle Surge have found themselves a way out. Legion spawning over towards A. Danger here for the side of Legion. Good kills from Clay.
Still alive, though. That second ticket isn't going to come in. TJ gets it just in time. The key thing here is for Seattle Surge not to get bottled in and Vegas Legion to try and bottle them. They have to move in this wave of kills and push Seattle all the way back. It wasn't enough last time as TJ managed to get some beautiful movement there onto Sib. Clayster gets one. They're now going to challenge accuracy here in this. He goes for the pre-fire. He knows somebody's challenging it. Eventually runs out of bullets. Clayster takes him down. And they are just on the cusp of being able to push Seattle back into their spawn.
TJ gets gunned. 7 code now. A lot of bodies over towards A. Now for Legion, do you overcheck this? I mean, you kind of have to. It's a huge grenade from Temp. Can he clean it up as well? Here we go. Number 3, well played. 11 and 15 out of him is not necessarily the kind of KD we have expected from Don Don on this map. And trying to lock it down, trying to get his team back into this game.
On the cross, eventually goes down to Pred, though. A little bit of sunlight here for Seattle Surge. Legion trying to shut the door. Clayster knows where he is as well. Won't win the gunfight against Pred. Still, it just remains open for Seattle, just a little bit. They've done more with less, and they did it last time around. But Pred, how do you win that gunfight? It was ready for you. But now they're on to A.
Just quite simply, Pred things. And now capped accuracy, putting the pressure in over towards B as well. This is disastrous scenario now for the side of Vegas Legion. Accuracy just trying to stay alive. Look at the lives, 9 to 9. Make that 9 to 8 now. Make it 8 to 8. Back and forth we go. Oh my god. It's done. It might be done.
Looking for it as well. Eventually TJ gets him. 6 versus 6. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. This is about to slow down. Both teams will be aware of the lives. Pred finds TJ.
Had to be Luke, by the way.
as well. 4 lives remaining for Vegas. And Pred. And Pred. Not going to get the second one as well. 3 versus 4.
Legion have to move. Let's go now quickly. You've got to move. You don't move quick enough. For 3 to 0. First time around on Fortress Control. Yeah, honestly, Don, same. Not a clue how user managed to do that. But Seattle Surge, that was dominant.
Wow. I expected maybe a little bit more of a scramble at the end, but the Legion were just not in position. Over and over again, Seattle Surge were better. think you can give a little bit of that credit to Pred. Some mortar accuracy, but that was ridiculous, especially that first round. They were 14 seconds away from losing the first round without a tick. A 6 streak from Pred, and they walk away with a victory.
And I think, I say, we haven't seen this map from them at all. So we really didn't know what to expect. We thought Legion would have the advantage here. But when you allow Pred to...
I thought Legion would have the advantage. I don't think they're a very good control.
Well, no, they're not. But considering Seattle's automatic veto was always this map, the first time they're going to play it on, well, yeah, as I said, Legion's best control map, you at least thought, oh, okay, well, they've got a good chance here, but to get B3-0 is got to be a little bit underwhelming heading into map number 4. And I think it's, you know, we talk about Pred and the KD, etc., but it's the way he plays the positions. It's where he's playing it. He's so smart, throwing shoulders, backing on down when he needs to, going forward when he needs to. He just has such good game sense. And the gunny alongside of it. Seattle Surge, that was impressive.
Yeah. Again, just the tiniest of differences. I felt like there were very good points there for Vegas Legion. They kept trying to bottle up. So the problem is bottling up is not easy, especially when Pred is doing Pred things. Over and over again, he keeps just going, oh, no, I'll just do whatever I feel like. I'll break this open. I'll get this huge kind of like streak going through. You then have to chase me through bottom green. It is difficult to deal with him at all times.
Yeah, that was really tough. I think it's the kind of map you don't want somebody who plays that elusive Slayer. To be honest, basically, I would just Fortress control is my idea of a nightmare when it does come down to playing against somebody like Pred. But Mikado Hardpoint is what's going to be coming up in map number 4. Let's see if they can get something going here for the side of Vegas Legion. We've seen a couple of decent showings from Legion on Hardpoint, but they just haven't been able to close it out. I think, you know, you alluded to that in map number 1, and I mean, we got to see the end result, of course. How does it play out this time on map number 4?
So here's something I'm just going to kind of throw in for people at home thinking about this here. I want you to bear in mind context when we watch some of these games. Like I said, Legion, if they lose this series, we'll have lost to 1, 2, and 3 from Raleigh in the last few weeks. But it hasn't been one-sided. Bearing in mind benchmark-wise, Legion are still working their way on improving, getting further up that field, getting rid of the mistakes. I think, and I'm going to put this out there, I think we're seeing a good Legion at the moment. I don't think there have been as many mistakes as in the past games we've seen. I don't think that they don't look as practiced on some of these game modes. Yes, the control was a 3-0. I think there's positives to say from the Legion are improving slowly over time. And that is fantastic. Again, like I said, context matters. If you're playing number 2 from Raleigh, your first game back in the next set of qualifiers, you are a massive underdog story. So I'm not really saying a lot of negatives here for the Legion. Obviously, Seattle are ridiculous. Pred is obscene, and it is basically just a one-man wrecking crew. But this is what we expect from Seattle. Legion are still very much in this game as well. We get to map 5. Whew.
Of course they are. I just think, you know, they don't have the firepower to match up with the Pred. I think it's such a big issue across the board. You know, I would say it's relatively tight in places, but Pred, prime example, number 1 there on control. He's up in your face. He's playing that kind of game. It's very, very difficult for the side of Vegas Legion. But I just don't know if Hardpoint's going to be it here. We've seen how good Seattle will look, but I agree with you. You know, for the side of Vegas Legion, their last 3 games have been very, very difficult in terms of seedings and where people have ended up finishing. They are still a very, very solid team. And I don't think we should make too many assumptions based on the result of this game, which way it goes. If it does go over towards Seattle, obviously, if Legion can come back, then we can make some assumptions that they're very much here to stay towards the top. But is it going to happen with Mikado? I'm not too sure. For Seattle, when it does come down to Mikado Hardpoint, rotation, 4th best team. Holt, 1st team on the leaderboard. And then when it comes down to break rates, they are number 3, ranked out of 12 on every single one. So that's number 4, number 1, and number 3. And all the things that you need to be good at Hardpoint on this map specifically. You got to be feeling good for yourself, surely.
We do, but we will have to see how this one plays out. Seattle Surge could take this away here. The Legion will be trying to hold on and take this to a map number 5. Straight into the point here for Legion, but we know this isn't really about P1, it's about P2.
See if Legion can hold it down. We've seen London really struggle to do so, well, it's a good start. Placed it, a couple of kills coming on through. Accuracy is eventually able to have good shots on the Prelude as well. Now the pressure's starting to come on through. We'll undoubtedly expect some players pushing this side. TJ shows himself. Accuracy patient. Where are Legion going to spawn? I don't think it'll be close. Really nice break. It's all off the back of Accuracy. Spawns now flipped. Yeah, Surge in control.
Yeah, if you're Legion, you'll be trying to get as many points off this P1 now. Because you know you might not get an awful lot off of P2, but the more you can get here kind of softens the blow a little bit. They are going for a squeeze though. There's a couple of kills going down, and the Legion are now moving into action here. Can they find anything? But the kill feed goes all Seattle Surge, and what could have been a flip back for them has not panned out.
Potential pinch on the cards here. Let's keep an eye on the map. Clayster will help clean up. Kill towards mid. Simp will find one. He needs to stay alive, really. I know he wants to child. We'll have to child. Prelude will find him. Clayster on the other side of things now. And I found Prelude there. Yes, okay, you need to get inside the point. Maybe just slow it down. See if the rest of your team can find some kills. Ultimately, they can't, so it wouldn't have mattered. But CDL said still continuing to tick time up here. Big kill on the rotation. Simp is going to break through as well. Disaster now for the side of Legion. Yep, he's gone.
Oh my goodness. Timing perfection there from Simp. Still alive. A lot of Legion after him. Smashes the window, dives out, finds TJ, keeps going. It's poetry in motion. Simp looking for the players. Eventually will get shut down, but Pred is now arrived as well to back up his teammate. Clayster takes him out, and Legion will have control for just a short time.
Accuracy. Peeling Clayster as he tries to expand out and just dig those trenches a little bit further away from the hard point. But Seattle Surge now trying to make the push through. TJ just out of nowhere finds 3. They line up for him. Pred's there to answer back. But TJ does the work for his team. Time on the board now.
It's a really good hold here from Vegas. They've deflected everything from Seattle so far. And Clayster's going to get it. Big shot from him in the end. 28 seconds left for this one. And it looks like Seattle are giving it up. They have rotated. They're going to be going to Barbers and looking to control.
Seattle Surge. Players out deep here as well. Sib cause an issue. Now, where's Clayster going to spawn up here? Presume still as well. Okay. Over towards plant pots because of that push off from Sib. But Mack ready and waiting. Will surely reposition here as well. Not many bodies over towards Cantina for Surge here. They have to make sure they hold from the front. Good grenade.
Eventually, they are fighting tooth and nail for this one. Seattle Surge win early, but they have not managed to hold the majority of time for this one. And they're in, but look at this. On the minimap, they are far away. It's just Clayster trying to hold it down with the Vasnev. He knows the players are hunting him down. More Pre finally goes for the reload. No, just the wrong timing. Prolin tries to back him up, but Pred gets 2. Mack gets another, and scrap time to Seattle.
And that was an important break for them, to be honest. Oh my god, what was that gunfight? Temps put about 15 bullets into him. Eventually, they will get cleaned up. No accuracy. Good gunfight for Prelude as well. Melts Mack. This is so much better from the side of Legion. In map number 1 of today, of stage 2 full stop, we've seen London not rotate well, not hold well, not do anything really that great. Vegas Legion showing their caliber here. They're 10 points ahead and in control of the hard point. Stay alive.
Plays life with 1 health. Not going to do it eventually. The trade trying to come through, but they are holding on by the tiniest of margins. Seattle Surge will eventually win these kills. Actually finds 2, and they grab it. 40 seconds left on them. This will allow them to take the lead. How much do Legion commit?
Committing a little bit here. Straight through the front door is going to be TJ. Accuracy surely going to be locking that down, but can the rest of the team be there to trade? Accuracy finds a second. Knows he's being hunted as well and just dips. Gets the hell out of dodge. Prelude just cannot find him. Eventually does. Looking over towards the rotations though. Vegas Legion are on the way. Big gunfight's about to go down in Cantina.
It goes down. Eventually wins that one. That's huge for them in the end. was holding that one with bated breath, even though I'm a commentator, waiting to see which way it would swing. Legion do have some places. Champ just guns him, but eventually will get taken out as well. The trades do not go their way, and Seattle Surge have control of the rotation.
It's felt like Seattle Surge have been behind up until now for the entire game. Just clawing their way back. Slowly but surely. Simp now. Setting up in mid-map. Pred is there as well, just to put the dagger in. Holding mid, and now it's a rotation. They're starting to look over towards car park. Already there. Oh, the Seattle Surge already picking up plenty of time here as well. This has been a perfect hold so far. They'll get every single second of it as Vegas Legion reset.
At the moment, Legion are having a real
Simp is flying.
Slaying going at all. Simp holding it down. The rest of them just managing to make this look easy. Legion trying to find a way through. Eventually, Clayster finds one. Clayster finds a second. And he has really been the MVP here for Legion pretty much the entire series. But is it going to be enough? We'll have to find out as they try to get in here first.
Big kills.
Legion who grab control. Let's find out how they are feeling with the Vegas Listen in.
You can run away. I'm good. Oh, keep on your elbow. Keep on your elbow. I have it. He's me back left.
Nothing right.
I have Z. I'm looking Z. I'm gonna look your mid now, Clay. I'm looking your mid now. I have your mid. Right, let me back here. Blue, Byron, he's weak. Blue, back left of me. I'm trying to shot Blue. Blue dead. One shot back left. I'm on RV, our side RV, on the blue door, in between the door. We got B. Oh, stop. I'm pre-firing it. Good job. There.
One shot dead. Pushing me blue.
20 behind you. I have your dad wall. I'm sending that kid. Dead. I'm on 20 10. I have mid cut. I have the whole deep cross. I have the deep cross too.
I'm looking back 10. He's crossed.
Lawn teach. Lawn teach. Lawn. 100%.
I'm coming to teach. I'm going to teach.
Oh, dead. Better go first time, bro. I'm gonna mid 10. I'm gonna get it right. Lights. Dark one shot. Yellow vent. One shot. Absolute Mack on the ice cream spot.
One's on me somewhere, bro. Blue.
Still on me, yellow vent.
Garage hill.
Out to Lamar. Lamar's double.
I spawned out. They're spawning P2. Get him out of hill. This is a good 30.
Yeah.
One shot Simp. One shot Simp.
One B2 match.
Nice.
And it's turned into an absolute scrap in the middle of the map. But it will be Seattle Surge to get this one away. You can hear the comms spinning from Legion as well. This game is balanced on a knife edge.
Seattle Surge in control of P2 here. Looking to try and lock some time down, but look at the break coming in here now for the side of Vegas Legion. They found a way through, and they found Pred, who finds 2. Never goes down with less than 1, but Clayster just trying his best to stay alive. The rest of the team not quite spawned up there. The split is potentially there, but Pred's there to shut it down again. Seattle Surge only 7 in the lead. If we go to a map 5, Legion are 5-0 on Fortress Search and Destroy. Seattle Surge kind of need to win now.
They're looking for it as well. Mack trying to do everything. He's shooting both directions at one. Eventually 10 will get it. They want to break this. They do not want to give Seattle Surge too many points away. Clayster finds another one. Goes for the chow. Jumps over accuracy. He dives. He's still playing his life as well. Can Clayster get it? He can. He breaks through. They're in. 28 seconds left to go. And we are off to the races. We are off to the rotation. Both teams looking for this one. And it will be Seattle Surge that are here first. Hearts will be pumping. Adrenaline will be dumped into the systems. Both teams want this desperately.
Legion are going to be ever so slightly in the lead as we head over towards P3. Honestly, if I'm TJ, I'm choking that one up and getting over here to help my teammates out. Civ in the middle of the map is going to be the one that's going to try and cut things off. He's found 1, 2. And now Prolo, yes, you may well find Pred.
Oh, split.
But the reinforcements are not there. Who's found another?
Actually, trying to stay alive, looking for this play coming.
Oh, Proloot!
He gets gunned! Oh my goodness! The Legion are in! 40 seconds left, they can win it here as well. Sib is going to go down. The rest of Seattle Surge are trying to get here now. They have time for a stack. They have time for a push, but they need to break this. We are going to a map number 5. 10 finds the first one as he walks in. TJ finds another. Sib is alive as he pushes through, but Proloot finds him as well on a 5 streak. And I don't think they've contested it enough.
The tick's there. Yeah, they've got the tick. You need to get in if you Seattle Surge. You need to get in. You need to do something.
It's the miracle in Mikados. They keep going. Temp gets another kill, a 5-streak.
That's Kim.
And Lee hipped that away from Seattle Surge. They were behind. They were beaten, but never broken. And we are going to a map 5. And you can see the frustration on Seattle's face. Because now the wind of destiny is roaring. Legion are 5-0 on the final S&D. Seattle Surge did not look good on the last one. We are going to a map number 5. Oh my goodness.
And Proloot goes massive towards the end. Heading over towards P3, and he just picks them apart on his own. It almost felt a little bit too easy. They find a breakthrough after a really decent hold.
I could watch it again. I think.
Honestly,
we've done it so many times.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's better than watching our faces, to be honest. We might as well watch something again. But it's just how he picks them apart. I just don't even understand how it's so easy for him to find those kills. He does so well. 250 to 216, and as alluded to halfway through that map, Fortress Search and Destroy, Vegas Legion 5-0, yet to lose the map. This is a disaster scenario now for Seattle Surge.
Well. We are going to a break. When we get back here on the Call of Duty League, the final map of Legion versus Surge. Let's find out how it goes. We'll catch you right after this.
Need more Call of Duty League? Sign up for the official CDL newsletter. Get updates, special offers, and premium content delivered directly to your inbox all season long. Scan the QR code to sign up now. You'll also be entered to win a pair of 4-day general admission passes to Major II in Boston.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are heading for a map 5. Vegas Legion and Seattle Surge have battled through 4, but they will end it here. So, while we talk about this one, we obviously talked before the break about statistically, this is very, very good for Legion. Not so great for Seattle Surge ton. But we found out that this is actually Seattle's pick.
Yeah, so you'd presume that they've been doing a lot of work on this map and they want to try and, I don't know, put that into practice. Let's see if the work has been paying off. A few more stats to allude to on this map in particular. For the side of Surge, I do not read pretty, so let's see how they break things down. But TJ will find the first kill. Clay step. Backing on up. Just trying to stay alive. Good spot here for the side of Legion.
First blood and using that sight line, just the tiniest bit of bad carpentry there on the door. As you can see, if somebody crosses, Seattle Surge with a numerical disadvantage will be looking to get this bomb down and pull Legion into them.
Just sitting back. And try and get this down if they can. Gotta then tempt Legion into a push that you've then just gotta try and hold. Nope, hold on, CJ.
Incredible forearm strength.
Pushes through, finds a pick. Lovely stuff. Because he doesn't need to do more. Take the small wins. Oh, wow, okay, never mind. Accuracy and Mack find 2 kills out of absolutely nothing, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2. They wouldn't, would they?
I think they are. I think they
Clay's
are.
read it. Clay's read it.
Placer though is here, finds it. And now actually in a 1 versus 2, but no time, no positioning, and he has to get past Clayster, has to go for this chow, has to wide swing. And Clayster is ready with the irons, and Legion take round number 1 on the S&D.
Nicely done from Clay. I think as soon as he gets a little bit of information from his teammate there, they say somebody's crossing. Hearing nothing over towards the other side. It's just back on down. Make sure we don't die. 1 kill's good enough to pretty much secure the round. Good start here from the side of Legion.
Yeah, it is. And I think this is the thing. They're so well practiced on this map. They must feel so confident at all times. Temp gets another first blood. Now looking to convert this. The call will be coming in from Vegas. Can we push it? Can we get across without trying to get away from these trades? Seattle Surge look like they might stack a little bit. Fred just hanging on the window. TJ spots him before he can do anything.
And for the Vegas Legion, you'd think that a plant would be of the utmost importance. When they get the bomb down, specifically on Fortress, they win 86% of the rounds. It's a huge stat, and you got to think about that. They've got to be thinking about it right now.
Well, they say patience is a virtue, and Legion are showing it. But with a lot of bullets thrown down range, nothing has happened outside of that first blood.
Here we go.
He finds him. Isn't able to convert it either, though. Nate going out, but he will be caught. Pred managed to bring it back to a 3 versus 3. Pred's here as well, looking for the second. And PaulEhx gets away with his life in the narrowest of margins. KiSMET eventually finds Mack. Accuracy's going for PaulEhx here, and he chows! And takes him down, and now Pred alive in a 1 versus 3. Almost a 1 versus 2, but that bomb is going to go down. Is Pred going to be in position? No. Temp will shut him down before he can do more damage.
Little smile from KiSMET there. Temp ready and waiting.
A whole lot of stress.
Yeah, that felt like a very stressful round, didn't it? I think it's easy for us because, you know, we can see the Codcaster. We know that there is a level of control there for Vegas Legion. I just don't think they knew they had. Ultimately, though, they will find the round. They'll be more than happy to do so. Looking good here for the Legion. A hell of a scalp to take. See how flew at that. They're absolutely flying it. He's still going Pred as well. Temp punishes him for it.
This aggressive push onto it is going to pay out, but not that time. PaulEhx gets it back, and he's actually going to pop his daddy as well, but he might be pushed here. There is a player going out for it. Simp.
Temp's watching.
Tried to find him. He's going to find Temp as well. Now knows exactly where he is. 1 versus 2 here for PaulEhx. PaulEhx already gets 1. Looking for Simp. Simp is super weak. The timing and the angles.
Uh-oh.
Says, oh, peekaboo. PaulEhx takes him down. 3-0.
And it's looking like a bad map pick. It's looking like a bad map pick. PaulEhx like, oh, thank you very much. Pull-ups, is it? Nope.
Yeah, Simp tried to kind of bamboozle him, outguess him, but PaulEhx was still waiting. The Legion keep marching forward. This is smelling like a win for them, but I don't want to jinx it.
Push over towards it, coming in again. Look at Pred. Already pushed up, big gunfight coming. Simp will find the first kill on the TJ as well. Pred will find a second. Is this now a little bit of life from the side of Seattle Surge? PaulEhx in a really bad spot. Accuracy will find a Pred. Another, that was fast.
There was a lot of aggression there coming from Seattle Surge, and it broke them down before they could do anything. You see this as well. Pred is kind of hitting the burners a bit in this game. He is constantly being progressive, constantly being aggressive wherever he can. And when it works delightfully. Legion are not able to kind of reset up in time.
And that was just aggression, wasn't it? I mean, you got Pred on your team. You can't not just release him into bottom off. Has to be the play. Stun check coming on through. Accuracy, it's a dangerous spot, this one. It's a good one to cover across. TJ, yeah. Lovely stuff. That's the kind of scenario where you can maybe we get traded, or Simp can just pop out and here's another round for Seattle Surge, you'd think. I'm going down.
Have this one pretty much sorted. There's very little gap for them to maneuver. Pred goes to the chow. Pred eventually gets it down. Accuracy will be taken down by KiSMET, but Simp says thank you very much. And Seattle Surge come roaring back into this S&D ton.
Nicely done. For all it was looking like the side of Vegas Legion were just about to run away with it. Just aggression coming out. Higher lines than expected. Accuracy quite happy to ADS and take those kills all day long. Good composure from the side of Seattle Surge here. Legion need an answer back though. I wonder if Legion are maybe being a little bit too passive.
Well, I was going to say the other way of this. I think the aggressiveness from Seattle is kind of throwing them off the game again. Pred goes to Chow Clay. And now that TJ getting first bloods, it's going to be another time that Seattle Surge are going to be at the advantage. However, that bomb is going down.
Remember that percentage.
Fortune favors the brave, though, and Seattle are getting brave with it.
Kill.
Aggressive here from TJ.
He's had an absolute blinder there. Fantastic work by Legion. Oh, what we're down in numbers. Yeah, get the bomb down.
invite them over.
3 versus 4. It is a clutch up from them. That statistic did not lie. If they get that bomb down, they are usually favored. And they managed to make all the kills they needed to. Legion 4-2 now in the S&D.
And that was just so much better. You know, it's those proactive kind of moments. Probably say, okay, well, let's just like change the scenario. Yes, okay, we're down in numbers, but let's force them to have to do something. Temp getting aggressive with the angles on A. Seattle have stepped back here as well. Does he know he has a lot of control? Does he know he has time?
Just trying to see the pixels he needs to. Mack is here. But at the moment, Temp does not know. He hasn't switched, and that's why. I think he just saw it there, and he may have seen the tiniest bit. Mack is up there, but still being patient. That nade comes straight on the Temp, and he's lucky not to get stuck. Pred comes through, though, on the flank. And we see how to surge for the first blood. 52 seconds left for them to plant, and they have the numbers. TJ goes for a little bit of a pop-out. Pred finds another one. He's 8 and 4. Mack gets a third, and now it's just Clayster trying to clutch it up, but he's already been shot. Managed to find Pred. Almost finds Sid, but he will be taken down by accuracy. No Cinderella story.
Not quite. Clayster did well, but honestly, it's just the aggression that I think Legion just aren't expecting some of the Seattle players to be where they are. Specifically when Seattle are the ones on the attack. They're pushing up high and waiting for the retake potentially to come in from the side of Legion. And when it does, they're in a perfect position like TJ popped out. Just have a peek down the corridor, over towards top outside, over towards cannons, and gets caught immediately. Seattle Surge ready and waiting. What's the play of this round, though?
Don't let Legion plant.
Good idea.
Oh, yeah. Fortunately, there's a trophy there.
And a TJ.
Yeah, it's always good to have both of those. Waiting for it again. Look at this aggression here from Pred, though. One more time. He's found TJ. Just keep slipping the net. Never stops. Did he see Clayster's there or not?
Did Clayster see him?
No, I think he's waiting for it as well, though. 3 versus 3 here. Legion choosing to back away from the bomb site for now. For this one, and Clayster is ready for him.
Seen him.
He's read Pred like a book. And now they'll start slowly making their way over here. Mack and accuracy will want to prevent this, but it will be the stack from Legion coming through.
That's just such a hard retake in the 2 versus 3 here if this bomb does go down. If you can prevent it, though, you put yourself in a decent enough situation. Pro is just ready and waiting. Knows they're going to challenge. It's a combination of the both. I think accuracy, very weak, will get taken down. Temp will find the second, and already weak Mack as well. Prelude's getting hyped in Vegas. Legion in a really nice spot.
Just enough teamwork to make the dream work there as well. I was a little bit nervous when accuracy was almost winning that gunfight, but Temp backs it up, and they manages to get both. Legion now 1 round away from taking this series. A huge Scump to take turn. You said it earlier on, and it remains true. Can they do it?
Close there. The scope is out. Look at the aggression again from Pred. Find the first blood. He's trying his best. 10 and 6 from him. I said this map. Oh, he's nearly killed himself with the grenade. But this map just suits him so much. He's a slippery little fish, and he just gets away in and out of art, and he's just such a pain.
Yeah, that's probably annoying Clay a little bit. Temp has actually moved forward there. This is not a very fast movement for him, but it is patient. He's waiting for someone to make a mistake. They want that life back. They want this back to a 3 versus 3. Seattle trying not to make any mistakes.
Look at the aggression from Temp. He's crawled up. He's on his belly. Oh, my word!
I don't know if Clay got which one, but unbelievable. Temp slithers his way into the side. Pronu gets another one, and it's just accuracy at the back. It's a 1 versus 3. He has to do this to stay alive. Then he popped. Get out of there at 1 health. Run, accuracy. Run for your life. 23 seconds left. The bomb is miles away. Is this doable?
Surely Legion have got this on lock.
I don't know. Accuracy. 13 seconds.
Daddy's
Where
out.
are they? Where are they? There's Clay. Down he goes, and the Legion walk away with a victory over Seattle Surge. They get hyped. Priestahh hits his chest. He knows they've done a madness. Hands on head for Seattle Surge. And Vegas Legion have managed to take them away. Huge scalp for them in the end. And that is a meme already. I know that face was Clay, but it's glorious and I love it. But the Legion have just won the same amount of points in week 1 of qualifier 2 for the major as they did the entire last year.
And what a performance it was as well. For all that I was saying Pred was being so influential for the side of Surge, Vegas Legion dealt with it. Yeah, okay, he might have been 10-7, but it was usually a trade coming on through for him. He found a lot of kills in the rounds that, of course, Seattle Surge went on to win. But Legion, when they could shut him down, when they could get some freedom, just dominated the map, to be honest.
So many good plays out of Legion as well. I want to say I think my player of that series was probably Priestahh. Over and over again, he was making crucial kills. It's not always the stats. It's not always about KD, but I think he was pretty good anyway. But I think when you go back and look at some of the crucial moments in that, it's Priestahh holding the points he needs to. Over and again. And then let's not forget Vaznev Clay, also amazing. Played pretty well all the way through, but we knew it was dangerous if it got to map 5 ton.
Yeah, we did. And I wonder if you're Seattle, that being your pick as well, you said to yourself, was that the best of decisions? But look, some teams want to put some practice in to some maps that maybe they haven't been looking great on. If they are wanting to put the practice in, they need to put some more in, because Vegas Legion just put them to bed there. 3-2 win. Really, really big win for the side of Legion. I'm really happy for them as well, actually. Really good win.
It's always good to see an underdog win. That's a British thing. But speaking of a British thing, we're going to hand over to our American counterparts on the desk to break it down. Puckett, over to you.
Has to be said, this was definitely the best match on the day. 2 3-0s and then a game 5 with a very nice finish to a game 4, setting up our second search and destroy. aLLeY may be the best analyst in Call of Duty esports history. She is 3 for 3 on the day, as Ant and I are holding our 1-3 records. aLLeY, you saw it coming again. How did the Legion get it done here?
It's one day. Honestly, looking at the map layout, for me personally, I know we had a really good conversation about this heading into it, where it was like the map 3 and the map 1 are going to be the most important ones here. And it was the fact that Vegas were playing their best hardpoint in that map 1. They end up losing it by 9 points. So then it was like map 4, Mercado hardpoint, is one of Seattle's best hardpoints, if not their best hardpoint. So it was like signed off at that point, at least for us on the desk, that they were going to close that one out.
Right.
But as Call of Duty does, it was huge plays from Prolo. It was huge plays from Clay. They end up clutching out in the end. And the search and destroys, obviously, Vegas Legion were the better search and destroy team in this matchup. Beautiful series.
When it comes to the search in particular, we were both commenting just how impressive that final round was from Legion. It was 3v4. I said, Seattle better not throw this. And then Donnie Temp, sneaking his way through, lines up a double kill. Before that second kill registers, Priestahh hits the beam, the sniper through the doorway. The whole team just seemed to be on lock when it came to the comms today, Ant.
Yeah, I mean, Search and Destroy is just spectacular on their behalf. Like, their breakoffs as well on that game 2 on the CeeLo, just wonderful. Like, Clay's pushing up through arches, getting snipes in bottom pool. They're picking up kills also on the field side of the map. Like, they're doing exactly what they need to do in S&D. And then when you look at the side of Seattle on that, it's the same problems. Like, if you watch any of Seattle's Fortress Search and Destroy, which Vegas obviously did, they capitalized on that every single time. Pred goes out, he gets that first kill. But what happens after that? They still play slow. They're not collapsing as a team. Vegas played to that. They knew what was going to happen. As soon as Pred got that kill, they got the trade on him more often times than not, and they end up sealing the deal.
Shout out to the coaches for doing the homework, but the homework, it's worthless unless you get to that game 5. And this is our scuff play of the game that got them there. Walk me through it, aLLeY. It's the final 30 seconds here of that game 4. It looked like Seattle had this one on lock.
It was Prolute and Temp, right? And I was worried about this hill because they were by themselves, and unfortunately Simp was just locking down the middle of the map, so the teammates, the cavalry, could not come and help them break into this tin. So it was them against the world. And it's just the fact that Prolute finds 2. They catch Seattle off guard. They get the break into the hill. And at that point, it's just about holding from there. You're talking about the 11th team in holding in the league, closing this one out in the way that they did. And I think that's just so impressive.
It just blows my mind right here, too, because Seattle, they had an optimal setup, right? They're counting players. Like, they're coming well. They're a good team. They know where they're going to be at on the map, right? And they know that there's 2 players that they don't know where they're at. They know they're going to be challenging into the hill at some point. It's Temp and it's Prelude. They wait. The rest of the team spawns out Barber, Sibs, cutting them off, getting those kills. They just break in, just a patient play, just things you didn't expect out of a team like Las Vegas Legion. In Hardpoint, well, look where we are.
They held that final point, and they get the final second to get that game 4 victory before edging out Seattle Surge. But before all that happened, we have to revisit one more moment in this series. It was the ace, and it's our Hummer EV Super Truck extraction play of the day. Let's take a look at this bad boy. Extraction mode, fully loaded. Proluke, bomb, 3 players on it. Not anymore. Melton 1, 2, 3, and why not make it 4? Picks up the ace and finishes out the round as he takes the lead. That was round number 1. How do you set the tone better than that? It can't be done.
I had something so funny about the situation is that when Proluke popped Deddy initially in the bomb room, he was just looking at the window, and I was like, what is Prelude doing? Like, why did you pop Deddy just to hold this pregame? I blink, and then he goes and he pops that 3-piece seconds before Mack is set defuse.
And then he just closes the door nonchalant. Close the door and chill. Come fight me.
Come on, man. You got one angle. Challenge me. Proluke gets it done. Vegas gets it done. We're going to be talking here with our players here pretty shortly. Can we talk a little bit about the Surge, though? What went wrong for them tonight? Because 2 of us predicted Surge to win it. And I want to start with you.
Sure.
Where did they fall short?
Oh, well, one, I think the vetoes, they should not have played Fortress, Search, and Destroy. I mean, that game 5, they get rid of Hotel in this series. A little bit confusing as we look at Vegas. They're 2-2 on Hotel, Search, and Destroy, so decent, but not great by any measure. And then when you look at Fortress, that has been a problem for Seattle throughout this entire game. I think they're now 1-4 on that map. And specifically, when they're at those arches and they're getting those first bloods, like, they're on defense. You have to collapse simultaneously, either through the doors or push through art into their spawn. You cannot wait and play for those extra kills afterwards. So I think it's just get rid of the map. Like, it's not working for you at this point.
aLLeY, is Prelude still underrated? The chat is just putting Rolloot over and over again.
I think he is. I think even I underestimate him when we watch Vegas Legion play. I feel like he was a player last year that his initial showing up on the OpTic Texas when he had to sub in, it was like, oh, wow, this guy is gross. You know, he was somebody who was really good at Search and Destroy, and he was like, everybody is scared. I feel like in the pro scene when it comes to Search and Destroy, that's why I'm feeling so comfortable. Unfortunately, he kind of fell off, I feel like, a little bit after that. He's picked up by the Vegas Legion, but not anything notable after that, excuse me. So to see him shine this year as he has, especially in Search and Destroy, has been a good pleasure. It's been a pleasure.
We're going to be revisiting all of this series and talking with a member of the Vegas Legion as soon as Don is finishing his album. But we got to get to a recap of what went down earlier today. If you guys didn't see our first match of the day, we started hot with Toronto facing off against the London Royal Ravens and their new 4th in Scraps. Scraps, pretty decent numbers, but Royal Ravens need to turn up more. On the other side, Toronto gets to 3-0, but that was a round 10 and then a round 5 when it came to control in game 3.
Yeah, it got a little bit dicey in that game 2, Search and Destroy, giving up a lot of bloods. They had to make some adjustments in the middle of that map. We talked to Scrappy about it, so that's a good sign. The adjustments were made. In that control, they were up 2-0. I feel like it was a relatively comfortable control, given how it ended up at the very end. But when you look at that hard point, that is where they said they wanted to make massive improvements, and boy, did we see those improvements today. Honestly, not many mistakes at all on the side of Toronto. They look damn good.
In our second series of the day, another hot 3-0. This time, convincing domination from Boston Breach as they put Minnesota on their back. Owakening is healthy, aLLeY.
Oh, very healthy indeed with that stat line. I think for this series, it wasn't even that Minnesota Røkkr were making a lot of mistakes. It was just Boston Breach was playing so incredibly well, especially in that control. Control is a game mode that even last year they were incredibly dominant in and doing things that we weren't used to seeing teams do, like winning offenses as often as they do. So to see that continuation, obviously now it's all about the consistency when it comes to the squad and if they're going to be able to continue to do it heading into their home major.
Boston getting it done, and Vegas with another surprise victory. Seattle Surge made it to the grand finals in Raleigh, but tonight They find themselves on the losing end of this fight as the Legion marches back in with a Game 4 and Game 5 victory, showing that they are one of the fiercest squads when it comes to S&D.
Absolutely. Vegas is riding that high from that confidence, man. Like, they are the best search and destroy team in the game headed into this series, and they've just even put more separation with them in the rest of the league when it comes to that game mode. And then now in Hardpoint, looking like a formidable opponent. Like, when you look at that Game 1, if you go back and rewatch that delightful series, that Game 1 at the end, they had an opportunity to close it out as well. They had the spawns, just lost a gunfighter or two. You know, this is a team that, you know, they don't have the heaviest slayers in the world on their squad. At times they are getting gunned, but strategically they are sound. This is a solid squad that is going to be a threat, right? That wasn't a fluke, and they proved it in this series.
Vegas Legion impressing once again. That kill feed tells you the story. They were all working together to pull out the dub against one of the most talented squads in the league right now. Seattle Surge isn't done yet, but our day is. And aBeZy, I just got to look back and think, who had the best individual performance? If you were going to highlight one player across the day, who would you have to give flowers to?
I don't want to give it to anybody in the first two series because I feel like those series are just way too easy for them across the board and they're feeling fairly comfortable. So I'm going to focus on the last one. I think I'm going to go Clay. After I saw him go on that 5 spree in Kitchen in that first embassy, they didn't close it out, but he kept that energy the rest of the way.
All right, I like those picks, and I think we may see Clay on a Scuff team of the Major eventually, before the end of the season. If it hasn't happened yet, it will. It's just Call of Duty. It's Clayster. He's in his 14th season. Team of the Major, you can help us pick your Scuff team of the Major. The fans will have their voices be heard as we select the top 4 to represent the all-Scuff team going into Boston, which once again is going down February 2nd to the 5th. Tickets are on sale right now, so head on over to callofdutyleague.com and pick yours up today. As we take a look at our standings, let's break it down. The Subliners with a 9-3 record sitting on top. You've got Ultra at 7-3. A big pack with 6 wins and some 5s right behind them, aBeZy.
Yeah, and this is overall, by the way, including the Majors, why we've seen York Subliners still there at the top. But OpTic Texas, we're going to be seeing them on Sunday with their new roster sitting over in that 10th seed. They have a lot of work to do to fight their way back to the top.
Of course, we also see LA Guerrillas, Royal Ravens at the bottom. OpTic, will they climb? Will the Mutineers continue to make moves? Do we expect Vegas to keep moving on up?
I think they keep on moving. And, you know, as you look at this list, all 3 teams that made roster changes, 10, 11, and 12. So we'll see if the roster changes work out for these guys. But I expect Boston and Vegas to keep climbing here. So it'll be on teams like Minnesota Røkkr and Seattle Surge to get back on it, get these wins, get some separation.
All right, Don is finishing the Bacardi track, so I'm going to show you what's going down tomorrow. We've got Florida Mutineers, LA Guerrillas. One of them's got to move on up the leaderboard. That's kicking off at 3 o'clock. 4:30, we got Minnesota Røkkr versus the Royal Ravens. Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge. The great showdowns that we saw just a few weeks ago happening again online. And then it's the Raleigh champions, the Subliners, taking on the LA Thieves. Nameless, best series on that screen right now.
Thieves versus Subliners.
Oh, yeah.
I think that could have been the finals. Like, I think both those teams are disgusting, and it's going to be a good one.
All right, on behalf of everyone here behind the scenes, thank you for tuning in to Headquarters. An excellent opening to the online qualifiers for the Boston Major 2. We will see you bright and early tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. It's day 2 with a full 4-match day. We'll see you then.